पास सिर्फ एक्सो के बाय है।
और दिक्कत हो चुकी है जहां पर गॉप्स को पिक किया गया। ऑब्वियसली उनके 2 प्लेयर्स के लिए बाय जरूर था, लेकिन बाकी जो इकोनॉमी पर खेल रहे थे उन्होंने ही दिक्कत देनी शुरू कर दी है। विम्प ने भी आप देखिए पिक निकाला और एनिग्मा के प्लेयर्स मुश्किल में आ चुके हैं। रॉ फ्यूल गोइंग विद द शो स्टॉपर, स्टॉपिंग डाउन साइड एंड नाउ डिफेंडर्स विल हैव टू मूव बैक। उनको पता चल चुका है बी साइड पर तो कोई हलचल ही नहीं है। हिका इतने में प्लांट करने की यहाँ पर कोशिश, प्लांट हो भी जाएगा। 3v3 पर ये फाइट आ चुकी है। गोस्ट जस्ट विद दिस क्लासिक देख रहे हैं, सोच रहे हैं अगर कोई यहाँ पर पिक निकालने की कोशिश कर सके, लेकिन पहले आइस वॉल को ब्रेक करने की इनकी कोशिश है। पेंट शेल डालने की कोशिश थी जरूर, लेकिन उसी पेंट शेल के को देखते देखते यहाँ पर देखिए कि एक पिक निकला। स्कैली क्या इनका शो स्टॉपर भी अपने नाम पर कुछ रख पाएगा? आई थिंक सो। अगर ये अभी चला देते हैं, यस चला भी देंगे। देयर इट इज, 2 पिक्स आते हैं स्कैली के पास। पिक निकल गए तो और ज्यादा बेहतरीन रहेगा। ऑब्वियसली वो एक अलग एडवांटेज है, बट बॉल की जा चुकी है। बॉल के साथ साथ यहाँ पर स्काई स्मोक्स भी आ चुके हैं। बॉब्स जस्ट वेटिंग। इसमें एक्सो को एक हल्का सा नुकसान ये हुआ कि उन्होंने अपने एक प्लेयर को खो दिया और वो ऑब्वियसली शावर साइड के पीछे दिक्कत हुई थी। हल्का सा पीछे जाएंगे, वेटिंग फॉर इट। हंटर्स फ्यूरी का इस्तेमाल किया गया। ऑब्वियसली अपने अल्टीमेट्स पर खेलने की कोशिश एक्सो भी कर रही है। दे जस्ट वांट जहां से भी इंफॉर्मेशन को वो एक्सप्लॉइट कर सके, दे वुड लव टू गो फॉर इट। एक्सेली स्टिल मूविंग फॉरवर्ड। एक दो पिक्स बेहतरीन ऑर्बिटल स्ट्राइक है उनके ऊपर। विल ही सर्वाइव? 6 HP सर्वाइवल फैक्टर बाय दिस लैड। अब ये टॉक्सिक स्क्रीन जैसे ही नीचे आएगी बहुत मुश्किल बन जाएगा, क्योंकि 1 प्लेयर, 2 प्लेयर, 3 प्लेयर, एवरीवन गेटिंग डाउन बाय द टॉक्सिक स्क्रीन। इंडीड अ थ्रिफ्टी राउंड बाय एनिग्मा।
जी हां, एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन प्ले जरूर कहना चाहेंगे।
एक ट्रिंकलेट डाला गया, ब्लाइंड करने की कोशिश थी। हिका ही होंगे पहले जो एंगेज यहाँ पर करने वाले हैं, क्योंकि उनको लगता है, एंड ऑब्वियसली आप देखिए वो पीक्स कर रहे हैं। एल्बो की साइड से प्लेयर्स को स्पॉट किया था, 2 प्लेयर्स आ चुके थे आगे, बट रॉफ्यूल इज द वन डूइंग द जॉब ब्रिलियंटली। तीसरा पिक रॉफ्यूल के हिस्से में जाता हुआ, लेकिन अब ए साइड पर ही देखना पड़ेगा। ऐसे में 2 अलग जंग हो सकते हैं। शॉर्ट से यू हॉल तक आप देखिए ब्रिमस्टोन वर्सेस एस्ट्रा रहेगा, एंड शावर्स से लेकर के अगर हम बात करें इजी यहाँ पर रहेंगे, जो एक प्लेयर को पिक करेंगे जरूर। Because that one way just no popping up, उनको इन्फो मिल गई थी, वो पैर दिख गए थे। बट अब एक्सकैली का भी यहाँ पर कोशिश रहेगा कि वो एक पिक निकाल सके। बेहतरीन पिक उनकी तरफ से आता है। दूसरा पिक भी ऑन द गो हो सकता था। रॉफ्यूल टेक्स डाउन 3 दो। रॉफ्यूल स्विचिंग ऑन टू द क्लासिक। 1 HP पर एक्सकैली। रॉफ्यूल ध्यान भटका है हल्का सा इस समय के लिए। अगर आप एक्सकैली की बात करें, रॉफ्यूल उसी के अंदर 2 पिक्स निकाल लेंगे। वॉज ट्राइंग टू गो फॉर थर्ड, बट साय शट करेंगे उनको। बट दिक्कत ये आ चुकी है कि साइड के अंदर डिफ्यूज करने के लिए प्लेयर्स पहुंच चुके हैं। कि नेबुला में तब्दील हो जाता है तो मुश्किल हो सकती है। माइट एज वेल जस्ट थिंक अबाउट ऑल दीस थिंग्स। स्पॉट किया, पिक निकाला। फर्स्ट वन, सेकंड वन डिनाइड दो, बट पीछे आ चुके थे अपने टेल विंड का इस्तेमाल करके। अब उनके ऊपर एक पेंचल आता है, खुद को पीछे की तरफ को रखेंगे। 63 HP इज वेयर ही इज एट राइट नाउ। डाला गया था, लेकिन सेकंड पिक आता है रॉफ्यूल के लिए। वापस से सेम एंगल को देख रहे हैं, उनको लगता है कोई नीचे आता है, दिक्कत होगी। इंडिया दिक्कत हुई, जिसमें एक्सकैली और साई अपने लिए पिक्स निकालते नजर आ रहे हैं। एक्सकैली, ऑलराइट, आई वुड लव टू सी दिस, आई वुड लव टू सी दिस। Did not happen yet though, लेकिन अब एक्सकैली
instantly अपना पोजीशन चेंज करते हुए being from a really precarious angle, getting the first pick onto its Cops. Exceeli still really being very silent.
Be ready to press F in the chat, baby. 1 pick done, 2nd pick done, but when he gets taken down, the damage all over is done though. वो उतनी देर के लिए चुपचाप बैठना उनको 2 पोटेंशियल पिक्स दिलवा गया, जो अदरवाइज प्लांट के बाद उनकी टीम को दिक्कत दे सकते थे। अब एस्ट्रा को देखिए, ये बैकस्टैप तो मुझे नहीं लगता है कि एक्सो ने एंटिसिपेट किया होगा। लुक एट एस्ट्रा, दिस इज अ राउंड ऑफ बैकस्टैप बेबी। नो इट्स नॉट, एज साई टेक्स 1 डाउन। 3 सेकेंड, 2 सेकेंड, 1 सेकेंड। किलजॉय का अल्टीमेट वोंट बी एबल टू डिटेन एनीवन, लेकिन इतना टाइम जरूर देगा कि एक्सो उस साइड में घुस जाए और उस साइड पर अपना दबदबा बना सके। कोशिश थी ब्लेड स्टॉर्म की, कोशिश थी ऑब्वियसली उस ऑपरेटर की। सब चीजें अभी के लिए मिस हुई हैं इस समय के लिए, लेकिन ये राउंड रॉफ्यूल के 4K पर जाता है। क्या होगा? जस्ट क्लोज अलार्म बॉट था जरूर, पहले बताया उन्होंने। एक प्लेयर पिक निकालने की कोशिश गोस्ट ने निकाला अभी, बट अभी भी राइट हैंड साइड को चेक करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि वहीं से उनको शॉट्स आ रहे थे। इजी उनको शट डाउन करेंगे। इस पूरी फाइट को 3v3 बनाएंगे विद द स्पाइक ऑब्वियसली जस्ट प्लांटेड। तो एक्सो को दिक्कत हो सकती है, क्योंकि रॉफ्यूल फिर से पॉपअप होना शुरू हो चुके हैं। रॉफ्यूल ने अपना एक पिक निकाला, एक्सकैली हिका को पिक करते हैं, 2v2 पर लेकर के आते हैं, लेकिन यहीं पर आप देखिए काफी कम एचपी पर एस्ट्रा थी। रॉफ्यूल विद द 3K both of them still trying. Still यही आता है टाइम की क्रूशियलिटी के अंदर. टाइम के राउंड आपको एक गेम खेलना पड़ेगा. 20 सेकंड का समय बचा है. कॉप्स आ गया है. पहला पिक हिका ने निकाला जरूर है. बाकी प्लेयर्स को अंदर जाने का मौका, लेकिन गॉड वैक्सी दूसरा पिक निकालेंगे. विम ट्रेडिंग हिम आउट slowly and steadily. Oh my god, that satchel did what?
Stun. Or maybe not.
Maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. Just don't get up. Don't get up. Don't get up. Exceeli, he got up.
But Hicka फिर से पनिश कर चुके हैं. रॉफ्यूल भी ए शॉट की तरफ से अग्रेस करके.
अब देखते हैं आगे क्या माइंड में रहता है प्लेयर्स के, क्योंकि साए भी पिक हो चुके हैं. ये 5v5 देखते देखते शुरुआत तो 5v3 किया गया. अब एक और पिक 5v2 विन अगले हो सकते हैं. रॉफ्यूल अपना एक और पिक बनाते हुए. गॉड फॉलोस अप 3k फॉर रॉफ्यूल, गिविंग अ गुड आंसर. आगे मूव कर रहे हैं सब प्लेयर्स एग्रेशन के साथ. दिस एग्रेशन आई डोंट नो इफ इट वाज नीडेड और नॉट, लेकिन ऐसा लगता है कि ब्लेड स्टॉर्म आते ही प्लेयर्स का यहाँ पर कोशिश रहेगा. घोस्ट बेहतरीन पिक उन्होंने निकाला. गॉप्स ने भी वहां पर स्पेक्टर के साथ एक पिक निकाला. घोस्ट with another one, and this one was a sheer brilliance. ऊपर के एरिया से आप देखिए एक्सकैली ने एक प्लेयर को पिक किया. जरूर है एक्सकैली अपने आप को हील जरूर यहाँ पर देना चाहेंगे. with that being said, एनिग्मा अब थोड़े से एक सोच विचार में जरूर पड़ सकती है. नो डाउट उनके पास अभी राउंड्स हैं. 4-2 पर भी अगर ये खत्म होता है राउंड, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होने वाली है. बट एनिग्मा एक बात तो जरूर सोचेगी, हाउ डिड दे लेट दिस वन गो?
It was again Ghost. It can never downmine that player.
But maybe not. Or maybe not. Bagman, even if he's surviving, he wants to just go all in toxic with that weapon that it is. The third pick coming down for this lad. Is it the last one? This is the last one. 8 गोलियां हैं. डिफ्यूज कर रहे हैं. हाफ डिफ्यूज पर स्टिक करने की कोशिश, लेकिन नहीं, हाफ डिफ्यूज भी डिनाई होगा. यहाँ पर स्पॉट किया आखिरी को. There it is. He does it for the time factor. Nice try. Hunter's Fury का इस्तेमाल. Hunter's Fury, the location was compromised though, but proper damage as such नहीं पड़ पाया. हाँ, हल्का सा रेना के ऊपर डैमेज जरूर आया था. इस समय 3 अल्टीमेट्स अगर हम बात करें अटैकर्स के पास पड़ी हैं. 2 अल्टीमेट्स आप देख सकते हैं एनिग्मा के पास हैं. उसके अंदर लॉकडाउन जरूर लग सकता है. डिपेंड करता है कि किस तरीके से खेला जाएगा. लेकिन हिका की एचपी काफी कम हुई और इंस्टेंटली उनके ऊपर शॉट्स लिए गए थे. ही वाज नॉट टेकन डाउन दो, बट घोस्ट इंस्टेंटली लेफ्ट हैंड साइड देखते हैं. एक अच्छा पिक निकालते हैं. हिका डज द डैमेज एंड दिस अल्टीमेट जस्ट जिसकी हम बात कर रहे थे. आप सोचिए समय नहीं है तो अब बी पर कमिट करना ही पड़ेगा. एंड बी से पहले बैटमैन को मिलना पड़ेगा अगर बैटमैन आते हैं. बट ऐसा लगता नहीं है कि ये सोच भी रहे हैं. दे जस्ट वांट टू गो ए के बारे में ही सोचा. हंटर्स फ्यूरी अब अटैकर्स की साइड से जाती हुई. रेजरेक्शन हुई जरूर थी, बट ज्यादा देर तक उसका अंजाम नहीं हुआ. घोस्ट 3Ks निकाल चुका है. घोस्ट ऑन 4K. Is this the ace? Is this the ace? Well, first, this is the plant that they needed. Cloudburst डाला है अपने ही ऊपर. Batman coming up. On to the left. Batman takes one. Ghost. He has nowhere to go. He has nowhere to look. Batman gets another good round for himself and the team. ये रनिंग बैक इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि वो नेबुला उनको रोकता था. जनरेटर के पीछे के प्लेयर की लोकेशन पता चल चुका है और विम को काफी कम एचपी पर छोड़ा भी गया है. पिक भी निकाल लिया जाएगा. Just going for that Vandal as well. अब आराम से प्लांट कर सकते हैं. कोई दिक्कत नहीं होने वाली है. सारे रॉबिन को पिक कर चुके हैं. ऑब्वियसली इस समय जैसे कि हम बात कर रहे थे, ये 2v2 का सिचुएशन. हिका का लोकेशन स्पॉटेड. 37 HP per surviving. Hika 8 HP per surviving. Hika goes down to hell at this moment. Takes down one. Takes down another one. Beauty. जैसे ही ये कॉस्मिक डिवाइड हटेगा दिक्कत हो सकती है, लेकिन एक ट्रेड दोनों साइड से आया. God Vexy with that only takes one, takes second, takes third. No, he does not yet. Well, the impossible dream has become the reality. Enigma does it. They lost the smaller one so that they could win big. Godwix is frozen with his cam, but look at them dancing, look at them smiling, look at them cheering. Fear the Enigma. This is
the power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Everybody's tired, but nobody gets it now. Yes, you know I get it, I'm getting free. Yeah, I'ma bring it crazy. Get that freaky on. You go all that got you free. Yeah, I'ma
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Valorant Conquerors Championship brought to you by NODWIN Gaming with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. My name is Nikhil C. Vansali and joining me is Neeraj Necro Sangle. May I note, in a brand new crib here, we've got some brand new digs just for you guys, just for the Grand Final playoffs, and I know it's got me hyped. So you tell me, Necro, how are you feeling?
I am loving the vibes here. I
yeah.
can't tell you how pumped up I am.
Let's
can't
go.
tell you how excited I am. This is the moment that we've been waiting for. But yeah, I gotta say the days have been passing by quite fast or quite quickly. But hey, I mean, already starting the day off on a great banger. I mean, the first two teams are going to be Velocity and Exceeli. But yeah, you also need to understand there's a lot of things online. And of course, like, consider the fact that the prize pool as well is the main kind of key factor here. And consider the fact that these are the grand final playoffs. Even though, yeah, you have had faced jitters in the past, we have never faced jitters like these ever.
Yeah, definitely. I think for these teams, a lot on the line with the Grand Finals playoffs because they've been building up for this for the past 1 month or so. So now they've really got to show up and they really got to show through. And I think I'm excited to see which team really steps up to that pressure. But taking a look at what's on the line right here, $33,000 up for the grabs, and we've been queuing this for the past one through the qualifiers, giving the viewers a taste of what's to come. But this right here with the Grand Finals playoff is when you can actually get your hands on some of this money.
Exactly. As I did mention, you're never going to be facing the jitters like this you have ever before, because this is where it all pretty much comes to an end, right? I mean, yeah, of course, you do have the grand finals after this as well, but these are the grand final playoffs. But this is where it's the biggest of the biggest, right? This is where your main focus pretty much has to be on that prize pool, at the same time representing your country in an international stage. That's what we all are pretty much fighting for. That's what the teams are really fighting for here. I'm pretty sure the viewers as well are pretty excited. I can already feel the adrenaline rush inside me. Sia, what about you, man?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. It's because there's just so much on the line, not just for the players, but for us as well. As you can see, we've gone through a lot of qualifiers. India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, they each got 2 slots. Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and the wildcard each 1 slot, leading us to where we are currently, the Grand Finals playoffs. But you know what's on everyone's mind? Every single player has that last chance qualifier in their head. That's all they're dreaming about. That's all they want. And that's where everything, all of their hard work could potentially lead to.
Exactly. This is what the moment they've been really waiting for since all these days, since the VCC qualifier even started, and now this is where it all ends. But yeah, here we have the grand final playoffs. All these teams have been divided into 2 groups, and here you have in the group A, of course, Velocity, Team Exploit, Exceeli, and Crash Landing on You.
Yeah, so with the Grand Finals playoffs for the viewers, we will be going off in a different format as you might have experienced from the qualifiers. It's not going to be like that. Instead, we have groups here. Each group is going to be a double elimination bracket, as you'll see on your screen real soon. Which what that means is that every team will get a chance. Now, you might be wondering, how do we qualify to the Grand Finals itself, which is going to happen next week? As you can see, you have to win basically 2, or if you go to the lower bracket, a little bit more BO3s to get there. For example, if VLT, Exceeli, whichever team wins there, they go to the upper bracket final. And if you win again, then you reach the Grand Final. Similarly, if you lose, you go down, then you have to win the lower bracket finals to get back in. So if you go to the lower bracket, you have 3 BO3s to get through. But if you keep in the upper bracket too, but the goal is the same. It's to get to that qualified for Grand Finals mark.
Exactly, as you did mention, the goal definitely is going to be same, but taking a look at the brackets of Group B as well, I mean, pretty much the same thing over here, as CA did explain. As soon as you lose in the upper bracket, you are going to be moving down to lower. If you do win, of course, you're going to be moving up to the upper final bracket, and then you will be pretty much qualified for the Grand Finals. But this is where 2 of the big teams, right? I mean, Global Esports going head-to-head against Damaru Gaming, then you have Enigma against Salt. I mean, gotta say, these are the best of the best. This is where it really comes down to. But CA, what are your thoughts about all these teams, and what are you really feeling about in general? Like, do you have any words of wisdom for them?
Oh, the only words of wisdom I have is get the hype music on, because you need to be on form, eh? You cannot miss a beat with the Grand Finals playoffs, because not only, like, yes, there is double elimination and you have another chance if you lose your first matchup, but even there, the winning your upper bracket matches are crucial, because the way the Grand Finals is structured is there is seeding. So now if you qualify from the upper bracket, you get a better seed and you face the lower seed of the second group and vice versa. So it's very important that these teams try and maintain a good form from the start. But talking about teams, we know there's plenty of fans. So make sure you send in your clips. You can see the details on your screen and we'll be showing them all of your clips in a small video later on. So make sure you show your support, right? Try to be unique, maybe a little different, maybe dress up even depending on the team of your choice.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, of course, if you are one of those fans of VCC or either one of those teams, and you know, if you're enjoying the games, of course, make sure to send your videos at video@nodwin.com, and your pretty much videos will be represented or being shown on the broadcast itself. So, hey, why not? You know, a free feature for yourself, and why not? Hey, why do you want to miss a chance on it? You know, make a video about your teams. How do you feel about them? Why do you like them? What are the key factors that really stand out for you? And as CA did mention, very good clothes, you know, just show off a little bit. If you have something unique as well, do that.
Yeah, I mean, or even meme an opposition team, you know. I'd like to see some of that, like the banter, you know, maybe someone wears a clown outfit and memes their favorite team's biggest rival or something. I'm giving you guys ideas. Come on, you got to do something cool and funny. I really hope we get to see it because I know our community is creative as hell. But coming back to what we have in store for us today, the 4 matchups, it's going to be started off with Velocity versus Exceeli. So for Velocity especially, this is the first team that qualified in the entirety of the Valorant Conquerors Championship. What that entails is that they have had plenty of time to be able to explore what other teams do, explore new playstyles, and try and amalgamate all of that information into a formidable Velocity Gaming. That's what I want to see. I want to see a very clean start from Velocity because, yes, they are considered the favorites, but Exceeli, they're no team to count out.
Yeah, but consider the fact that Exceeli's best map over here is Bind, and they have been really doing great, but the main problem here, or the main factor here, is that even Velocity is really freaking good on Bind. And I don't know what to expect. Imagine 2 of the best teams out there clashing against each other on their best maps. And I personally I'm really excited to see the Veto as well because we have seen these lads, right? I mean, when it comes to Exceeli, they like to use the Soa Sky combination. And then, okay, well, as we're talking about the map Veto, hey, here we have in front of us Velocity banning Ascent. I mean, CA, we had a convo about this before as well, that Velocity isn't really, I mean, they don't really like the map of Ascent itself. And then Exceeli instantly banning Split.
I also feel like it's a lot to do with the fact that the map of Ascent in general is in a very weird place in the meta with S tier teams, with any like A tier or B tier teams who haven't necessarily adapted fully to the initiator controller meta. Ascent is easy because they can just play double duelists, but it doesn't work the same way for S tier teams because they play those double initiators and controllers in other maps. But on Ascent, it's a map where you don't necessarily need as much complication, which actually makes it harder to play the simpler comps because some other teams like to play those initiator comps. But let's have a look at what predictions we expect. And as you can see, the VLT audience is just too damn strong. Feel the velocity indeed. I'm feeling it. 2-0 all the way for all the casters and a 93% in favor of VLT. Well, you can see where everyone thinks this is going.
Oh boy, Exceeli. Well, hopefully, Exceeli, you have your game faces on, and hopefully you guys are ready to pretty much shake us or at least surprise us, because all the casters, including me as well, have went with 2-0. Same thing with CA as well. And, well, Exceeli, this means pretty much analyzing your past gameplays. We have found out that somewhere down the line, you guys do fall weak on some crucial maps, but hey, you have had enough time to actually make that improvement happen, right? You have so many shining stars in your team. You have key players like Hermione coming in, you have Missile as well. I mean, keep this in fact, these are one of the best players out there. Hermione, the best Soa, man. Like, how can we rule this man out?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, you can't rule Exceeli out, but I have to say, like, let's get some facts straight. There are certain favorites to win the entirety of the VCC, and one of them is Velocity Gaming. So you're going up against a team that you know for a fact is going to be ridiculously good, and getting us started off, I hope we're going to see that double controller from the side of Velocity. What we know for sure we're going to see from the side of Exceeli is the non-sky composition. We've seen this from them before. They like to use that stage. They like to play for executes. I want to see if they've been able to improve it, because if the double controller does come through for Velocity, I feel like that composition effectively neutralizes what Exceeli is trying to do. It has not only control over the vision because of the brimstone denser and longer smokes, but also has the ability to make proactive plays because of the sky. So right now, Velocity have all the options they want, and rightfully so. This is their map choice.
Exactly. As you did mention, this is their map choice. And Breeze, we already did see that double controller being whipped out from their side. So, hey, I would say, I mean, Velocity are off to a great start. They also do have a Sky in their hands to pretty much flash out gate. Also info on their name. They also do have a Cypher. I mean, Cypher is pretty great on the B side, I would say, in general. So, overall, Cypher, I would say, is really a great kind of agent on the map of Breeze. But on the other hand, I am expecting some great plays from the side of Exceeli as well because, look, as you did mention, they have been one of the best teams out there in the Bangladesh region, without a doubt, right? And considering the fact that they have came out here in the Grand Final playoffs, they definitely do have something in them. We have seen Missile, as I did mention, Kyojin as well, and then Harmony. I mean, Missile, Kyojin, of course, the combination is here of that double duelist coming in, and these lads are one of the best. Harmony as well, I mean, considering the fact that he only plays Sova, but he also is in, like, I think so, if I'm not wrong, he was also in one of those kill leaderboards.
Yeah, definitely. I think Kyojin is always there near the top. He's that dedicated duelist player. But for now, we're into the map. Exceeli Esports on the attack and Velocity Gaming on the defense. They've used the Viper wall for the B retake, stacking up this A side with a 3-man presence. Now, the Viper wall, the way it works, allows Amaterasu to jiggle towards Heaven 2. But Exceeli have their eyes set on A, and this could be disaster already as Hellfighter picks up one. Missile is there with the trade, but MW1's position completely unaccounted for. They did not wait for the recon, and MW1 will find one, but Kyojin with the trade. It's Hellfighter maintaining his position on pyramids, holds on to this site and the round for Velocity Gaming. While Hermione gets one, his position just completely exposed. Velocity getting off on the right note, Necro.
But gotta say, I mean, the damage was being dealt, right? I mean, that was a great round, even from the side of Exceeli. Did manage to kind of take 3 players down from the side of Velocity, but in the end, hey, Velocity just came in strong and hard, and pretty much, yeah, they took down Exceeli in the first kind of the round. So I'm expecting momentum shift. Of course, it should be looking great that with that round. Also, it should give VLT a little bit more confidence boot. Yeah, but yeah, we definitely saw some crispy shots coming in from their side.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really clean showing from VLP, and I really want to highlight their setups. I really like the different way they're using the Cypher, because normally you'd see Cypher use B backside. This time though, using the power of the Viper and the fact that they have 2 controllers to allow Viper to play that pure Sentinel retake role on B. And look at this, Amaterasu! So precise with that Bulldog. I really like the fact that he's using it. I think it's one of the more underrated weapons in the game, and you've seen it rise in the international meta a lot more too.
Exactly. We also do see that Bulldog being whipped out at this point. MW1, well, all by his lonesome in mid. Take a look at that. This man pretty much standing with his chest out. And, well, hey, it seems like a flawless round coming in from the side of VLT. A great, in general, round. Second round, of course, expected because the other team was on an eco. So, hey, pretty much got themselves their second round as well. But now this is going to be the deciding round, how things are really going to be looking like. But you also do see that light armor being bought from the side of Kyojin. I mean, yeah, she's a Reyna. She can pretty much, as soon as if she gets the first kind of a kill, she's pretty much going to be healing herself back up.
Yeah, that's the idea, like to try and turn into Ray Boss mode. But that was the eco from Exceeli. We'll see if they are able to convert their buys now. Drastically changing up their defaults. You can see now going for the B elbows control. And the Viper wall has been changed a little bit too. Allows for a much more narrow angle to his elbow. And MW1 taking full advantage of that. Goes for the aggressive peek down B main. Finds the first blood. And already, even though this is somewhat of a bonus for VLT with MW1, the only player invested, they're off on a good note. And they have so much information. Look at right to Ace's position. He's taken all of A courtyard for himself.
Yeah, right to Ace definitely has a key positioning at this point, but you also do see the attackers heavily leaning onto the B site. Well, they are also slowly and steadily walking in there. Here we do have Vapor kind of waiting with that Cypher, as I did mention. Vapor, of course, a great Cypher player, and you always want to watch out from that lad. Well, Vapor unfortunately gets shut down, and, well, he has been taken out the game. This is where Viper wasn't really been able to make a lot of things happen. MW1 as well getting shut down. 2 big frags being found. But Vapor, I mean, this time we aren't really seeing Vapor playing the Cypher here. You know, it's just kind of a massive curveball being thrown, but Missile as well taking down right to Ace. Pretty much frags are being found back to back from the side of Exceeli. And oh my god, Kyojin! Disgusting shot coming out from his side. Amaterasu put down, back to sleep. Missile and Kyojin, gotta say, this duo is working hard.
Yeah, absolutely. A really nice B execute, leaving Hellfighter in a pretty impossible position right now because he can't really recover the operator. He doesn't want to save the Spectre, and he can't go for the 1v4 retake. So, leaving the 3 members with the 7 decides one, they leave Hermione to mark the site, and he picks up the kill. the first round picked up for Exceeli, and the way they do it especially important because they only lose one weapon, so the bonus is nullified from Velocity. It was only this first pick that Velocity was able to get in the round, which means now Exceeli can go comfortably with a good eco into the next, where Velocity will be looking to get the buys, but still with a somewhat disadvantage, because as you can see, MW1, he went for the operator, which means he can't get the full buys this round. He's stuck on a Marshall.
He's definitely stuck on a Marshall. And, well, Amaterasu, it seems like Metal Doors is the place where he really likes to hold on, which is understandable, you know. I feel like, don't you feel like, CA, on the map of Breeze, Metal Doors is a part where a lot of times it actually does get ignored, right? I mean, especially even by us when we were playing normal games, and even I've seen a lot of times even in the pro games, right? Because the guy who's holding on the Metal Doors, he needs to keep his eyes on mid at the same time, the Metal Doors. So pretty much, you know, it does get kind of tough for him. But the guy who are on A side, this is where the split really comes in through, right? Some people do like to hold that middle doors or their double doors area that can pretty much help and gain control even on mid.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this though. A very interesting approach from Exceeli. They take A-Shop control while slowly walking into his B tunnel, so they actually get a double bonus right here, because not only have they got mid with Kyojin and Lunatic moving in, but they've got A-Shop as well. So now they can wait for Kyojin and Lunatic to make the initial moves and then get in. Now the Trailblazer from right to Ace will not reveal their positions either. He hasn't checked mid cave area, so now Kyojin just gets to slowly lurk up, try to take out either Hellfighter, Vibhor and MW1 on the B side and call his team's rotations or go towards the A. But instead, I think they're just waiting for Velocity to make a move, and this could end up hurting them, because now, because of the guiding light, Velocity actually get back some information.
Yeah, Velocity definitely has a little bit of helping hand there with that little flash. Wasn't really able to kind of get the tag coming through, but hey, HellFF, you need to watch out from this operator. They pretty much do have the info. Expecting that they do have the operator coming in through. Got fantastic flash to flash the lad out, but Kyojin connects that dink right in through. But right to Ace is there to trade things out. Recon Dart instantly being destroyed. That's going to be helping out quite a lot. And Sky, hey, the beautiful things when Sky just does pretty much healing your teammates back up to full HP. Amaterasu stepping in huge, taking down two lads. HellFF following it up as well. And hey, another round in the hands of VLT, and a flawless round as well. No damage being dealt from the side of Exceeli.
Yeah, and zero damage being done by Exceeli will mean that operator is guaranteed to be able to pick up by MW1. Once again, they try to contest Amaterasu in that mid-cave, mid-heaven position, and he just continuously shuts them down. I think that was the issue with Exceeli. The start was right. I love the way they used the drone to take A-Shop control, causing a bit of a distraction. Knowing the Velocity is playing B retake wall, they can just walk in and take B elbow control, but that's where they slowed things down. Once they have B elbow control, Kyojin especially needs to look for a fight, needs to cause a distraction that opens up space on the other side of the map for his team, because without that, Velocity have this guy that can give them continuous mid-round information, and they have the Viper and Cypher to rely on to just anchor down sites. Like Exceeli changing it up once again, going for a quick execute, but the orbital strike is on point. Pushes missile into the Molly.
Oh my god,
using his utility to perfection here.
Oh my god, that was a 5-head utility utilization from his side. Snake bite in as well. But hey, just peeking at the double time. That's why the boy wasn't really able to get any or much done with that one. He was only able to come out with one frag. They also do have the rest of the lads of VLT following it up with the frag. And take a look at Fancy. He doesn't know where things are really looking like. Oh no, this burst! It just rubs salt on those wounds, man. This burst of that classic sometimes, it is so unpredictable.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh boy, things are starting to look real dicey for Exceeli, because I have to remind our viewers, like this team chooses to play without the Sky, which means not only is their attacking as difficult as it looks, but their defending is going to be too, because they can't take proactive control. They will continuously have to rely on their aim to get them control, and that's not something you want to do against a team like VLT, especially considering that we do favor the attacking side on Breeze in general. But look at this now. VLT themselves trying to switch up their status. Very aggressive A-Shop push, trying to contest that control, while right to Ace uses the guiding light to get mid information. They haven't got much of it, but HellF using that aggressive push will get one. MW1 with another. That two setup just completely shut down any hope of that A-Shop control for Exceeli.
Exactly, that was a fantastic shot, a skull-cracking shot coming in through with that operator. Vapor might just be caught off guard with this rotation he's making, and yes, he probably does, but no, that sheriff recoil hitting in huge. He wasn't really able to deal enough damage to take down Vapor, and hey, with that Phantom Spray, he's able to pretty much put Lunatic down to sleep. Here we do have a Matarasu pretty much flanking all the way from the backlines, but hey, he doesn't really know that the last guy is all the way in mid. Kyojin, of course, being the last man alive, he also does have his Empress available, but I'm pretty sure, or I'm pretty positive, he's not really going to be utilizing it. On the other hand, though, Velocity as well, not really overstepping their boundaries. Matarasu was the only lad who pretty much decided to flank, but up till now, Kyojin, it seems like he also isn't really kind of desperate to take those fights. Finally, it seems like he's slowly, steadily pushing himself to at least find a little bit of damage on the lads of VLT, because of course at this point in time the main focus here is to deal as much as damage as possible. But VLT again with a flawless round. Oh no, flawlesses after flawlesses. It's just back to back.
Yeah, VLT right now, flawless on Breeze, and it's expected, right? This is their map pick. They're the only team, I believe, in the entire 8 teams that we have that play the double controller, which in my opinion is just a level above any other composition. Yes, don't get me wrong, double initiator is a lot easier to execute, but if you can play the double controller with that same level of execution, you are always going to win out against a solo initiator or a double duelist the way Exceeli is playing. So right now, VLT not only if they got the momentum, but they've got a belt of options, and it's those options that you see with those defaults. Hellfighter now left to anchor down B side. He's getting his lurking hats on, very aggressive in his push, while Viper and Sky try to hold down A. This is especially difficult for Exceeli to push into because the Viper on Vibor has the Viper's pit. The moment they try to take A side, he's gonna poison them for sure.
It's definitely going to be poisoning him, and yes, the snake bites out. Pretty much try and deal as much as damage as possible. Vibor up till now doing a great job holding the site down. A side, it seems like Vibor is like, I'm the one who has captured it. No one dares to steal it away from me. Till now doing quite a great job, but that snake bite being utilized from Lunatic in a perfect way. Flushes that man out of that way, and Amaterasu with a perfect utility utilization again. This man just uses his brain and the utilities at the same time, and it just puts him and his team in a perfect position for success.
Yeah, right now, Velocity Gaming just perfect. They didn't even use much of the utility to secure the last round. Vibor ended up going down early, but it didn't matter. As you said, Amaterasu's usage of the utility is just perfect. Combined with the guiding light, it just causes chaos, pure chaos for Exceeli. They run helter-skelter as they get burnt, flashed, and beaten down by Velocity Gaming. 6-1 on the scoreboard right now, and Amaterasu having a pop-off performance. 11-2 himself. This Brimstone starting to turn heads and take them down as well. Now you can see once again, the setups are similar, this time using MW1 on the operator to enable Hellfighter to push through, since Exceeli know that Hellfighter is likely to be on that flank. This allows the double trapwire setup for Amaterasu to play much more flexibly, but once again, Exceeli, they just walk into Vibor and he gets a double kill for free.
Oh boy, getting himself triple kill, and well, Vibor seems like for now stopping this lad is going to be really tough.
Enemy remaining.
Without peaks, Vibor is looking for that ace, and Vibor now pretty much has gone the call that the last man is alive in mid. Kyojin, of course, being the last man alive, he has the Marshal in his hands now. Kyojin, of course, being taken down, and Vibor with a ace to pretty much seal the deal on that 8th round. And again, 7 rounds in the hands of VLT. And up till now, no signs of worry being shown from the side of VLT.
Yeah, absolutely. Until now, Velocity is literally just having a vacation on the Caribbean island that is Breeze. They're just like, oh, okay, cool. We'll get our Grand Finals playoffs started with a nice, beach vacation. Maybe get some margaritas in. Maybe they prefer mimosas. I'm not really sure what their drink of choice would be. But I think if you are going to the Caribbean islands, you definitely want to get some tanning in for sure. Because right now, Exceeli are getting burnt to the ground. Exceeli do not have seemingly a way back into this matchup, and if I were to analyze and be objective, I think it once again comes back to the glaring factor that is the Sky missing. Like, yes, I think this debate has gone on for very long. Which agents are compulsory on Breeze, and the general consensus is Viper and Sky. But if I have to pick between Viper and Sky, I'm going to pick the Sky every day of the week, because I think the team loses its mojo. The team loses its ability to play confidently only when it stops playing proactively. And with the Sova on Breeze, you can try playing proactively, but you just don't have as many options as the Sky does.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you beautifully did point out there. I mean, considering the fact that even Sky can reveal info, and she also has her flashes, you have a Trailblazer as well. Sky, of course, being the really great choice, but I feel like Viper as well is a really key and important factor in the map of Breeze. So I feel like this combination is really needed no matter what. MW1 on the flank, and he might just have a massive play, a huge play coming in, unless they expect the flank coming in through, and yes, they do. Lunatic shuts down MWN, not anymore though. He did have his Blade Storm being utilized, but unfortunately wasn't really able to get the maximum value out of it. Exceeli getting themselves the side completely. Amaterasu trying his best to fight back. He also does have his orbital strike ready. He's going to be utilizing it instantly, forcing those lats out from their cover. But Harmony down to only 59 HP. That means things are really not looking great on his side. One less man alive on the side of VLT. He's trying his best to fight back. A missile is just there and pretty much reads that play coming in from the side of Vapor.
Yeah, Missile doing very, very well there in that condensed situation. To remain calm, composed, he picks up the round win for Exceeli and keeps hope alive. Like in this 9th round, the most important thing was the momentum. So the fact that they go for that heavy execute down the B side, but they have Missile on the ramp. You can even see on the replay, he's coming in slowly. He waits for his teammates to end up becoming the sacrificial lambs, and then he reveals his position, able to capitalize. That sort of decisiveness is really cool to see from Exceeli Esports now. But you can see VLT already ready to adapt. MW1 on the Halls operator, allowing Amaterasu to push in aggressively right now. I don't think they're going to have an idea of this push, and they're all grouped up towards here. Now Amaterasu should get a chance to take Lunatic down, and he's going to do exactly that. But Exceeli using that to trigger a response onto A side. They're going for the full execute, and the recon does reveal Hellfighter's position, but he'll answer back with info of his own. The camera giving away all their positions. Now the Seekers coming out as MW1 gets one. It's going to be all of Exceeli found and taken to the ground.
Well, it was pretty much a flood waiting to strike onto the A side, but hey, this seems like the flood has been stopped successfully by VLT. Delaying the push so much from the side of Exceeli, this might just give them so much advantage and so much time to breathe. And the way much the push is pretty much getting delayed, the VLT as well are getting a lot much more confident to actually stop this entire push coming in through. We do see that Jet as well to try and gain a little bit more info. Missile has the operator in the hands, and I'm pretty sure at this point in time, the main thing, or the first thing he's really looking for here, is to try and find that opening. That's what he really did, and oh my god, that's a quick peek and a quick shot coming in through from MW1. But hey, yeah, Fancy, I gotta say that this man, I mean, whenever you take a look at the scoreboard as well, right, this man definitely has like 90 to 100 ping, which is a little unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. But Exceeli, they're trying their best, and you can see it just isn't working out. Like, I especially like this Halls push from Amaterasu because it breaks the default of what we're watching while maintaining it. You know, the idea being that the maintaining and the fact that Amaterasu has been continuously either holding down Halls or they have a trap fire there, and this time they pulled out MW1. So as soon as Exceeli spot out MW1, they go back to the thinking that like, oh, there's usually only one person holding down Halls, which leaves that Amaterasu's push completely unchecked. Now MW1 once again switching up his position, finds the same value though, spots out the backside push from Fancy, now pulling out his frenzy, knows that he's gonna have to take short range fights, and is able to find one kill. Lunatic with the trade, but the spike is down, and the positions are favoring Velocity in a 4v3 advantage.
Exactly, I mean, MW1 pretty much did his job by taking two players out, and now this is where Vibor strikes in. Vibor finds himself one, looking for the second one, but that's a fantastic double peek from both these sides. Pretty much confusing Vibor out to who to shoot and who to, like, pretty much take down. Hellfighter as well striking and taking down Lunatic. One last man alive, Hermione not really able to kind of show himself up this time. He will be taken down as well. 92 is the scoreline, and already we are down to the last round before the switch. Pretty much, I mean, I gotta say, if Exceeli wants any kind of chances here, they need to win the pistol round in the upcoming round. If they're not really able to do so, then of course the momentum shift will be continuing in the favor of Velocity. This was a great found, as I did say, MW1 did his job, finding those two kills on the initial site, and I feel like even if a guy is actually able to find one kill on the site, that pretty much helps so much to stop the entire momentum or to stop the entire push coming in on the site.
Yeah, because you have to also account for the operator. Now the cage set up by Hellfighter wanted to set up a trap fire, but instantly knew that the push was coming, so backs right up. The recon drone will not reveal his position, and a proactive Hunter's Fury here from Exceeli trying to cause the chaos to allow them to push in. Missile does use it well, find one kill, but Amaterasu with the trade will mean now it's 4v4 on the map, Necro. Exceeli have the site, but they haven't got the space to get a plant.
Exactly, LFF playing his position out to perfection. Does realize, unfortunately, though, gets landed. Fancy connects that headshot. Over to strike used again from the side of Amaterasu, pretty much to try and buy as much as time as possible. And, well, another round in the favor of VLT, and this is where the second half is now pretty much coming in through. And as I did mention, this is going to be a really important pistol round for Exceeli if they actually do want to make their mark in the future lines.
Yeah, for sure. Exceeli really need to start this pistol off on the right note, because 10-2 itself is a horrifying scoreline to go into the second half with, especially considering you're now playing against double controller. You're going to have so little information to play with in your defense on such a big map. It's excruciatingly difficult to play with that little information, especially since they're only running a single Sova. So Exceeli, they're going to have to be pristine with every single engagement they take. They're going to have to be on point with their reads, and they need a player from them to pop off. I have my eyes on Kyojin to see if he can really translate this Reyna pick into some actual impact, because we didn't really see that on the attack. Now I want to see on the defense if he can play the X factor that Exceeli needs to at least pull off a strong showing. It's not even about winning the map. It's about taking the right mentality into your own map pick, which is the second map. Now you see, Exceeli trying to move in to the side. The Trailblazer setup, and Missile finds the first kill. Now VLT ready to still go in. They know where Missile is. They're trying to hunt him down, and Right to Ace will do exactly that. They've got backside, they've got this side. The plant should comfortably go down.
Oh my god, with that one single flash, MWN was blinded for ages.
Hellfighter?
I would say Missile was blinded for ages. Hermione, that's a perfect find from that Soa dart coming in through. Again, another shock dart connecting as well. And this is why I really love Hermione on that Soa. He just is so perfection when it comes to utilizing those shock darts, even those recon bolts. He's just so good in general. But unfortunately now, Exceeli sealing the deal on that second half's first pistol round. That means at least they should be getting another victory, or at least another round in their hands in the upcoming round as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This win, as we talked about, is crucial if they are to keep hope alive of a comeback. But it's still a very long journey, you know. This pistol starts the journey, but now you've got to maintain the momentum going forward. You need to try and pull off a close to flawless, if not flawless, Spectre round here, so you can guarantee yourself a bonus, and more importantly, guarantee the operator on Missile. You saw on the attack itself, Missile is very comfortable with the operator. He picks it up every chance he can get. So now on the defense, you want to get it on him ASAP. So he becomes that one anchor for your team, given the lack of that Sky or even that second controller. Now Velocity themselves, it is their eco. They are grouping up, just going for a heavy execute. The Molly to clear out backside, the Trailblazer to clear out site itself. Amaterasu picks up one. It's actually a forced buy. Scratch me wrong, his Velocity convert and make it work. They've got a one-man advantage and they've got favorable positions. Hellfighter with elbow control should be taken out fancy, right?
Oh my god, Hellfighter as well, striking in with that Sheriff, just connecting a perfect shot right onto their skull. Kyojin, the second last man alive, he also does have Hermione to pretty much back him up there, but it's a 2-on-3 situation. VLT with that force buy looking really strong inside this round. Out of nowhere, none of us expected this coming in, but they pretty much did it. They got the spike plant through. That's why now you're also seeing that force buy coming in huge as well. Peeks out, Amaterasu finds one on Kyojin. That's not really going to be looking good. Hermione as well is ready onto the front side. Right to his peeks out in his crosshair, finds that first dink. And that's what is really important, instantly utilizing, again, the Bulldog first. But yeah, he just doesn't have enough time no matter what.
Yeah, Amaterasu pulls off the round as Velocity find a successful force buy. Yes, they lose all their weapons, but it will not matter because they pick up the win. They will have the better economy and they will be able to pull off the buys, as you can see on your screen. Whereas Exceeli, they're now in an impossible spot. They don't have the economy to pull off the buys, even like decent semi-buys, while they are at 11-3 scoreline. So if they go for the eco here, they guarantee that match point picked up for Velocity and guarantee that they'll have to pay to come back to overtime in a 9-round match point streak for VLT. So right now, Exceeli, the smart choice would be to go for the force buys, but those force buys are so damn weak. So we're gonna have to see some nutty Sheriff shots, maybe some nutty Marshall shots from Hermione to pick up this round, because it does look like VLT with the eco and weapon advantage have got it in the bag, especially with the reads coming in here. VLT just keeping it simple, now switching up their executes as they get ready for the A side.
Also do like how kind of a Boar is waiting all the way in the back, waiting for a flank coming in through. Do like that play coming in as well, but the side entrance being found easily. MW on steps and huge. Hermione, though, as you did mention, expecting some nutty shots coming in through. That's what he does. Finds those nutty shots. Pretty much is able to shut down MW1 in the backside. And now we do have the final 3v3 going on here on these sides. And I would also say this is the decider for Exceeli. If they want to hang inside this, they need to win this no matter what. If they're not really able to do so, VLT will have 12 rounds in their hands. That means the chance is pretty much slipping away from the side of Exceeli. Spike being planted, 35 seconds left in the clock. Shock dart being utilized as well. But hey, here we have finally Exceeli approaching for that retake.
Now look at this. The Viper is set up for the first pass. So Hellfighter is holding the pyramid angle. He's the anchor right now, trying to delay as long as possible. He's the contact on which his teammates swing, but he doesn't care. He's going to take down the kills himself. Found a double, waiting in the perfect headshot angle for his third. Hellfighter finds a triple as Velocity find match point for themselves. 12-3 up against Exceeli. Velocity right now, no sweats on Breeze.
She did mention Velocity, and even I mentioned that no signs of worry up till now. This is a complete massacre coming in from the side of VLT, looking really great throughout. I gotta say that was a crispy shot from Hermione, but fortunately after that I wasn't really able to continue the fray. On 2 HP, did manage to take out Missile. But I do want to see how things are really going to be looking like on the final round. I mean, Exceeli doesn't have any other choice rather than to go for a force buy. This is what they've done. Missile tried to find himself an opening there, but Orbiter striking inbound from the side of Amaterasu. Pretty much burning Missile down to crisp there. And MWN as well following it up with Hermione. Finds themselves an entire side control. Kyojin Fancy on the flank. And, well, at least they are going to be able to find one for themselves. Instantly dismissing it through. Kyojin popping in that Impress. This is the last round. This is where they will have to utilize all their utilities. And, hey, VLT sealing the deal on the first map. They pretty much do look happy.
Sealing the deal, but sealing the deal in a triumphant fashion. Velocity Gaming right now, I think they are even having a couple of power issues in their boot camp. So the fact that they do it they do it in such a dominating fashion in the middle of all of that shows you exactly why we hail this team as one of the favorites to go to the last chance qualifier. I think Velocity showing us exactly what they've got, showing us why they were the first team to qualify for the grand final playoffs.
As I did mention, pretty much showing. I mean, this is where they pretty much started off the fray, right? I mean, India qualifiers, Aztec 1 were the one pretty much we were VCC, you know, we saw them kind of playing in semifinals as well in the finals. And then pretty much VLT, the momentum shift was looking good from the start. They were pretty much undefeated throughout, so they looked really freaking good. And now as well, pretty much they got themselves a banger of a win on the first map of Breeze. But I also do want to see how things are really going to be looking like. But yeah, talking about Breeze, let's take a look at the scorecard and let's see how things really went down in that previous game.
As you can see, we've even taken our production to the next level. I mean, the crib, if that did not make it obvious for you, I mean the virtual studio, you can see the stats really cool too. 13 frag wins picked up for Velocity Gaming, a 29.89 headshot percentage. The difference in that is nuts. But just to explain to the audience, what frag wins mean is that if one team eliminates the other team entirely, what objective wins mean is if you either get the spike to blow up or if you defuse it. As you can see, Exceeli got only one objective wins, and VLT didn't care. They were just hunting for kills all the time. They only picked up frag wins as they were all of their 13 rounds in the back.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much 13. And, well, I mean, 13-3. That means Exceeli, I mean, VLT pretty much like got 10 rounds back-to-back in their hands there. But now you also do have headshot percentage. You can clearly see VLT is miles away from them. Damage as well, 12.83k. On the other hand, 6.51k damage being dealt from the side of Exceeli. I gotta say, valiant effort, but hey, you still do have one more map coming through. If you're not really able to come in true in that second map, then yeah, troubles are definitely going to be knocking on your door. But here you do have the proper scoreboard in front of you. Amaterasu stepping in huge. The utility utilization, man, I am so impressed. The Molotov he used and then instantly orbital strike to force anyone back inside the Molotov was 5-head.
Yeah, absolutely. I've personally seen how good Amaterasu is with lineups. He is able to spontaneously create lineups as necessary, and you can see that on his scoreboard too. He continuously had the right utility utilization, but it wasn't just like playing as a sentinel where he sets up his utility and just runs away or tries to delay and stall. No, he was the anchor, continuously looking for the fights from the mid cave, a mid heaven position especially is where we got to see a lot of his impact with that bulldog, then with the vandal, continuously picking frag after frag to get 24 on the board, and with an average, with an ACS of 434. That's nuts, and that makes me really happy because it lets me continue telling the other teams, guys, you have got to play the double controller on Breeze. It's the best meta comp there is.
Yeah, exactly. And also, like, Amaterasu, considering the fact that the VLT lads, right, so Amaterasu, LFF, from the board, all these lads are really good when it comes to even playing that controller, right? I mean, usually, LFF is the kind of player who does like to play Viper and Astra, and also, I mean, we saw him play Cypher as well. On the other hand, Vabor is really good playing Killjoy, Brimstone, and even Viper. So, gotta say, I mean, they do have a lot of players who can pretty much switch between controllers if they want. So, switchable, a lot of room for improvement is there. I mean, a lot of room for, in general, you know, breathing space. If we talk about, if someone wants to switch over to New Asian, if someone wants to make that anonymous play happen, they can pretty much do so because they just have 3 players who are pretty much comfortable with playing anything.
Yeah, exactly. I think Hellfighter, Vibur, especially those players you mentioned, are key to this because while they're very similar players, they have very key nuanced differences that enable VLT to be so diverse, which is where Vibur is much more of a sentinel player. He likes to play the Killjoys, the Vipers, and that's why on Breeze you can notice it's not like Icebox, where Icebox, Hellfighter picks up the Viper, on Breeze, Vibur picks up the Viper, and it tells you about the roles that these players have in the team, irrespective of the agents they play, because on Icebox that Viper is the dedicated controller, but on Breeze, because you're playing double controller, the Viper is actually more of a sentinel than a controller. So that's where Vibor picks up the Viper, and Hellfighter can play much more of that lurky role that he does on Astra a lot, playing that Cypher on Breeze. So a very nice showing from VLT as they pick up map 1 in triumphant fashion. Don't you go anywhere though, it is the best of 3, and we're gonna go set ourselves up for map 2. Be back in a jiffy.
I'm getting freaky, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on, give a what I got you. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on, give a what I got
The power of steel.
Get your mark on, get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on, get your mark on. Go, get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark
The
on.
new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. My name is CA, and joining me is Necro. On this, I still can't get over it, man. I really like this new studio setting that we've got because it just feels so feels so fresh, you know, and it vibes perfectly with the stage that we're on, the Grand Finals playoffs. But let's talk about this series we're watching. Velocity Gaming versus Exceeli. VLT 13-3, they were dominant in map 1, but it was their map choice. So what do you think going into map 2, Necro? Do you think it'll be closer?
Map 2. Now look, honestly saying things are really gonna be tough. If I say again it's gonna be clean swap, I might just be one of the bad guys, you know. People think I'm the bad guy here, but considering the fact that it's the map of Bind, man, see, you already know what I mean to say here, man. On Bind, Velocity is also really good. It's one of their best maps as well. Yeah, considering the fact even Exceeli is really good on Bind. We have had a convo about this. And on Bind, I mean, they pretty much like to play the Soa Sky combination with which I have my shaky doubts about it, but it seems like you do like it, or you do pretty much support it. But on the other hand, I feel like Velocity's composition is pretty much stronger. They have the Sage coming in through.
I'm actually not sure if you're gonna see that Sage today. I feel like in my mind that Sage is more of an adaptation to when they last played Bind was against Global Esports, who played the Breach on Bind. So I feel like the Sage is to try and nullify the Breach Jet combo a lot and try to slow down the approach. It's not like the Sage cannot be played outside that, but I would have liked to see it more as a pocket pick than a consistent pick. So I want to see what Amitarasu picks up today. Maybe a KO, maybe a Breach himself. He's been known to play that before. Maybe even just continues on the stage. Or maybe we lose one of our buddies here on the stage, Phoenix, and Amitarasu picks it up.
I mean, Phoenix, pretty much, expectations, I would say I do want to see that Phoenix being pulled out, because even I was playing Phoenix, right, after, like, yesterday, pretty much I was enjoying playing the game. But yeah, with that being said, let's just directly head inside the game, because the game is ready. We do have the Agent Select coming in through, and, well, on defending side, it seems like Velocity is the one, and BLT pretty much MW1 going with that Raze. I have seen this lad play Raze, of course, in the past on the same map of Bind, and he's absolutely fantastic. I mean, pretty much the adaptation is coming in through from their side, but Amaterasu, CA, it seems like the Sage is actually coming in through.
Yeah, RIP, any other picks? As I guess so, I have to go back to the interview we had with Velocity Gaming after they won Qualifier 1, where they explained that for them, even though they're very comfortable on Bind, they hadn't had much practice on Bind in general, maybe primarily because of their comfort, which is why when you saw them in the finals of Qualifier 1, they're playing very defensive defaults. They're playing a lot more reactively than they were playing proactively, and it worked out beautifully for them, which makes me wonder if that's why they're continuing on with this same playstyle. Because I do want to reiterate, I think Bind is one of the best maps for KO, which means that if you are getting a KO pick ready in your pocket for not the playoffs but for the finals itself, then Bind may be one of the maps where you don't want to change your composition at all. Keep up the pretense that you're still playing the same composition and then randomly pull out that KO when you really need it.
I feel like KO is at this place where he is pretty much counter on each and every single map, right? I mean, I consider the fact maybe not that good on, I would say no, maybe not that good on Breeze, but I feel like, in those close congested areas, he's really good. As you did mention on Bind and on Split as well, KO has to be one of the best agents that can be picked. But again, I feel like in general, there's just no counter to be found for KO up till now, because KO is pretty much there to counter each and every single agent in the game, right? Even in that one region, we saw completely that showstopper being countered, which was the perfect KO utilization. And this also you can use while pushing inside the site, right? KO just has so many kind of ways that you can use in your favor to actually get through.
But that's the biggest difference between competitive gameplay, like ranked gameplay, and esports gameplay, right? In esports in general, reactive gameplay is not necessarily as valued as proactive gameplay because you have a setting where the team is on the same note and you have the perfect comms. A proactive agent is always better than a reactive agent. And I think that's KO's biggest weakness. His strength being that he can counter and react to every agent in the game is also the reason he's not getting picked as much in esports, because in general, teams want to be able to control the pace of the play. It becomes a slippery slope when you allow the other team to make moves and rely on your spontaneous decision making to counter those moves. It's very risky to do it, and that's why I understand why many teams haven't done it. But at the same time, it's high risk, high reward. So maybe not in this series, but I think today itself there is a high chance that we get to see the KO from these more underdog teams like Exceeli, who are facing off against the favorites. I want to see those teams pull out that KO, try to react to what these Goliaths are going to do, because they are just going to play what's comfortable to them, especially VLT, as you can see, continuing on with their double controller, double healer composition. It's all about the slower aspects of the gameplay, but in the pistols, they're going to be a lot more aggressive. Right now, a hookah crossfire setup as Sky plays the B-long default.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's a perfect molly to stop that boom bot from getting any kind of info here. Do like that Molotov being utilized again, but nade being used to stop the push coming in through inside hookah. Just bought them so much time, right, to get that comfort level up. The Swamp Grenade was out as well to flush anyone out. Kyojin peeks out, gets instantly bursted out the game, and there he's ready. The boar follows it up with 2, and now with the 3K, that Frenzy's so deadly in those close to mid-ranges, man. Sometimes even in long ranges, I've seen some incredible sprays coming in through in the past as well, some clips. But here you do have right to peeking out, gets instantly shut down by Lunatic. Lunatic's like, you're not really going to be finding a value today. Lunatic's crispy aim is pretty much shining him through on the map of Find and is actually helping him out quite a lot. Amaterasu, up till now, no damage has been dealt on him, so pretty much has 100 HP. At the same time, has 25 armor for himself, Snakebite being used. But the main problem here is that VLT has the spike control. That means Exceeli needs to push in and get the control of the hookah as quick as possible, because only 30 seconds are left in the clock.
Oh, the guiding light. There's a bit of information. Leaves Amaterasu isolated as Hellfighter has to back up. He got flashed off. Lunatic and Missile playing that perfectly. The smoke set up, allowing them to get into the smoke, set up the guiding life as somewhat of a pop flash, and then allow Lunatic to peek on the basis of that. It isolated the crossfire that Hellfighter and Amaterasu had set up, where instead they had to fight for themselves instead of fighting for each other, as Hellfighter got flashed, wasn't able to dodge it on time, and Exceeli pick up the round win. Now, for me, I think the most important thing to talk about right now at the start of the match is in terms of the difference of composition. Internationally, you can see, like, don't get me wrong, I was one of the biggest components that favored the Viper earlier, but recently, because of the nerfs and the buffs to initiators, the double initiator meta has slowly started to take over, at least internationally. Now, Viper is still ridiculously good, as she has been all the way from like the beta days, from the initial days on Bind, which is why this composition still works, but it is also a lot harder to execute because you don't have an out-and-out sentinel the way Exceeli have in the Killjoy. So the information, the comms need to be pristine for Velocity Gaming, whereas Exceeli with their Sova Sky, they just have a lot easier execution on the table. Now, talking about executions, they're headed towards this B-long area, having taken full control. A 5-second B-long is not normally what you see. It does mean that if they don't get this B-side, they will TP, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yup, this is what exactly they do. They didn't realize getting the B-side control is going to be really tough, and I also do like how Kyojin is still staying back, making sure if someone does actually utilize that teleport, that would be really good! And just a drive-by coming through from Fancy, a fancy way to kill someone out the game. Missile as well, stepping in huge, getting himself a 3K. Missile, as I did mention, he likes to use that sky, like a battle sky, you know, just on the map of Find, and he does a great job using it as well, getting himself 4K. Another round, and a good round, gotta say, a flawless round coming in through as expected, but now this is where VLT needs to strike back.
Yeah, exactly. I think if you look continuing on what I was saying, if you look at Velocity's composition, the very clear focal point that you're going to base your defaults around is the Viper. How the Viper wall is set up is going to decide how your defaults are, but the only other agent that is necessarily maybe not as related to Viper is the Sky. So as you can see on the map, the Viper calls for one agent to herself and the Sky calls for another. They take extremes of the map, leaving MW1 to anchor down Hookah himself. Now the initial guiding light towards B-Long gives Velocity early round info, and the early round info they're able to get easily. The mid round is where Exceeli is able to dominate in terms of the information denied to Velocity, so that's where they're gonna have to make sure they have some utility left. But with the second guiding light going out for right to ace as well, Exceeli, not only are they able to get Long and Hookah control, they could easily once again just go for the teleport.
As I did mention, they can definitely go for the teleport, but it also means backing off and most of the times actually giving these strategies away as well. But hey, VLT peeks out, fight breaks out in the long side, and this is where Exceeli playing their position to perfection. But yeah, with that 2K getting, this is where Exceeli now, they should definitely break his sweat, because that MW1 was able to find himself 2 frags that should not really have happened. We did really miss those 2 frags. If I'm not wrong, he did manage to kind of get himself a spray transfer through, because they did not really line up for him.
Yeah, it was just pristine spray control from MW1, because picking up 1-2 was Long, understandable, picked as a duo. Picking the second with a surprise advantage again, but the fact that he gets 3 actually makes his round doable enough for Velocity Gaming, but they need to do it. Remember, this is their buy round. So far for Exceeli, not only have they got the spike planted and 3 kills, but they even got the operative strike to play for the post plant. If Lunatic can get himself out of here real quick, maybe they can win it, but he leaves himself exposed, trying to set up the molly. Amaterasu takes him down, and just like that, this retake just got a whole bunch easier. It's going to be a double peek from Amaterasu and Hellfighter. Amaterasu does go down, but Hellfighter knows Hermione's position now, and he's going to pick up the kill and the win. Now for Velocity, it will be a sigh of relief, because they are able to get themselves on the scoreboard. But it's a win-win situation, because Exceeli themselves, it was basically a bonus. So they get 4 guns off the table going into the next round. Despite losing this round, Exceeli should have the weapons advantage.
So I did mention, despite losing this one, Exceeli pretty much should have the weapons advantage. But now, I mean, Exceeli, yeah, I would say that one initial play coming in through from the side of MW1 completely changed the kind of course, right? The course of the entire round. And MW1, this pretty much means that he just has so much impact over the entire team, right? If he steps up, his team as well is doing really good. So they need to understand MW1 is the key man that needs to be taken out first.
Yeah, but that's easier said than done, because he plays so well with his utility, just segmenting it piece by piece, you know, layering it, stalling, buying time. And once again, this crossfire setup, this time it's not Vibor, it's Amaterasu, because he's got the judge. His position is revealed. Gonna set up the slow up, and now the wall to try and get himself out. For the wall taken down, or the operative strike coming down. MW1 had already been taken out, and Amaterasu able to escape by the skin of his teeth. Now towards that other side, you see Hermione's taken a bunch of damage, while Missile is slowly but surely taken B-Long control. The Seekers were activated for Exceeli, and they tell them that there's still 1 player left at A, but they're still going to go for the A rotate, because they expect that player to be the Viper. What they don't know is right to ace is back there to back him up, and his position will be revealed with Trailblazer. But that shot by Kyojin, what? He beamed Vibor out of nowhere.
I mean, Kyojin, this man is one of the best out there. And this is what you expect, the best plays coming in through from a best man. Right to ace, left only the kind of man on the entire A side. He's the only one left there, but he gets spammed out as well. Hermione pretty much makes a massive play happen. Amaterasu does have his heals available, but not going to be opting out to use them. That also means the sound will be given away, and his position also will be compromised. And now pretty much seems like Vibor, the last man alive, isn't really interested in taking a fight anymore. And the call for save has been made, because it's a 1-on-4 situation, right? Even though Kyojin is down low, still the chances of him pulling off this clutch is pretty low. And instead, I feel like this is where his main kind of focus is, without a doubt, going to be to get himself some exit frags. And this is what he's really doing. He's waiting for someone to step right in his crosshair, and once they do, pretty much he will be taking him out the game. But Exceeli, a good round coming in through from their side, and it seems like on the map of Bind, they're looking pretty promising.
Yeah, and it shows how bad of a situation VLT is in right now, because Vibor is saving a Spectre. like a Spectre.
Yeah.
So if you count that mathematically, that's 1600 credits saved on the Spectre, but minus 1000 for the penalty that you save
Armor as
on your
well.
losing round. Yeah, the armor as well. Okay, that adds on quite a bit. But the Spectre itself, the weapon, it only gives you a 600 credit boost for saving, which is not enough to buy your teammates a weapon. So you can see, like, obviously the right move is still to save, but you can see the fact that Velocity had to go in that situation for a save. It shows how far behind they have been so far against Exceeli, and for Exceeli, how good their bonus was, because despite losing it, that advantage really carried over the next round where they had the better weapons. Now VLT on an eco, Amitarasu on the Sheriff, trying to casually get himself into the cover. He took a lot of damage, and that heal will come through, but the sound cue should have been given to the side of Exceeli. They need to know Amitarasu is right here. They're going to try to pre-fire him, but Amitarasu is ready, finds one. Now the opponent strike coming from the board will scatter all of them, but it's still Exceeli coming out on top as they find a couple of kills.
That was fantastic. Snake Bite was able to find Fancy. Wasn't really able to convert it into 2 though, and this is where Exceeli get another round in their hands. Yeah, pretty much as expected. Hermione peeks out in the perfect angle, takes MWN out the game as well. And Exceeli, as I did mention, I mean, consider the fact that this is a good map for Velocity as well, and up till now it's 1-4 is the scoreline. And consider the fact, taking a look at their pings as well, I mean, gotta say, Exceeli, they have stepped in quite huge on the map of Bind.
Exceeli have been performing remarkably, especially considering that they are on the attack. And this brings me back to the conversation I was talking about with respect to Velocity's composition, that given the fact that they don't have an out-and-out Sentinel, the Sage doesn't count as an out-and-out Sentinel in my opinion. It really does hinder their defense if they're not on the same page, or if the other team is able to exploit their lack of that Sentinel completely. Now Exceeli are able to do that. They always take early control of the map, but their goal is to play for mid-round rotations. They rarely ever commit to the side they're actually going on. Now a trade of utility, as both Skies use their Trailblazer, the Pain Shell, to get Velocity a more advanced position in this B-long contest, as the Viper's Pit is set up towards A, and the Sage is ready with her wall to shut down showers. This is a pure anchor setup across the map of VLT. The only proactive play being towards the long, and they make it count. They've already picked up a double.
Oh my god, I can't describe how well that was played, man. That was played to perfection. Velocity, they just don't make any mistakes while executing those strategies, man. Perfectly played that out. Flash coming through, MWN peeks in, and then instantly to take out the second guy, they're peeking together. And there's just nothing much can be done. You cannot connect to spray transfer, or it's pretty difficult, I would say. The chances are pretty minimal. And the exact same thing happened. The Viper's Pit is pretty much delaying the entire push. Over here on the A side, that means the only free path they have is to actually get in from bathrooms, because the B push was completely denied by MW1. So things are really looking really difficult for the side of Exceeli. Brimstone smokes out, Hawk being out as well. A lot of info being conveyed with those flashes. Peeks out to the second flash, instantly finds that spray transfer, and right to A. Stop! You gotta kid me. No, you got to be kidding me. What is this? How does he connect spray transfers like those, man? I can't do that.
He pops it and then he locks it. Easy peasy for... Yeah, he pop it and he lock it, man. Right to Ace, the first flash to get himself information. As soon as he hears the call of that bird, he goes in, gets his pop flash ready in the smoke, and just swings, misses a couple of shots in the start, but as soon as he locks on to the head of the first person, it just left, left, left. You know, it's like the way you change observers when you die. It's like 1 head, 2 head, 3 head. Ace picks up a 4K, and Velocity bringing back the momentum now with a flawless round. You can see that Eco is still hurt though, as the board has to play on a judge, but it is starting to slowly but surely stabilize while attacking that of Exceeli. Now the showstopper being set up of Velocity, MW1 going in very aggressively. He's blinded, but he doesn't care. A rocket in the face of missile backed up by the Seekers going in. They have full B-long control, and the Seekers have given them information of this hookup push. The judge was there, it found the kill, but Hermione answering back with 2 more. Finally, I get to give 20 points to Gryffindor. Let's go.
Yeah, you're doing that again, aren't you? Oh, that's a great dink, though, from the side of Hermione. That means also pretty much helping them out here. MWN is down low as well, so things looking quite great on the side of Exceeli. If you ask me, they're looking quite good. But at this point in time, this is where they really need to play with the teammates, right? Velocity, if they want to win this round, they need to play with double peaks, or at least they need to use their utilities to perfection. Peeks out. Lunatic is going to be finding MW1 pretty much as expected. But Amaterasu from the backline steps up. He's looking to raise his teammate, gets the res onto his teammate. Lunatic pretty much does read that. That res was pretty much for a bait. And look at that. Vibor peeks out. Unfortunately, though, Lunatic wasn't really able to move back in time because of that slow orb. And indeed, a beautiful team coordination coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. A beautiful setup from Velocity as they pick up the round win. Now 3-4. The momentum from Exceeli surely dying away, and with it is their economy. Now, for Velocity, I think the most obvious change-up I can see is that they're being a lot more proactive down B long. And what this tells me is that they don't necessarily want to contest hookah as heavily as they were in the start, because they are acknowledging the fact that Exceeli is diverting a lot of resources towards hookah. But now that they've committed towards long that much, Velocity actually coming back to hookah with a triple stack. This is not to contest hookah, this is to fight outside hookah, because Velocity are going to get ready to go out swinging. The guiding light didn't come out early enough, and MW1 gets taken down before one down as well. As right to ace, he finds a trade but gets traded out himself. With that, a small mistake by MW1 going a little early pays a huge price of Velocity, as the B side just left completely open with 3 of their members going down.
I would say they just didn't need it to push there. Why? You can just hold back and try and play the side, but yeah, I mean, I do understand VLT are feeling themselves at this point, but this is also how you throw some games, right? Just making those kind of mistakes happen, pushing the angles that you don't really need to, and this is what VLT did. They could have just tried to hold back and try to play from the side, but in the end, they were just feeling themselves, try to make a push happen, but I'm hoping that they're not really going to be repeating the same mistake back to back, but it doesn't matter. Amaterasu and Vibor and HellFF, my bad, seems like they're single-handedly trying to pull this retake off, and they are probably going to be able to do so because Fancy now has found himself a frag, but unfortunately is not really going to be able to follow it up with the second one. Amaterasu puts the final bullet right in his skull, and will get the defuse in.
Yeah, 4-4 now for Velocity Gaming as they've equalized the scoreline and really starting to rally through and understand Exceeli's playstyle. What Exceeli really need to do now is switch something up and try to go for an execute, especially considering that they've got all 5 ultimates on the board. You can use the Seekers and the Showstopper to get yourselves in, the Lockdown to shut down the side. You don't even need to use all of them in one round, but then you always have the Orbital Strike or the Hunter's Fury to play on the post plant. So Exceeli need to try and play on the strength of their ultimates, pull off a few rounds on those executes, and then turn your defaults back towards those ult-ops where you can accumulate those ults and once again come back. They're going to do exactly that, but instead using the Seekers and the Orbital Strike to get themselves in. Amaterasu with, hold on, he's just so damn courageous, able to brave the Boombot, get the wall down, and that's huge because now the Shover's push is denied, and Exceeli invested 2 ultimates but lost a member because...
Yeah, Exceeli though weren't really able to find a lot of value with that. And that is a little problematic. So they still do have the Showstopper, but imagine using all of your ultimates in that one single round. I feel like that's a pretty hefty investment unless you have something to follow it up with the upcoming round. But till now, it doesn't really seem like they have anything to follow it up. Peeks out Lunatic, even though MWN had the kind of striking hand, he still goes down via Velocity now. Pretty much it seems like their defense is really looking good on the A side. Kyojin hiding in that little corner or little cubby. Harmony peeks out. HellFF being shut down. That's a massive frag being found from his side. Here we do have right to ace. All by his lonesome onto the A side. We also do see Vibor in the back lines trying to make a flank happen, but he also wants to play the situation out as safe as possible. That's a perfect peek coming in from Harmony. I mean, yeah, pretty much he lets his teammate peek out first and then takes a second peek as well. But, hey, guess who's waiting on the other corner? It was Vibor, but it doesn't matter. Harmony is down to only 16 HP. I feel like this should be really easy for Amaterasu to pull it off, unless Harmony just connects an insane shot.
I wish he'd gone for the CT plant, defender side's one plant, and then played defensively, but instead he goes for the tube plant, which gives away his position because you can see like the edge of it come out, and you can see the player trying to rotate out of tube. So Amaterasu able to just pick up an easy last kill. Considering Hermione was on 16 HP, I
Look
think
at Marzel,
it would have been
dude.
very difficult there. Anyways, yeah, Marzel is the sixth man / cheerleader right now, just getting his team's morale up, motivating them.
Yeah.
Piece by piece. It's a very important role, I will say. Like, you need to. The mental game is one of the biggest. I feel like tilters for a particular team, not the tilt word you guys are thinking of, but more the swayer. Like, it can go one way or another. When two top teams are playing, if one team just has a better mental game than the other.
As you did mention, the mental role definitely does play a massive factor in any game, though. Like, of course, if you're feeling yourself, we've had a convo about this so many times in the past, and yep, it is it is a convo that is worth talking about. It's a thing that is something you really need to give a lot of attention on. But yeah, as you did mention, wow, Missile with that Sheriff striking in, getting himself some huge frags. Babor was able to find one in that position, but wasn't really able to follow it up with the second one, though. Fancy walks inside side. He pretty much has his side in his hands, and what? You do not check the side completely, and well, you will have to pay the price for it. Pretty much spike plan with that one has been delayed by quite a lot now. Harmony will pretty much need to hold on the CT side, while Hellefef is slowly and steadily making his way near elbow. I mean, I really do want to see how Exceeli are going to be positioning themselves for that post plant. Lunatic pretty much playing a lunatic angle, I would like to say. It's quite a risky angle being played because he's exposed from both these sides, and well, doesn't really expose it from the, isn't really expecting anyone from the backlines, and gets taken out by Hellefef.
Exceeli are starting to lose their confidence.
Yeah.
You can see the panic settling in as the plays aren't as communicated as they were in the first parts of the map.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the players are much more individual right now, as the players are just winging it. They're like, you know what? Yeah, screw it. Let's just try to do this, then let's try to do that. There's no real coordination between the plays in the round, and there's no coordination between the rounds. Whereas on Velocity's half, you can always see some sort of read coming through. For example, in this round, you see the slow push in from Showers, something Velocity haven't yet done in this half, surprising the heck out of Exceeli. Missile gets one, but he doesn't actually survive, so he can't pick up the weapon, and that 4v4 is favorable to Velocity because of that, they instantly know that Vibor should be expecting company down a hookah, and he's able to get one for himself. Now Vibor, once again, he's been playing that judge continuously throughout this map, and I think that's because his position is almost always dedicated to this hookah role, wants to use the power of that judge in those close range battles.
The power of that judge, I mean, it's like the power is undescribable, right? We all do know Judge is just way too good in those close ranges, man. And it can be such a key factor to kind of destroys a team like mental capacity there. And Vibor, as I did mention, the Judge is too good in those close ranges. He strikes it huge, finds himself a 2K. There is right taste waiting for someone right below hookah. He finds one as well for himself. MWN from the back lines is just going to be striking in huge. And pretty much striking the last two men down, and 7-4 is the scoreline now.
Last round in the
I
half.
just feel so bad for Kyojin. I mean,
Yeah.
the lad couldn't see anything. He did not know what he was getting shot with or where he was getting shot with. Look at this. It's just his sneakers on his face. I think there's a snake bite below him too. And the judge on his back. He's just like, bruh, where do I fire this rocket? Will you at least give me a chance to set up my own party? Like, this is not fair. Poor Exceeli and poor Kyojin. But Velocity, they're very happy. They're using their ultimates very efficiently. The Seekers have guaranteed a couple rounds themselves. The Showstopper and the Operative Strike now available here, as well as a Resurrection. Considering the fact that they have the momentum for themselves, this should be an easy round picked up for Velocity. So let's see, can Exceeli change something up? Because they have got that lockdown to try and force the side. And that's the biggest thing that I feel like is missing from Exceeli's play so far. Considering that Velocity don't have a Hunter's Fury to trade out the lockdown, I would have liked to see a lot more priority on getting that KJ or ult as much as possible, and then playing with that KJ ult to execute onto a side.
Exactly. But for now, Fancy, he is pretty much hiding right behind that little box. So, at least I would say he's looking... he has found himself quite a decent amount of cover, I would say. Oh, Hellefef peeks out, gets a little tagged up, but it's fine. He can patch himself up there. Peeks out still. And here we go. The party's inbound and still peeks out. Missile, the confidence was looking good, but with that being said, MWN as well is kind of down low, but we do have the Sky coming in through. But Hellefef, look at the confidence being shown from the side of VLT. they just don't seem shaken anytime soon. They're just looking so confident throughout the game, and if this keeps on going, I'm pretty sure things are going to be really shaky. And look at that one, right to ace as well, peeks out in the nick of time. No one expected him to be kind of coming through with that timing perfectly. And this is where these just don't have any other time, right? They just need to straight up walk inside. If they don't, the time's going to be running out.
Switching sides.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this point, you just need to go for it. And it works out really well for Velocity. It does not work out at all for Exceeli.
Yeah.
And it's quite disappointing. You know, in the first 4 rounds, they were 1-3 up. But since then, Velocity have pushed back so damn strong. It's become 8-4 from that first half. And I do feel like the attacking is maybe not compositionally stronger for Velocity, but identity, like in terms of stylistically way stronger for Velocity, the attack. We even saw that in the match against GE, where they're able to control the pace of the style of the gameplay much more. You can see MW1 back to his standard defaults. He's going to play the hookah, not in this round, but in general, you can expect to see him messing around with the satchels a lot, causing bits and pieces of damage, poking the opponents before his team is ready to execute. Whereas on the other side, you see that 3-man duo, Amitarasu and Right to Ace especially, usually paired up as they like to take proactive control, leaving Hellfighter on the lurk, on that Viper, just holding down the A with his wall set up. But that's the one thing they've changed this time. They haven't set up a wall. It's just going to go down right now. So now causing the chaos within the side of Exceeli, where they're thinking, oh, a wall went down, we should rotate, and that's what Exceeli are going to do. But Velocity haven't just committed right now.
So I had this question, right? Am I the only one who finds it pretty like funny when the Trailblazer actually kind of jumps in and leaps forward to kind of stun someone out? It looks kind of funny though, animation, right? It looks actually does kind of funny. But hey, here we do have Exceeli trying their best to kind of hold on to the B side, but this time they're not really going to be successful. Yeah, Lunatic was able to find one, but wasn't really able to follow it up with the second one, so that's going to be helping Velocity out quite a lot. They also do get themselves to side control, but it's a 4-on-4 situation. You can't really say anything at this point. Sky's up. Killjoy's up. Exceeli can make a lot of things happen with those Sky Flashes, but it just really comes down if they really do have that. NLFF missing those crucial shots and loses a fight to a classic in that range. None of us expected this, and now it's all down to Matarasu. Yes, as you did mention. Oh my god, Vault. It seems like Amaterasu will be striking down as well. Amaterasu in the end tried his best. We gotta say, Velocity somewhere down line in the map of Fine, they're really falling weak on the pistol rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Velocity not really able to find their strengths in the pistols, and I think the audience will vibe with that. It's been like a glaring characteristic of Velocity. Whenever they are on good form, their pistols are on bad. Whenever they are on bad form, their pistols are on good form. That's how it works for Velocity Gaming. So the audience right now, or their fans rather, will actually be very happy that Velocity is losing pistols. You know, they call it the information rounds for Velocity Gaming. They lose the pistols, but they gain the information, and then they bounce back, usually in the buys. But right now, a forced buy coming through as MW1's picked himself up a Spectre. The guiding light to set him up. They now know that there's no player in this shower's angle. The orb is picked up by the Sky, I believe. So the Seeker should be ready ASAP. But now going to use that Trailblazer. It's just about segmented utility usage. Trying to get a quick plant down with the wall set up. And this trade is worth it for them because now they're able to back up. The heal should come through for MW1. They can just go for a full rotate. But, and this is a big but, the spike is in a very precarious position. They're going to set up the guiding light, recover the spike, and now consider their options.
But the main problem here is that the push already has been delayed by quite a decent time. So Spike goes in through. Kyojin is waiting right next to that Viper wall. Finds himself 2 massive frags. Is able to stop that entire push. The missile as well on short. LFF is the last man alive. Gets tagged twice by the recon dart. And now LFF decides to fall back and pretty much go back to the bathrooms area. This is what he's really going to be doing here. But Kyojin again, waiting for him. This man is just present everywhere at this point in time. Just like how Right to Ace was in his defending half, but here we do have LFF slowly, steadily moving in, trying to delay as much as possible, trying to play those mind games. He does find one, was trying to find the second one, but gets instantly denied by Harmony.
So when I actually look back into that round in retrospect, I realized that that initial trade was actually not favorable for Velocity because they lose their Sage. And if you notice the way the wall is set up in that particular round, right, you're going to see it on the replay. So this wall, I feel like the entire point of this is so that you create that tiny corner where the Sage can set her own wall up and go for the plant. But as soon as the Sage goes down, not only have you lost control of the spike, but you no longer have a solid Sage wall to plant behind, and that's why Velocity, they end up just getting more down. I would have liked to see maybe a rotate coming in, but I understand they were just trying to stick to the idea that they went into the round with, and because of the initial trade, that just collapses. But look at this right now. MW1 on the Sheriff. He's already picked up that first kill towards a shot onto Lunatic. Kyojin trying to respond with a very aggressive move in, but could just be at the mercy of Hellfighter. The spike left far behind. Velocity just playing standard defaults, waiting for a push in, but they have been rewarded. Right to ace on that Shover's push is going to call to his teammates. Get the spike, get it rounded up. I think we're on for an ace at execute.
Inside execute. So did mention what they're really rooting out for because, yeah, they did find themselves an opening on A. And that also means opening means a lot of things actually being opened as well. It just really comes down if they're actually able to hit those shots with the Sheriffs and if they're not. Because right to ace, yeah, I do know this man. He might just be able to do so. But one Sheriff is already down. HellFF being tagged out. Still, things really not looking great. Recon, oh my god, the shock dart might just be really damaging. Yes, it was. But take a look at Hermione. Oh my god, the precision coming in through this lad is absolutely insane. Kyojin strikes in, right to ace as well. Finds that shot. Vabor follows it up. It's a 1-on-2 situation for now. Vabor again. Oh my god, he can actually make this happen. But he's down to only 12 HP. One bullet right in his chest or anywhere on the body. That means it's just going to be costing him that round. But hey, take a look at this TP. Yup, this is a perfect TP coming in through from Vabor. He should get the spike planted. 10 seconds left in the clock. The spike should be planted anytime soon. The turret's back online as well. And no, oh my god, yes he does in the nick of time. He's only has 12 HP. And oh my god. Oh my god, I'm literally standing up from my chair at this point. Fancy peeks out, moves on. Oh, that's a perfect shot. Pretty much suppress his falling down sound, but still he only has 10 bullets, but he just needs one, and that's what he does. That one single bullet being connected and Vabor being taken out the game. But hey, the damage has been dealt.
Yeah, the damage certainly has been dealt, you know. We were doing really well, especially to play the mind games with Exceeli right there, because I think he knew that the nanoswarms will be left behind in the site, and he didn't have enough time to actually scout the ground, find the nanoswarms, break the nanoswarms, and then go for an open plant. So instead, he just goes for a safe plant where the nanoswarms won't affect him. He even had the right idea with trying to take out the turret, but he didn't take it out, so that could have been disastrous because he only had 16 HP. One round of attack from the turret would have killed him. So the fact that he realizes as soon as he starts planting is huge, but Fancy is able to take him out. So Exceeli will be happy they win the round because it was still just their bonus since they won the force buy. Now they have the full buys through. The damage won't be as meaningful, but it will mean VLT get a fresh slate to fight against because Exceeli have to invest into this round. They can't get another bonus. Now VLT themselves changing up their style, this time heavily leaving the Hellfighter on the lurk as they look to take aggressive B control. Now they have long control with Amaterasu and Vibor set up. Now with the boom bot, they're likely to try and take Hoka control, or maybe even the guiding light to try and set MW1 for the peak. But with Hellfighter finding this opening kill, this should trigger an execute because now the lurker has got the kill. You need to go on to the other side.
Yup, and look at that. Oh my god, he's getting spammed out. But hey, I mean, he's able to kind of fall back in the nick of time. Hermione is going to be saving himself a frag. Flash is being used. Missile does have a great angle being secured for himself. He also does have a good positioning. Satchel's being used from the side of MW1, but he's also getting shut down by Missile. This is really not looking good. And yes, Missile being shut down as well. HellFF with 3 massive frags for himself. It's a 2-on-1 situation. I feel like over here, team coordination is really needed. Double peek this angle. That would be the best thing you can really do. And yes, this is what they exactly do. Double peek that CT angle, find themselves that kill, and Fancy being shut down.
Yeah, Fancy being shut down. A round picked up for Velocity in a very crucial round because it was their buy round. They had invested all of their money into it. They needed the stability to try and pull back, and they do have some of it, but since they did lose a couple of weapons, they still don't have the 100% stable eco as they would have liked to. Now, the same can be said for Exceeli. They themselves don't have the strongest eco. I think they should have enough money to force, but they're not going to force. Instead, just going for an eco as Velocity now look to solidify their lead and keep moving forward. Now, what's very important about the way Exceeli play this is what they haven't done so far is taken proactive control. They need to try and split that KJ and Sky. So what you can do by splitting the KJ and Sky is you can play the Sky on the other side of the map combined with the duelist to take proactive control, whereas the KJ becomes the anchor. But right now, Exceeli, they're just happy to play with the Marshals. If Hermione able to pick up a clean first one tap and Lunatic chiming in with another, Exceeli bouncing back in just an eco.
As you did mention, Exceeli pretty much bouncing back in an eco round. They're able to kind of connect those crucial shots that we really need to. Up till now, no casualty is on the side of Exceeli, so at least they're looking really good. So casualty, of course, is not really on their side. LFF finds someone, or Hermione, pretty much in the back lines. LFF as well, pretty much stepping in. Here's this time, he finds the third one as well. And LFF is single-handedly saving VLT their day. At this point in time, Right to Ace just realizes down low, so maybe holding an off angle would probably be the best thing he can do, and that's what he does. Hawks out. Right to Ace is just ready to welcome them, and that's what he does.
I understand the idea that it's just an eco and you don't want to use your Seekers, but in a 2v3, like, I feel like the Seekers could be so valuable because consider the information they have. They know for a fact that Hellfighter is in hookah because a player died from them. They know for a fact that one player is in sight because he planted the spike, and therefore they naturally assume that the third player is either in long or in elbow. Now, because of this, you know that the sight and the hookah player are split apart. If you set up the Seekers right here, you get Right to Ace's position, you take down that side player and you recover a weapon, and now it's a 2v2 with the utility, the Seekers giving you the info and a weapon in your hand. I feel like that was the perfect foundation for a Thrifty, but they were just not confident enough to use the Seekers. Instead, just using the fact that it was an eco as a crutch to let it go as Velocity pick up around. Now, we'll see if the fact that they let it go does give them value later in the rounds, because that was the idea of saving the Seekers to try and use it later when you have better weapons. But that later factor may never come into play because Velocity is not a team to slow stuff down. They're a team to put the pedal to the metal.
As you did mention, Velocity isn't really the team that would like to slow it down. They are the team who like to put the pedal to the metal. Let's just see, are they going to be able to do so again? But Lunatic being oh my god, what was that? It felt like a slap right on the face. That's how it really did sound like. And Right to Ace is there still in the hookah. But Kyojin, man, this man is connecting some cracked shots. This man is pretty much cracked today. And Kyojin is feeling himself. He's quite crispy, I would say. Kyojin now pretty much wants to find some info. And Right to Ace as well, doing a really great job, not really exposing himself. And look at the angle being created from Lunatic. He's just an absolute lunatic, able to do that again. And again, Lunatic is on that aggressive page. How can you not expect someone there, Lunatic? No, that's such a questionable peak from your side. You need to expect someone there.
Especially since the guiding light was coming to give him B-shot information. But the time is still running out for Velocity. Now Hellfighter has the Viper Spit set up and he's like, come team, come, get the plant down. And they're trying to do exactly that. But Missile with a huge position down in pocket will pick out both Vibor and Amaterasu and guarantee the round picked up for Exceeli Esports. This round was a roller coaster, went up and down, with Exceeli actually investing the Seekers very early on into the round, allowing Lunatic to get that push in because of the info he got in of the Seekers. He drops the spike, so that is the first important inflection point in the round where the tides change, where as soon as Lunatic gets this, the time becomes a big concern because they're trying to get the spike planted in a mere matter of 20 seconds. Using that information, Missile gets himself into a one-off position in that pocket, just by the edge of the Viper Spit, spots Vibor and Amaterasu trying to get in, takes them both out and picks up the round for Exceeli. Now with that round, not only have they got the out advantage, but they are stabilizing their eco a bit. If they can win another, they will force VLT onto an eco, and that will be what they can use to equalize the scoreline. Now VLT themselves actually just setting up the A wall while they stack up heavy onto this B side. They only have the showstopper ready, so they're relying instead on the utility for a segmented execute. The Trailblazer has cleared out the site. The smokes will come down to cut off elbow and defend the side spawn, and now VLT will just look to casually waltz into this B side.
And that's what they do. They straight up walk in, find already 2 opening frags, and Party is there. It seems like this time one man will be taken down. That's going to be Hermione with that pretty much beautiful showstopper coming in through. And it seems like the show definitely has been stopped for Hermione. he's not really going to be able to use his Hunter's Fury anymore. He did have it available. That means he could have tried and played for the planned stop, but he didn't really do so. Instead, he went for the challenge, completely peeked out in the open, got taken out. Fancy, though, he does have the elbow control available. All the lads of VLT are pretty much playing on that post plant. You do see some lads on the long, you do see some lad on the hookah as well. And the rest of you are pretty much on the side in the front end, trying to take as much risk as possible, making sure Exceeli isn't getting the best out of them. And that's what they do. Exceeli do realize it's a 2-on-4 situation. Saving is probably the most mature decision he can make, and that's what they do. And 11-8 is going to be the scoreline now.
Yeah, Exceeli able to save 2 weapons, which does mean that they should be able to afford a proper buy in this next round. Only Lunatic stuck on the judge. The rest of his teammates should be able to get a buy through. But with this now, what you can see a lot from Exceeli is hesitation. Because right here, like, I don't understand. As soon as Kyojin spots out one player, pull out that showstopper. Like, your purpose over there becomes to get the kill and get yourselves out of the position at the same time. A showstopper with a satchel is the perfect way to not just get yourself out, but get a kill, a drive-by kill on the way out. They're very hesitant to actually use these ultimates, and Velocity are punishing them for it. We rarely ever see Velocity going for the walk-in executes, but they know they're not going to get punished, so they do that. And again, this is what I'm talking about. MW1 just using only a boombot to walk in because he knows that there's no counter utility coming towards him. He knows he's going to get his gunfights.
Yeah, but overextending himself a little bit there. I feel like he should have just stayed back and try and play for the post plant. On the other hand, you also do see a lad. That's going to be Amaterasu flanking on the A side. Or at least he wants to find himself an opening, but he doesn't really know there is one more lad right behind him, and that's going to be Missile. Still, I mean, completely ignore him. Amaterasu, though, he might have a massive flank coming in through, and that's what he does. Yes, he does. If he manages to cross the CT over or the defending side over, he's probably going to be finding himself 2 free kills, and that's what he does. He crosses it over. Kyojin, on the other hand, in the hookah, does find himself a kill. And yep, Amaterasu with 2 massive frags, and this is what I was really waiting for. And Kyojin, well, he is ready. Well, oh my, what was that shot? What? How? Oh my god, Phantom, man. This gun, Phantom, dude. There's just so much room for mistakes, especially when you're using a gun like Phantom.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's also as much room for outplay maneuvers. I guess it's a, it goes both ways. The 140 headshot hurts you a lot, but when you get that spray transfer through, it helps as well. Kyojin with the jumping headshot, yeah. A bit of luck and a bit of mechanics, of course, combining to get him a nice clip, maybe, but not around. As once again, VLT pick it up, and this is what I mean, the hesitation from Exceeli. They've still got those same 4 ultimates online. We're not seeing them being used proactively. They're not getting much value out of them, and they're bleeding rounds. Exceeli right now not able to control the pace of the game on the defensive side with the heavy utility composition they have. They have double initiators. It has to always be about guaranteeing information from them and denying from VLT. But instead, you can see on the map again, Exceeli have no idea what VLT are. Exceeli have no idea. The VLT not only has Showers control, but slowly but surely MW1 is starting to take that. Now he does spray a few shots which tells him about his presence, but all the information Exceeli get is the information VLT want to give to them. VLT don't mind letting them know MW1 is here because they've already cleared out from Showers and they're going to use his presence to go onto the B side.
So you did mention they're probably going to be using his presence. And that's what he does. Again, satcheling right in the back lines, but he doesn't scout the side out completely. The side's unchecked. MW1 manages to kind of sneak up all the way in the elbow, and his teammate walls him out as well. I mean, he's not really going to be able to get back to the side, but hey, that's a great Hunter's Fury. He was able to kind of stop the spike plant coming in through, but he's not really going to be able to deny it for longer, though. MW1, with his key positioning, is able to kind of peek over and over again. It's still... With the Phantom, of course, there's just so much room for mistakes. You can pretty much be making a lot of mistakes, and just because of that wall, they're not really able to kind of make it back on side on time. But hey, MW1, he secures the final frag for himself. And again, Vibor striking in huge again in the final round. I feel like Vibor has to be the key player throughout the entire map of Bind. And with that being said, I feel like that's going to be it. Velocity sealed the deal against, well, Exceeli, and it seems like Exceeli now are going to be moving down to the lower brackets.
Yeah, Exceeli will be moving down to the lower bracket. I really like Vipor's jersey number right there. I don't know how many of you noticed it, but for the guys who did, you get what I mean. But talking about this matchup itself, I feel like you mentioned this. The jitters are definitely present for a lot of the teams, and I feel like that was really what happened to Exceeli. I think the map 2 was a much better showing than map 1, but I still don't think this is their top tier potential. I think they have the capability, they've shown the capability to be much better. So I'm glad there is a lower bracket, because I do want to see Exceeli at least be able to show their best before they get knocked out, if they get knocked out. So I want to see them be able to really express themselves, and I understand why that might have not been possible against the giant that is Velocity Gaming, because I think besides the first 4 rounds of Bind, the entire series was controlled by VLT.
Well, I would just say a predictable win. Yeah, call me rude, call me mean. It was a predictable win, though. I mean, we all knew it was probably going to be a 2-0. No matter how, Exceeli is good on the map of Bind, we all knew it was a 2-0. But taking a look at the scorecard as well, let's see how things really went down in the map of Bind. I would say this time, caught up quite well. Take a look at the damage numbers as well on the side of Exceeli. Quite close, right? 14.45k on the side of VLT, but on the other hand, 13.5k or 13.05k on the side of Exceeli. On the other hand, headshot percentage this time is way more on Exceeli. Wow.
Yeah, so I'd actually like to talk about this particular stat in 2 ways, right? In one way, love it that we're seeing a lot more headshot percentage from Exceeli, because it shows that the players were a lot more confident on Bind than they were on Breeze. But I think this, for the side of VLT, it has to be said that I don't think this number is entirely accurate because of how much Vibor was using the Judge on defense. You're not going to hit as many headshots with the Judge, You're just trying to get the pellets through. So I think it is a lot more skewed because of that, because not just Vibor, I think Amit Rasu as well was using the Judge quite a bit. So I think because of that, VLT's headshot percentage is quite lower, but you can see the similarity in the damage. Very close for both of the teams. Exceeli did a great job trying to keep up with VLT. They just weren't able to do it, because you can see VLT look a lot cleaner than they did even in the Q1 finals. Their setups, their defaults are almost the same, but the nifty changes they make in the moment, understanding the opponent's play, the reads coming in from Amit Rasu, they're just perfect for Velocity Gaming.
Yeah, I would say perfect execution from all these sides. Perfect. In the map of Binds, kind of things were slipping away, but it just seemed like VLT pretty much had a lot of confidence. And, it really felt like there was just kind of like, all right, we do know we're probably going to be winning. So they just had that kind of an attitude inside the game of Bind. And that's what was clearly showcased. We did see some unnecessary peaks coming in through, unnecessary aggressive moves on the defending side as well. But hey, it's fine, as long as they're able to secure this entire kind of series in their hands. And they do win against Exceeli. As I did mention, Exceeli now are going to be moving down to the lower brackets. And Hermione, again, I mean, how many points you want to give to Gryffindor?
I'll give another 10 points, all right? Because it wasn't as good as Hermione has been in the past, but it was still really good. So I want to see more. And I do want to establish that standard very early here now in the Grand Finals playoffs. I am going to be a lot more critical, a lot more, I'm going to expect a lot more from these teams. These are the top 8 teams of our region. For me, these teams do not have any excuse to drop the ball, because it's the biggest competition that has ever been, not just in these countries, but in our region as a whole. And it's a chance to get to an even bigger stage. So for me, I'm always going to expect the best. I don't think excuses are ever allowed, which is why I'm going to be a little more critical than I have been in qualifiers. But I will say Exceeli did pleasantly surprise me with such a good performance in Bind. So I think given the fact that they were just lacking confidence to a certain extent, because the Exceeli we saw even in Bind in the first few rounds as compared to later, there was a drastic change. You could see almost they're like, oh no, this is too big a giant. I don't think we can do this. I want to see that mentality go away, because in the lower bracket, they're unlikely to face any other giants. So they should have a much more comfortable and confident standing. And that's where I think we can see Exceeli, the true Exceeli, come out.
Yeah, pretty much as you did mention, the jitters were coming in through, especially on the map of Bind. Yeah, in the start, they were like, they had the mentality, all right, guys, this is a do or die situation. We either do it or we pretty much die. But yeah, in the starting phases, they were doing really good. But then later on, slowly and steadily, it did seem like their confidence falling down. And these kind of moments, right, they do get your hands shaky. They do get you sweating. I mean, there's just like so much mental pressure on you, right, in general, especially if you're going head-to-head against a team like Velocity, without a doubt. I mean, Velocity, one of the best out there. But yeah, as you also mentioned, this time you're really going to be critical judging the teams. And same as I mean, even I said, right, call me rude, call me mean. I'm going to be straight up on the point that this was pretty predictable. We knew that Velocity is going to be winning this or taking this 2-0, as all of us predicted this. And this is what exactly happened against Exceeli. And why? If you ask me, yeah, pretty much we did kind of found out that Velocity is a kind of a team who's really good when it comes to that tactical/strategical approach inside the game. And we saw throughout, I don't even need to point anything out, each and every single move that they were making on the map of Breeze especially, it just felt so calculated and tactically.
Yeah. I really want to see Velocity get challenged on Bind though, because I do think their composition has a couple of areas that can be exploited, you know, but they're not just areas that can be freely exploited. Those situations, like for example, even the Sage, if you talk about, like if you force the Sage into default walling a particular area and continuously take it down, they're the sort of plays where Velocity can even set a trap for the opposition. Forcing them to expect them to try and take down that weakness, Velocity can insert pounce. So that sort of mind games is possible, and I want to see a team of Velocity's caliber face off against them so we can see those mind games in action. But I think for now, Velocity Gaming will just be happy they're moving on to the upper bracket finals of Group A, as they are only one BO3 away from securing their slot in the Grand Finals itself. I think, especially for the organization, this will be a proud moment. So let's take a look at the brackets themselves. We also will get to know what we have next in store for us. So as I was talking about, Velocity moving on to the upper bracket final, their opponent will be decided by the next matchup between Team Exploit Storm and Crash Landing on You. The winner going to face Velocity and the loser facing Exceeli.
Exactly. Exceeli, as I did mention, now going to be moving down to lower brackets. And as you did mention now, well, Team Exploit versus Crash Landing on You. CLOY, I would say, CLOY has been one of those teams who has really impressed me, especially talking about lad like Deadshot coming in through on that team. I'm definitely have my eyes out on our locked, I would say, for that lad. But on the other hand, if you talk about a team like Team Exploit, you have the likes of HSB coming in as well. So again, I would say this next upcoming match is worth watching as well, because these teams are really good. These teams are really freaking good. And don't get me wrong when I say this, if you guys are true Valorant fans, you need to watch this next upcoming match, because these two teams are really freaking good.
Yeah, and talking about the matches and the fans, the true Valorant fans, right? Our schedule in general for Grand Finals playoffs as well as finals will always be somewhat of a flowing schedule. What that means is that we will always have a match ready for you. So even if the timing on the schedule says 7 p.m., if the match gets over earlier, we'll get that next match started for you ASAP, which gives you more incentive to stick around, because you don't want to miss those key moments of actions in those early parts of the map. You don't want to miss our predictions, Veto's itself, a lot of information available. But for now, that was the end of Series 1 of a long day to come. We have 3 more left, so don't you go anywhere. We'll take a short break and be right back with the next set.
I'm getting freaky, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. Give what I got you. Freaky, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. Give what I got you.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky freaky on. 신경보다 같이 Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky freaky on. 신경보다 같이
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. My name is Nikhil C.A. Bansali, and joining me on the desk is Neeraj Necrosangle as we bring to you the second set in Group A, the best of three we're going to see in the upper bracket now between Team Exploit, Storm, and the side of Crash Landing on You. It's going to be Pakistan versus Sri Lanka, and I'm really excited for this one, Necro.
I'm definitely excited, as I did mention as well. You know, two of the best teams. Without a doubt, CLOY has been stood out to me since day one, especially when I saw, like, you know, the Lanka region pretty much show fighting in Sri Lanka region. And they pretty much stood out for me, right? I was impressed the way Death Show was playing. I was impressed the way Soul River was playing. I was impressed the way Insane was playing as well. But on the other hand, the competition is really tough as well, right? I mean, you literally have Exploit coming in huge. Then you have a man like HSB coming in. You also do have a coach called Gunner, which he used to play at Brimstone back in the day, but now he's the coach for Team Exploit. So expectations, I would say, from both the teams, I'm expecting a show being put on.
I think Gunner is the coach for Salt, if I'm not mistaken, but it might be the other way around. Irrespective, as you were saying, the Exploit has a lot of high-profile players, you know, players who can pop off, take over. HSB, one you mentioned, really one of those, even though he plays Initiator, we consistently see him fragging out. But for me, like, who really stands out is Shooter. I think one of the most consistent players across the Q1 Exploit we saw, or the Q2 Exploit. He always plays the duelist, but he's one of those rarer duelist players who's willing to not just play the entry fragging role, but also pick up the jet op when necessary. He's very flexible within himself, and I think that gives the team a lot of flexibility because they are very diverse players. Like, while Storax plays a lot of controller on some maps, when the team needs a dedicated jet operator, it usually is Storax. But enough of the players, let's have a look at the map Veto. As we explained, Exploit do not like Haven at all. CLOY do not like Bind at all. They're comfort and target bans at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, comfort and target bans is pretty much the best you can ask for, right? At the same time, you are in your comfort zone. At the same time, you're targeting the enemy team. And this is what has really come through from their side. Exploit pretty much picking it. Ascent, the second map will be played on Breeze, and the third map again from Exploit Storm being picked, and it's going to be the map of Split. Now, again, interesting, I would say. Over here, I'm expecting a domination coming in through from the side of Exploit, but as I did mention, CLOY is one of those teams who has always stood out for me since day one. But yeah, what are your thoughts?
I'm really excited to see Ascent from Exploit because I do think Crash Landing on You are likely to just play the double initiator composition that we've seen from them a lot, and I wonder if Exploit are going to match that. So I want to see if Exploit are going to play the double initiator, or rather, what I think favors them a lot more is put Storax on the jet, because Ascent can be such a good operator map. That way you unlock unlock Shooter on that arena, and you play a much more standard map pick, where we've talked about this off camera. Like, you know, Ascent is, like, I think in general, when you separate like A tier teams and S tier teams, Ascent is one of the glaring like conditions where almost all S tier teams hate Ascent because of how different it is, how simple it is, and they can't really carry over their standard composition into this because you can still play double duelist. But I do think we are ready with the lobby, so let's have a look at what agents do get picked up. And oh my god, okay, Crash Landing on You, I see you. They're trolling you. Come on.
This is what they do. This is what they do all the time. And yeah, I just checked. Actually, yeah, Gunner used to be the former player of Team Exploit. So yeah, he is the coach of them now. So yeah, he has been moved from the player being, and now he's pretty much coaching the entire team. So Team Exploit expecting a greatness coming out on the map of Ascent. And as always, I mean, this is what they've been doing, right? They just pretty much hover over the KO. I don't know why they keep on doing it all the time, and they just instantly, at this point, I feel like CA, they probably have watched your past cast, and they probably have figured out that you really like KO, and they just try to play with your feelings. Like, literally, they just play with your feelings.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see, no KO being locked in. Both of the teams actually going for similar composition. Sorax on the Astra, which tells me that we are likely going to see either the Sky picked up by King or a possible second controller. Now, this is going to be a very exciting pick because I don't expect King to pick up the Jet whatsoever. So, with the solo duelist being Reyna, maybe King even picks up a Raze. I want to see what King does go. Okay. I guess King's just going to be like, screw your expectations. See, I'm going to lock into this Jet. And this is very weird for me because in general, Exploit have had the once main identity, which is Thorax always plays the Jet when they need a dedicated operator. The fact that King is picking up the Jet tells me that they have planned for this scenario, right? They picked up Ascent. They put King on this Jet. He usually plays a lot of Sentinels, so I'm excited to see how his Jet works out. Like, he gets a lot more agency, a lot more of the spotlight, and his chance to pop off.
Exactly, but CLOY now, you can already see their smiling and handsome face. He's looking really good inside the game. Hey, especially if you're looking good, feeling good, the performance expectations are going to be great as well. Deadshot, the man, pretty much sitting on the top right. You can see this man. You can see this lad has his monitor close quite a lot to his face. I mean, see, so I'm asking you this as well, right? So, do you prefer your screen to be really close to your face, or do you prefer it to be kind of far away?
I'm a laptop player. I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that.
Well, I'm a person. I just have my days, right? So I keep my screen close sometimes, and sometimes I just like keep it back. I'm like, all right, I just want to kind of chill out, let the screen be in the back, you know? And sometimes I feel like when I'm missing a lot of shots, I just keep the screen like literally close, so close that it literally touches my nose. And sometimes, yeah, I just feel like it just gives me a little bit more precise kind of aim. But here we do have Deadshot making an aggressive move. And oh my god, as I did mention, Deadshot is the man that I'm going to be watching out for. And certainly Team Exploit needs to watch out for him as well, because pretty much opens the fray up with a crispy shot. And with that crispy shot being said, he's also trying to follow it up with second one, but it doesn't really seem like he's going to be doing so. Instantly backs off, which is understandable. Pretty mature move coming in from his side. Isn't really going to be overstepping his boundaries at that time, but over here as well, take a look at what kind of an approach is being taken, right? He's pretty much playing the rotation angle.
Look at this. Exploit time already lost the member, but they have got this guarding control to make account. Shooter trying to move and misses a lot of shots, and Deadshot able to now dash away in time. Holds on to his life, for the site is gained for Exploit Storm. Now trying to get the plant down. Sinbad ready with the classic. Does get taken down by HSB, and this is huge because now not only do they have the spike planted, they have equal in terms of that man advantage. Now Insane will find one, but Storax with the instant trade. HSB is going on for the swing, trying to find advantage for his team, but will back off as the pressure comes through on Shooter. Now Thunder Flash with one, the trade comes through, but it's Insane securing the lead for Clash landing on you. HSB stuck behind the generator with just the classic, trying to buy as much time as he can, trying to find the right clicks, but he will not. It's River who seals the deal and picks up the pistol for crash landing on you.
Exactly. They pretty much, well, it seems like they have managed to kind of seal the deal here. CLOY winning the first round, but this also means they have gone the spike planted. That also means Exploit, there's a massive chance that they might just force. What do you think so?
Yeah, there is definitely a massive chance they can force because they've got three kills as well as the plant down. That's usually my standard for the force buy. You either get 4 kills or you get 3 kills, and a plant, anything more than that is worth the force buy. But I do think that this is just the first map, so maybe Exploit, yeah, they just go for the eco. They realize they don't really need that force buy, you know. Force buys are like very important to swing the momentum, but they can also be very detrimental. So in these earlier stages of just the first map, teams are likely to be much more cautious. Now, King on his new Jet roll actually failing the dash updraft combo, but it does not matter as he causes enough of a distraction for HSB to take out Sinpad. Now, the spike has been planted and the post-plant positions are really good for Exploit. If this wrap goes around, but with Shooter getting shot down, suddenly they don't look as great. They're all stuck inside.
Exactly. As you did mention, they're pretty much all stuck inside the site. Both players are already kind of, they are playing the post plants, but yeah, as I did mention, quite a questionable situation being shown from their side. River stepping in huge, getting himself a 3Ks, trying to follow it up But hey, it doesn't really matter. With that 3K being pretty much dealt from his side, that's going to be another round in their favor. And, well, expected, but the force buy did come in through from their side.
I believe Exploit Storm did go in for the eco, so now they will be able to get the buys through. And it was just a couple of sheriffs. I think they got a couple of kills earlier. HSB got the 1 kill earlier, 2 kills earlier in the first round. So because of that, he's able to afford the sheriff. So as you can see, it was just an eco. Now the buys will come through, and the bonus carrying on for Crash Landing on you. Now do keep in mind, this is not a full bonus. Deadshot picking himself up an operator, which does mean that if they lose the operator, it could be costly, but at the same time, if they're able to get enough damage, then it won't matter. Now this one way slightly whiffed by River right there, as they tried to take him in control with that, but instead with that whiff they will be denied. So now they have to back up, and it's Exploit who'll be able to get it. King moving through mid has got himself a really nice position. Now what's really key on the map is to look at that Killjoy, because now that she's got a much more advanced alarm board position, what that enables her to do is join her team on this mid rotate, because barely that alarm board radius will be able to hold through. Now the operator shot missing towards mid, the lure being thrown out, King drawing a lot of utilities for himself at just the expense of a tailwind and a cloudburst.
As you did mention, he's able to draw out a lot of utilities, and this again, it just brings back to us like how much pressure these teams have, right? They just tend to use all their utilities early up because they're just panicking at that point, right? They don't really know how to react to what's really happening in front of them because they're just in that moment. They're just in that heat. And they accidentally sometimes do utilize a lot of their utilities. So Team Exploit up till now are looking decent, I would say. They're able to play those mind games with CLOY. It just really comes down now to those aim fights, right? Those aim duels. And if CLOY is able to kind of outplay them over here, then maybe things might just change a lot. And take a look at the Ares in the mid, man. Was able to find himself and opening their death shot with a crispy sheriff shots. Pretty much connects it right onto his skull. Thunder Flash as well there. And oh my god, it seems like I also need to stop playing with that Ares. Death shot able to connect that good shot on the soulmate. Wasn't really able to follow it up though. Instantly gets shut down or traded out, but Sinbad there to pretty much take down Shooter. 3 rounds back-to-back in the hands of CLOY. They're looking really strong against Team Exploit.
Yeah, absolutely. Crash Landing on you, able to win that bonus for themselves. This is so huge because now the eco for Exploit is going to be in tatters, and it's really questionable how Exploit end up losing this round. They're literally at the mercy of the Ares, the small brother of the Odin. I know that the Norse and Greek parts don't add up, but don't question it, okay? It's the Odin go Bur or the Ares go Bur. They're both like technically gods of wars, so works out, right? Like a kind of sort. I don't know. Irrespective. That shot hearing that ult being taken at the edge of the gravity well goes for the aggressive peak, not able to find the kill. So the ult will be picked up for Exploit, and King actually able to clear out the market player, and Insane opens the space towards mid for his team to exploit. Let's see if they can try to at least do some damage, if not pull out a Thrifty. Looking.
Okay. We do have Ripper now stepping. Oh my god, the aggression is on. The pedal to the metal is there from the side of CLOY. They're looking really good at this point in time inside the game as well. You do have the Odin being pulled out. The Odin goes per. Oh no, King got tagged there. They could have been really bad for them, but Thunder Flash. Oh my god, this man is just using those LMGs to perfection. That Odin now and before that Ares pretty much is just able to do so well inside this entire round. And the Odin as well. He does have the recon tower ready, but I'm pretty sure he just wants to position himself better before utilizing that Cosmic Divide being used from the side of Astra. But there is a Cosmic Divide available even on the side of Team Exploit, so we might just see being that used. Soulmate and King able to strike back, but it doesn't matter. That Odin is just way better.
Yeah, absolutely. Another round picked up for Crash Landing on you. This is something that I remember from the Sri Lanka qualifiers as well. I think they stood out to me as the team that best uses the Cosmic Divide, like very proactively. You know, they're not afraid to just throw it out there if it means a round will be guaranteed to them. And in that, you can see their strengths. 4-0 right now for Crash Landing on You, and I think really subverting a lot of the expectations, really showing us the two sides of the coin when it comes to a team facing pressure. We saw it in the last series in Exceeli, where the pressure for them actually ended up pushing them down, and it wasn't the prime Exceeli that we saw, but over here we see the pressure for Crash Landing on You actually translating them into looking like a much better team. They're consistent in their defaults and they're holding on strong. Even if they lose the early man advantage, they're disciplined and they hold. Now that shot, looking for a blind shot, tried to time the push in, but was just mistimed when he had to dash away. Spots out that Reina right there, but the second shot will miss as well. Now he's just going to come back to a much more defensive position. But yeah, back to the conversation of defaults. You can see they're maintaining their defaults. Insane always playing mid. Deadshot looking towards the extreme for an operator.
Yeah, Deadshot is pretty much playing that rotation kind of a role, right? It's insane. Like, as soon as he gets some calls coming in through, he instantly starts rotating at no. Insane, you did not really check that pizza angle. King was waiting for him to make any mistakes, and yes, he just directly walks in his crosshair. King now going to be missing shots like those. Smoke being utilized from the side of Astra as well to find themselves an entry through the market. Doors being shut down as well. The entry has definitely been found. Deadshot was there in the back lines, but isn't really going to be able to make it back on the side in time this time. And it seems like CLOY are crumbling down to their knees. Exploit a perfect execution, I would say. And some mistakes definitely being shown from the side of CLOY. Just that mid-entry being found. Insane got taken out. Just played such a crucial role in pretty much CLOY losing this round.
Yeah. Crash Landing on You will just give up this round. I am curious if Sinbad has managed to save the operator or not, because the operator did end up coming towards the B side, so I don't think he should have been able to save the operator. Okay, he did. So he is able to get it online, which is huge because it's a much better save. But you can see they're on the hunt and they're stacked up because I think they realize that it's likely the operator is trying to save. So they should be able to spot him out in the nick of time. Two players now going on to the back. Actually, scratch that. They're not hunting. They're just going to hold on. They'll just leave one player on the hunt, which will mean that Crash Landing on You get this operator through. So a bit of a silver lining as Exploit bounce back in an explosive fashion. I think for me, especially the fact that Insane keeps playing mid is a little bit of an issue because he doesn't really have any resources to work on. And again, Exploit are able to punish him, you know. Even in the last round, which Exploit lost, we saw Insane was that early pick that went down for CLOY. They were able to pull off the round despite that, but that position for Insane, it just doesn't seem like it's working out. I'd rather like to see him actually use that Odin spam that the Sova is making towards B main to get aggressive push down B main, maybe take some control for himself, because Insane, as far as I remember, is that sort of player. He's the aggressive player. He likes taking fights, and I feel like maybe his position in mid sort of inhibiting him a little bit right now.
Exactly. Team Exploit on a timeout. They do realize 3 rounds lead has been secured by CLOY. How to break it down? I'm pretty sure at this point that's what they're really discussing with each other. Till now, I would say CLOY, this also buys them enough time to kind of switch up their defaults maybe, because it has been clearly read out by Team Exploit and they do know how CLOY is positioning themselves. This is where, as I did mention, CLOY pretty much gets a decent amount of time to kind of figure out maybe if they want to switch things up or not. But for now, it doesn't really seem like they have switched anything up. Pretty much the same thing happening. You have Deadshot on playing that rotation. You have Insane pretty much playing that mid angle. So I would say nothing really switcheroos coming in through from the side of CLOY. Same things being shown.
Yeah, the key difference though I noticed is that River has joined Insane in that mid-hole, so now he's going to actually be able to set up a contact swing with Insane. So they are changing up their defaults, right? The Killjoy coming to B to anchor while the Jet stays on A with the backup as Sova. So this means that Insane gets a lot more room to maneuver. We'll see if it does end up working out. Deadshot, once again, he's tried this a few times, likes to go for the aggressive A-main peak. I like the fact that it hasn't pushed him down, that he hasn't hit a shot over there yet. I like the fact that he's trying on and on again and again. You know, it's that story of that spider. I forgot the name of the spider, you know, the one whose nets keep breaking, but she keeps trying again and again and again.
Oh, I know that. I've heard that story.
Yeah.
I just don't remember the name, dude.
Exactly.
It's a cute little spider as well. I've seen that story. I've seen that.
Let us know.
Yeah, let us know, please. We want to know. Because it's a pretty cute story. But here we do have the Hunter Spirit being utilized. Does manage to find one tag through it, but not really any amount of critical damage, I would say, up till now. The Cosmic Divide as well fading away now.
Oh,
But take a look at that find. That's an insane find from Insane. An insane plays being made by Insane as well. The Impress has been popped. King being tagged. He's also getting pretty much spammed through. But River just jumps directly down. Take a look at the risky plays that are being made. And what? Deadshot runs in through the doors and actually tries to connect that no-scope, but not really going to be doing so. Instantly whips out the Classic. And, oh my god, Deadshot.
I mean, fair enough, right? One bullet doesn't work. Let me pop the classic right-click triple burst into his head. Picks up a double kill, actually, on the back of that. Deadshot doing phenomenally to get his team the win and the round secured now. A really clean retake from Clash Running on You. And I think a lot of it has to do to their change in the defaults. I think they're starting to understand that in general, when you look at the map of Ascent, A side much easier to retake as compared to the B side. So playing that Killjoy anchor on B allows them enough time to maintain Garden and Heaven's control, after which the retake does become just a piece of cake. Insane though, now starting to pop up. That shot was nuts, but once again, as usual, it seems like the default for Crash Landing on You is that shot, go try to miss your first shot.
Oh my god, TA. That shot, go try.
Don't get me
miss the
wrong, he's
first
playing
shot.
amazing. He's a top fragger.
Yeah.
But he misses the first shot every
The first shot, yeah. Yeah, he misses the key shot all the time, and then he just does so good later on. But hey, I do like how you put it up there. But yeah, A side clearly heavily tilted. Also did get themselves the A side control easily. Didn't even need to work for it. That's a fantastic tag coming in through. He also does have the Guardian inbound. Wants to connect some spam through though, but Thunder Flash not going to be able to do so. And still, when Guardian is just so good in the state that it is right now, I mean, it's really fantastic. It just really comes down if you're that precise and able to hit all those shots. Hunter's Fury being utilized from the side of attackers this time, but maybe he is able to find HSB. He just straight up walks in. He just doesn't care. You know, he didn't even move quite a lot from his side. HSB got taken out there, unfortunately. Attackers lockdown also being invested here. And take a look at Deadshot. He still tries to make those risky plays happen. And Shooter again on that aggressive end. He's out for blood. He wants that smoke, and that's what he's really looking for here. Shooter, again, take a look at the crossfire being formed from their side. One guy peeks out, instantly dismisses. Shooter playing that to perfection with Storax, and that's a beautiful team synergy, or the communication skill being shown.
Shooter able to pick up another as Exploit to pick up the round win and secure now a 3-round lead. 3-round lead reducing piece by piece in the favor of Exploit. So right now, CLOY still have the advantage. They still have the eco. I think they should still be able to afford an operator actually on the hands of their Jet. But what is really striking my fancy, the way Exploit are playing, is the adaptation. So again and again, you can see Exploit starting to find these small weaknesses in the defaults of Crash Landing on You. Because, for example, we made fun of the fact that Deadshot is missing his first shots because he's still able to find the impact later. But Exploit actually punishing him for that. Because he misses his first shot, he has to back up and they take the control. The space he lets go.
Oh my god.
Look at this, the judge for Crash Landing on You, the spray and Brace Sinbad finds one, but HSB and King with the instant phase back. Now River holding on with the classic, is able to pick up Storax, but the trade will come through for HSB and they dogpile their way into the B-side.
Well, it seems like it was definitely kind of a broken buy, I would say, from their side. What? How? Oh my god, you lost a fight to a frenzy in that range. And Insane is just absolutely insane. The way he was just bobbing and weaving those shots, able to dodge them perfectly, was able to strafe around as well. And now Soulmate, it seems like he might just peek out and make a massive mistake here. He does realize the expectations are there from the side of CLOY, but Soulmate now finally, he might just have a good positioning here. Yep, he does have off angle being played, but I feel like over there he should have strike back instantly. The time that he gave to pretty much let Insane retrieve, or at least let him reset in that factor. Insane, did not really expect his Soulmate to actually be on the right side, so I would say that was beautifully being played from the side of Soulmate as well.
Yeah, I think, like, objectively, yes, you're right that he should have tried to strike back, but I think the idea over there is the mind games, right? Because Insane himself expecting him to try to strike back right then and there. You notice a lull where he actually was holding that angle, waiting for Soulmate to come back and set up the Leer for that as well. But Soulmate actually playing it beautifully. As soon as he spots the Leer, knows that Insane is likely not going to go for the peak, because rarely ever do you see in a 1v1 situation the Leer not being used as a fake to defuse. So as soon as that comes through, Soulmate gets himself on the site, and because of that completely catches Insane off guard. Now that shot once again going for that first peak. This time doesn't land his shot, but Sinbad is there for the backup to pick up one. Shooter with the instant trade will mean Deadshot still trying to hold on his position. Just 5 bullets in the mag for Shooter, and that will not be as enough, as Deadshot is able to pick up the kill and the advantage of Flash landing on you.
Exactly, as you did mention, the advantage now is definitely, I mean, I would say the man advantage has now been even out here. 5-3 is the scoreline without a doubt, so Insane as well getting tagged out. That's a massive dink coming in through, and you cannot really afford to get so much amount of damage onto yourself. That's a fantastic shock dart as well to try and find any kind of damage in through. He was able to, but this is where the problem occurs. King getting tagged out, not really good. The Odin goes Brewer. He does have the Odin available, but hey, a return spam coming in through from the side of King. Does manage to find Thunder Flash. That's not really going to be looking good for now, but King does have the updraft and dash available. He might just use it anytime. River slowly, steadily sneaking in on the side. Insane is ready there as well, but King he just has great positioning, I would say. Post plants play to perfection. Team Exploit now finally able to kind of stop the momentum that CLOY had over them.
Yeah. Back-to-back rounds right now. 3 back-to-back rounds picked up for Exploit from 5-1 down. They've made it 5-4 on that scorecard, and they're really starting to look much stronger in their setups. Like, you can see the difference being that usually it was 1-3-1 at the start of the first half. Now it's more of the 2-2-1 setups, where it's not even exactly 2-2-1, because the only one player is usually that Killjoy, and she has her turret and alarm bot to give her company, you know, sort of give her info and give her backup if necessary. So across the map, whenever CLOY actually look for those initial kills, it doesn't matter to Exploit if they lose that first blood or not, because they always get the trade. Because they always get the trade, they're able to get that small area of control. Like, for example, A-Main, where 1-for-1 trade, it meant that Exploit actually got A-Main for themselves. Even though that shot got 1 kill, throughout that entire chaos, Exploit punished them by taking Catwalk for free, and that's where they're able to trade out Deadshot. This is why Exploit have managed to push back, in my opinion, where they are able to leverage multiple parts of the map at the same time and use those leverages in conjunction, right? The synergy is there between the players to time their pushes, right? And Exploit able to pick up the win. Now, what CLOY need to do is once again try to counter this by getting proactive, get Insane into these aggressive pushes, and try to shut them down before they even happen.
5-4 is the scoreline, and that was a good pull from their side as well. Team Exploit again off to a fantastic start inside this round. Already did find themselves some opening. King again dashing inside the side. So much space being made, and Insane, well, wasn't really able to react back in time. And again, another round. I'm expecting pretty much the lead being sealed out, or at least being even out. Team Exploit as well doing a great job shutting down Thunder Flash. And now it's a 2-on-5 situation. King again flicking right on the Deadshot there. He should be shut down, and this is where the last man alive, Sinbad. And it's clear, pretty much clear that Sinbad needs to try and deal as much damage as possible now, or at least try and find himself some exit frags. And this is what he's really trying to do, but instead gets shut down. A flawless round coming through from the side of Team Exploit.
Yeah, a flawless round picked up for Exploit, and the momentum starting to heavily tilt in their favor is now it's 4 back-to-back rounds. The economy for CLOY in a very dire situation. They did go for the eco, the sort of semi-buy in the last round, so they should have the full buys here. But if they do lose this round, it will mean they go into that final round of the first half, guaranteeing that 2-round score difference in the favor of Team Exploit. And I think that will be disappointing to them, considering the way they started like a 3-0 winning the first buy round, you know. So right now, Exploit, they need to try to hold on to their momentum, because I'm sure CLOY is going to try to give it their all as they try to claw it back in their favor. Now Exploit, they've got that lockdown ready, and they're trying to set it up for an execute down the B main. But instead, now slowly starting to back up. I wonder if they could use the lockdown as a potential fake, wait for their teammates to get into advanced positions towards either catwalk or A main, and then set up that lockdown, draw all of the defenders' rotations, and get the other side for free.
Exactly. Team Exploit now pretty much playing this situation as so slow. CLOY still guessing. They don't really know what Team Exploit is yet to do, but this drone might just reveal a lot of things, and yes, it does. Pull was there inbound, but Thunderflash able to find himself a fantastic kill through the spam, actually, but King is there on that aggressive end. He instantly found himself another frag as well for there, but King is again on that aggressive end. He's able to do so much damage on the lads of CLOY. They do have a lockdown and Blaze Storm available. I feel like, what do you think, Susie? Should they be using their lockdown in here? I feel like utilizing it can definitely be a good idea. And yes, this is what they exactly do. Insane stepping in while the lockdown was being utilized, but HSB instantly utilizing the Hunter's Fury to pretty much break it down. Shooter strikes in. Insane being shut down. Their counter impress was ready.
Yeah, as soon as Insane gets one, it's almost like Shooter gets triggered. Like, you dare laugh on my teammates? Let me show you how it's done. Pulls out his own Empress. You're like, this is how you get the kills. Picks up a 3k for himself and secures the round. And to answer your question, I feel like, yes, you have to use the lockdown there because you need to pick up the round. It's your buy. But at the same time, since you know that the Hunter's Fury is available, maybe they needed to wait a bit more before they use the lockdown, or try to use the lockdown in an advanced position so you can try to punish the Sova when he pulls out the Hunter's Fury, you know. But instead, they can't do that, and they try to use the lockdown to get into sight, and it ends up working against them because Exploit happy to hold on to their position since HSV is there with the Hunter's Fury to trade out those ultimates. Now, buy is broken for crash landing on you, so they're going just for a heavy execute. But look at this. Look at Shooter and King on the map right now. They're already on the wrap.
Oh my
King
God.
is able to take out Cinema, so the position is known, but Thunderflash does trade him out. Now, CLOY with a huge flank in here. Exploit have the sight, but the KJ lockdown going down to buy them some time, but Exploit are coming in now. Deathshot gets taken out, but Insane with the trade, that's actually really favorable for Exploit because it buys them a lot of time.
So I did mention it definitely does buy them a lot of time, and well, attackers Killjoy utilizing that lockdown as well. Oh, pretty much Cosmic Divide coming in through from the side of... Oh, this is a counter Cosmic Divide being used. Oh my God, this is the battle of walls. At this point, there is someone waiting right there next to him. Soulmate stepping inside this Cosmic Divide, trying to find himself a cheeky angle being made. And oh no, what's going on over here? This is so weird. Yeah, the defuse is being stuck, but the defuse finally gets stopped as well. And River does realize he doesn't have enough time, and he tried to go and stick it, but wasn't really able to pretty much complete it because there was someone waiting for him to pretty much welcome through the walls. And hey, 5-7 the scoreline now, and Exploit in the second half have the lead.
Oh boy, those walls have made the entire side so jumbly. You can see Soulmate just being like, where am I? Did I enter a carnival and get into a house of mirrors or something? Like, why can't I get through anywhere? What the hell? Both the teams giving it their all, but it is Exploit Storm from 5-1 down, I believe, now 5-7 on the scoreboard. The momentum is huge, and I think, like, while props has to be given to CLOY for their initial strong start, they have fallen off, and I feel like a lot of it down to the fact that Exploit Storm just more experienced, therefore better reads and understanding of defaults coming out from them. Now we'll see if CLOY is able to replicate their initial success in the first half, in the second half as well. If they're able to get the pistol and then translate that into a bonus round for them. Because now they're using the drone to take aggressive mid control. Both the duelists moving in forward aggressively. The door was bought down real early, and it being taken down does put a lot of pressure on the defenders. But Exploit are not giving away mid for free. They've got A main and B main control for themselves.
Exactly. And, well, as you did mention, they do have the A main and B main control for themselves. That as well is waiting right behind B main, but take a look at this dash again coming in through from that shot, but wasn't really able to find that opening space. And yes, as you did mention, he also has a kill for himself with the Swamp Grenade. Soulmate playing his position out of perfection. Up till now, he has been able to stop the entire push coming in through from the side of CLOY. So CLOY now on the attacking side are definitely looking quite weak in the pistol round, and I do want to see how things are really going to be looking like over here. Thunder Flash ready. Well, finally, that a little bit of
Oh,
overstep coming in through from their side. And, well, Team Exploit give them a chance to pretty much even the man advantage out. And this is not really going to be looking good. I can tell you that for sure. As Saintbot is able to cross over. It's a 2-on-2 situation now. The spike has been dropped on A side. Recon being used as well. I should reveal Saintbot's position, but no, he managed to get back in cover in the nick of time.
Spike planted.
Shock Dust won't come in on time, won't cause much damage, and now the Nanostorm being set up to mark this heaven push, but it's not on position entirely. HSP does give away his position with that battle though, so now all eyes on this Astra from Exploit. Thorax moving in, catches both of them off guard, picks up the kills and the pistol win for Exploit. HSB drawing the attention. It's Thorax who pick up the mop and clean him up as Exploit continue their dominant win streak from 5-1 down now on a 7-round win streak. Will CLOY even win a map before Exploit are able to finish? Sorry, not a map. Will CLOY even win a round before Exploit are able to finish off this map? Because it doesn't look like there is any stopping Exploit right now.
Exactly, as you did mention, it doesn't really seem like Exploit are getting stopped because the momentum shift is still continuing in their favor, even though the second half has been started. But you also do see that force spike coming in through from the side of CLOY. That means they still have some hopes of making something happen inside this round, or at least catching Exploit off guard. And this is what they're really doing. And Team Exploit now, well, they have managed to completely shut down the push that was coming in through from the side of CLOY, but Thunderflash deciding to strike back, trying his best to even out the man advantage, but they just have a massive man advantage over CLOY. It's going to be really looking tough, but over here now, still Team Exploit is approaching this entire situation as slow and as defensive as possible. River striking in and getting himself 2 massive frags. He might just be able to kind of turn the tables in his favor, but gets spammed through the smoke, and that's not really looking good for River.
Yeah. Round picked up for Exploit Storm. I will say a decent eco from Crash Landing on You in general. But actually, scratch that. It was the first buy. So their economy now looking in a very bad position. And it's not because of just the economy, it's also largely because of the momentum, because you can see the difference in the way Crash Landing on You played the initial stages of this map as compared to the way they are now. Now it's a lot more forced, where in the initial stages it looked a lot more smooth in their defaults, right? They were always playing the 2-1-2, they always had the buddy system. Now it feels like they have that millisecond gap between them, which is causing a lot of rifts in their executes, and therefore allowing Exploit to just keep exploiting that weakness, keep pushing and keep cracking it open again and again. Now Exploit themselves, they prioritize the extreme control a lot more than mid control, so they've left that alarm bot down towards mid, and they've left their duelist to take A main for themselves, with that KJ Sova just playing heavy anchor on the B side, using the utility to just stop any push that happens. Now this double duelist combo towards A main is key, because Thunderflash actually gives away an audio cue. He fell on the floor right there.
As I did mention, the audio cue has definitely been given away, and this is where Deadshot capitalizes though. He does manage to find himself one, but get instantly traded out. This is where Thunderflash will be taking out the game. Shooter still trying to play it as safe as possible, and the door being destroyed from his side, he does realize that maybe that door can actually play against him in retakes. That's why he pretty much takes it out. Deadshot being shut down as well again. And CLOY looking pretty shaky even inside this round. 5-9 is the scoreline. This means pretty much this round being sealed as well. They are going to be getting themselves 10-5 in the scoreline. Pretty much a massive lead being taken. And yes, Shooter, pretty much the last man as well, will be strike down from his side.
Yeah, 10-5 now on the scoreboard. Exploit Storm. I still can't fathom the fact that they haven't lost a single round since all the way back in the first half when they were their scoreline was 1-10 right now. Exploit just need 3 more rounds to pull it through, and they look like they are in a very comfortable position to make it happen, because now they can keep continuing on with their bonus. Only one player has to invest the weapons, and their economy is starting to snowball more and more, and the bonus actually doesn't even put them into much of a disadvantage, because they play these short angles and it works perfectly with the Spectre. Shooter using the gravity wall to just slowly guide him on out of there while he dismisses. He's like, thank you for that pull. I'll just casually get myself out of here now.
Well, he does manage to get himself out of there. So, that's I would say looking decent for now. Take a look at this. Slowly, steadily walking in onto the A side here. And CLOY as well. Finally, a little bit of slower approach inside the game. Maybe hoping that this would be able to kind of help them secure this round in their hand. But up till now, things are still looking really shaky. Hunter's Fury being used, trying to find any tags, and yes, he does manage to find one. But Thunderflash not really going to be able to find himself a kill, though. But on the other hand, Shooter stepping in huge inside the entire A main area, and he's not going to let anyone take the A side away from him. He's like a mountain standing tall onto the A side, and he's not going to let anyone cross through him. With that being said, CLOY do realize that it's time for save, and that's why they're going to be backing off instead. And on the other hand, the Killjoy, pretty much the main kind of focus for her is going to be trying to deal as much as damage as possible.
30 seconds left.
3-man advantage for Exploit Storm right now and Crashing, and they have to go for the save, but they can't afford it at the same time, because at this point, you losing this by round puts their team in a position where they have to go for the first here, and they don't have the momentum or the
10
confidence to
seconds
be able to pull it through. The simple A main default that Exploit keep going for with their duelists, that itself is not being able to get answered by Crash Landing on You. Like, what I would like to see is maybe with the initial gravity well that they have towards A main, throw in a shock dart. Like, try to get that initial damage done, and then maybe you can answer back. Talking about damage, Thunderflash does get a kill onto the Shooter, but at this point, it doesn't even affect Exploit Storm. Their economy is blooming. They have no worries about being able to afford guns. Look at this. They bought weapons on like 2 to 3 of their players this round. They still have more than enough money to buy another round of weapons. So at this point, a CLOY in a very bad position, as Exploit Storm starting to show us why exactly they picked Ascent. Their defense has been formidable, especially that aggressive push. We can see it happening again. This time the shock darts do come through, but the bell saves Shooter's life. He's expecting the second he's able to get out of the way. That bell is the thorn for Crash Landing on You.
That bell, man, or else he would have been able to at least like find some chip damage on the Shooter. That could have helped him out quite a lot in those one-on-one fights against him. I mean, again, you can already see both the duelists from the side of Team Exploit being really aggressive on A main. Yeah, been managing to kind of sneak up all the way deep inside, and I don't really like this coming through. King being tagged, that means he needs to fall back. The same thing CLOY does. CLOY as well do realize the depth of the situation, and they do realize there's a massive void to fill. Cosmic Divide being used from the side of CLOY to find themselves an entry. And take a look at this pretty interesting strategy being used from their side, but Storax is just ready. On the other side, takes himself 3 frags, and this is absolutely huge. Storax stepping in huge for his team. And now Team Exploit, well, the rest of his teammates pretty much are just going to be following the fray up. Thunderflash, the last man alive, he doesn't even have the HP to support his play.
This now Shooter, you're just like, Storax, you stole all my kills, man. I'm going to press the W key and try to get some back for myself. Trying to hunt down Thunderflash right here. Thunderflash knows where Shooter is coming from, but I don't think it's going to matter. It's that Reaver versus that Sheriff, and that Reaver. Oh my god, it just looks so good. The kill sound when Storax got like the tong back to back, it feels so satisfying as Storax with the pristine just spray adjustment. Look at this, look at this. One, tap, again, readjust, tap, then the third one is just ready on the head as soon as Insane shows. Blows it up, picks up match point now for Team Exploit Storm on an 11-round win streak. That is insane. They haven't lost the round since they started winning them. What?
It's like CLOY tried to do something new, like completely new, that none of the teams have ever done, and that initial try, they completely failed. It just didn't really work out in their favor. That means, well, CLOY needs to make something happen. That is, at least they are comfortable in doing, even in the past. Shooter uses that leer, instantly peeks out with it. Another peek being made, and this is going to be hard to stop the Empress. You cannot stop the Empress from the domination, but instead, Shooter losing the track of his bullets, peeks out. He didn't really realize that he needs a fresh magazine, but hey, it's fine. He has already done his job. He found himself 3 massive frags. And now pretty much well, Insane is oh my god! Has himself a 4K. Oh my god, this is winnable. This is pretty much unwinnable. This is winnable. He can pretty much try and pull this off here. He has a 4K for himself. Insane. He's looking for another one. He's really looking for another one. This was the counter Empress being used from the side of Insane. He also does have the spike for himself. And King, I'm pretty sure he's breaking a sweat at this point because he does realize Insane is feeling himself in this round. But the main problem is that CLOY has already given way too many rounds away to Team Exploit, and pulling this back off is pretty much going to be next to impossible. No, yup. Peeks out right in King's crosshair. And, well, Insane being shut down. Insane not really able to make those insane plays happen. Pretty much sealed that previous map. And Team Exploit, on their own map pick, decide to dominate, or pretty much dominate their way through.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a shaky start, no doubt. CLOY looked very, very strong in the initial 5 to 6 rounds, but once Exploit got the gist of how CLOY was playing, it just felt like it was GGW play. Case closed, matter down, as CLOY was not even able to pick up a single round. That last round was close. It was a round of feast, and both of the radars really starting to pop off. I feel like Shooter, primarily because of what I mentioned in the round before, just angry that Storax was getting kills. He's like, no, Storax, you will give me utility, I will get kills, and you will see how it's done. So you can see that interaction, but Insane almost pulling it off, and I feel like given the fact that this wasn't CLOY's map of choice, I do want to see them start to prioritize giving resources to Insane a lot more in their own map pick, because he has the capability to take over.
Insane, I mean, yeah, he's definitely one of those insane players, but one player we can say did really seem off, I would say, Deadshot. You know, I expected a banger of a performance from his side, did seem quite off. CLOY as well, I mean, getting themselves kind of, I would say, 5 rounds in general. Yeah, in the start they looked really dominating, but then later on it's just everything just started crumbling down for them, and you can clearly see in the stats as well here, right? You can see that damage numbers being really high, drastically high, I would say. Headshot number as well. Team Exploit just connecting those heads, and yeah, Storax playing a huge part of it.
Yeah. Oh my god, those headshots, man, from all of them in general. Like, even with the Sheriffs, they're able to get it. King, I will say, played quite well on that Jet. I just feel like he didn't get challenged as much by Clash Landing on You for us to get a full understanding. But I will say, in general, he played quite a good role. I don't expect him to carry on with that role going into the second map, but I'm curious to see if that sort of change does happen for the Exploit Storm, because I feel like they are one of the teams that can continuously change up their composition as and when required, with not much impact being done to their actual playstyle. But coming back to this map, this was map 1 in this best of 3 series. It was Ascent, the choice of Exploit Storm, and you can see on the scoreboard, all of them very comfortable on it. It was Shooter leading the charge, and I wonder if he would have led the charge without that last round push. Shooter, I say you, man, you wanted the kills, wanted the MVP spot, and fair enough, deservedly so. He picks up the MVP sword for himself. 21 kills to his name.
Yep, as I did mention, 21 kills on his name, and well, 3 first bloods as well for him side. But King this time, though, I mean, he's the man who pretty much was the one, you know, on that front page, and he got himself 4 first bloods. On the other hand, though, Insane able to get himself 2, and same thing goes with Deadshot. I would say duelists from both these sides are doing a great job, but just Deadshot, I feel like he was missing without a doubt. Yeah, he tried his best, but this wasn't the Deadshot that we initially saw in those past qualifiers, right?
Yeah, and that's why I was actually hoping for a Sova Sky combination from Crash Landing on You, because I feel like it have really enabled either Deadshot or Insane. Like, I feel like they needed to go all in on one of their duelists and commit a lot of resources to him, because that's what in my opinion, is Crash Landing on You's biggest strength, is their capability to play with each other. Their synergy, their strength, their trust in each other really gets them the win. So I want to see them try and commit to that playstyle. You don't want to try and match Exploit Storm on the standard playstyle you see. You don't want to play them on their own playground, because then Exploit Storm will do what they did in this map. They will demolish the heck out of you. So you want to bring something new to the table. You want to bring something that defines your team, and I feel like that's where Crash Landing on You need to try and either prioritize one of their duelists' win condition. You don't even need the Sky to do this. Like, the Sky just makes it easier. Even if you want to play double duelists, this can be done by just focusing a lot more on executes, using that Jet to dash in and create the space for a player like Insane, who was popping off to keep popping off.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Insane, of course, had a big kind of a role, I would say. And yeah, as you did mention, Soa Sky combination, Ascent is the map where I can actually agree utilizing that Soa Sky combination, right? Because you, of course, have to have one dedicated player for rotation. And imagine you can't really wait for a Soa to rotate all the way from B side to A side, right? To give some info. While if you just have the Sky playing on A side dedicatedly, you can pretty much have a comfort, or at least like a safety cushion that, yo, at least we know we do have the info, right? Dedicated info pretty much on the A side. So that's why Sova Sky combination I feel like is really good on the map of Ascent. But I feel like that's it right after the map talking.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for this series right now, we're done with map 1, but we've got potentially 2, potentially 1. We'll find out with that second map. So maybe grab some snacks because we are in for a long haul. We'll be back with you in a matter of seconds with that second map.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esport as our digital publication partner. My name is CA, and joining me is Necro on the desk as we bring to you now map 2 of this second set in the Group A matches. The match being Team Exploit Storm versus Crash Landing on You. Now, Crash Landing on You, they got off to a great start, but well, as their name suggests, they did kind of crash land with the rest of the map.
Yeah, definitely. They had a crash landing, pretty much, I would say a hard crash landing on the map was said. Yeah, they were off to a great start, off to a flying start, I would say, but then the plane pretty much crashed down and the flying start wasn't really being able to see later on in the game of Ascent. But now the map pick of CLOY is going to be Breeze, and it's really going to be exciting to see how they're going to be playing here, because this is their map pick, and I personally do want to see what kind of things they have to really show here, because considering the fact that now Breeze is of course one of those maps where you have seen, or especially you like to prefer, even I like to see that Viper and Sky being utilized, and but do you have anything to add on here?
I think going on to Breeze, I want to see if Exploit actually pick up the double controller composition, because it's something that we could see from them, because they have seen now Velocity play it, and in general other teams tried to pick it up as well. Like Salt, for example, tried to pick it up. They did it without a Sky though, which is why I come back to my like demand that I would rather have a Viper, sorry, a Sky and an Omen than a Viper and a Sova on Breeze. Don't get me wrong, I would of course want a Viper and a Sky together, but if a team has to choose, I would rather they choose this. And of course, Crash Landing on You continue trolling us.
Oh
They know
my
how
God.
much we like that KO. They're not gonna pick it. And Exploit Storm instead, just happy to insta lock in. They going back to what they played in the Pakistan qualifier too, just a heavy info composition, not just the Sova Sky, but the Cypher in there as well, which means they have as much info as they want at any stage of the map.
Yeah, as you did mention, with that being said, they pretty much might just have a lot of info, or as much as they want at least. But yeah, Storex now, I mean, you can already see him in the top left, you know, pretty much stretching out, getting ready, getting his hands ready for those crispy flicks coming in from his side. And then you also have HSB and Shooter. I mean, I wouldn't really say they're kind of like having a great time, but yeah, they do have their game faces on. They're looking really serious. On the other hand, Crash Landing on You, you can clearly see that worry coming in through.
Yeah, definitely. I really want to especially see if Deadshot is able to step up, because I do remember from the Sri Lanka qualifiers where Deadshot performed extremely poorly on Icebox during the finals, but then instantly bounced back in the next map.
Yeah.
So I want to see if he's able to replicate that sort of form here, because right now with both of the teams playing very similar compositions, the only difference being Deadshot on that Killjoy versus King on that Cypher is a duelist, the Jet players moving on to different roles as Thorax picks up the Jet for Exploit Storm. And this is where you see what I was talking about in the pre-show. Whenever the team needs a dedicated operator player, the way you do need in Breeze, that's when Thorax comes on the Jet.
Exactly. They also do have the Trailblazer pretty much clearing out the right side, because they do know that's the main place where players do actually kind of hide. And the Trailblazer pretty much clearing that out. That means the right side being cleared. But over here we do see a critical rotation being made from the side of CLOY. Instead, they decide to pressure down mid, but Shooter's position is really aggressive. He has managed to find himself quite a lot of map control. Let's just see if he's able to kind of deliver through it, though. But King striking huge in mid. Storex as well doing the same thing. These lads are single-handedly shutting down CLOY.
Yeah, look at this right now. Shooter pushing in. The pop flash is ready. Gonna set it up and dive in. It was a little deep, so if he didn't immediately peek, he could have actually been punished. The turret does reveal his position, but Shooter looking for more will find the
my
double
God.
kill for himself and secure the spike itself. Now, the Killjoy Deadshot in an impossible position, flanked from either angle. He'll get taken down by HSB, and already the strength of the info that Exploit Storm have clearly shown. They are a very aggressive team. They like to play proactively, and because of the fact that they have a Cypher in their composition, I feel like it actually unlocks Shooter to a certain extent, where he doesn't have the shackles of being told by his team, hey, we need you for info, you know? Instead, Shooter can just be told, do what you please. You can, of course, give us info if you want, or you can just play the classic Shooter duelist style and keep flashing the enemies and taking them down. As you can see, that's what he wants to do. A Vandal picked up in round 2 for Shooter.
One thing I can definitely say is that this is not the CLOY we saw in their initial qualifiers, man. They're just missing something over here. They're missing a key factor. They need to find out what they're exactly missing. Maybe, as you did mention, and even I mentioned, maybe these are just the jitters coming in through.
Oh, no.
Storex finds the opening frag, and yep, as you did mention, oh no. That's the same thing I am also thinking at this point in time. Storex finding himself another kill. Pretty much the chain continues. Recon dart out, wasn't really being able to kind of get a lot of info through that. Soulmate on that aggressive page. Finds Signbot pretty much being shut down as well. That's a fantastic flash from River, but stopping Storex is one of the toughest tasks, and they're not really going to be able to do so.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Storax is a beast when it comes to the snipers, and he's showing exactly that. On the small-time sniper, the Marshal, he just shuts CLOY down and destroys any chance of them trying to find some damage on their eco. Now, for CLOY themselves, that was just an eco, so they will be able to get the buys through in this next round, but without them actually causing any damage to Exploit, it will mean now they have a lot of pressure on themselves to try and pull off this round without much damage done to them, because Exploit are on a pure bonus. Now, what I find really interesting is Exploit have changed up their wall. They were playing with the B retake Viper wall for the last few rounds. This time switching on to an A stack while Shooter marks the double door aggression. There is a double stack towards B, but Exploit have just left mid completely uncontested, and that's what CLOY are looking for. So all CLOY really need to do right now is try and take the elbow control. Once you have elbow control, you can force either side, but instead they're backing up. They're going back to the extremes, and this could be a disaster because Exploit have a 3-stack ready in A.
As you did mention, this could definitely be a disaster, but yeah, they do have kind of 3 players ready inside A, but it just really comes down to if they're actually able to find themselves the opening, right? If they are able to find the opening, then yeah, maybe it does make sense. But Deadshot, of course, the man who is looking forward to kind of take that initial peak, but instead he's just trying to spam around. Same thing goes even from the side of Team Exploit. That was a fantastic flash to follow it up, but weren't really able to make a lot of things happen through it, though. Shooter able to pretty much retaliate back in style, but hey, that's a fantastic spams coming in through from the Bulldog, and River is going to be the man to pretty much take him out. Signbot as well pretty much takes out Soulmate, but the trades are happening back and forth from both these sides. Fantastic tank coming in through. River pretty much is going to be utilizing the flash again to strike back, and what? How does he win that fight, even though Storax has such an advantage? Oh my god.
HSB, oh, on HSB finds 2 nutty headshots on the Marshall to pick up the round win for Exploit when it was just never supposed to happen. A 3-0 lead now for Exploit Storm as they pick up the bonus round win too. The economy for Crash Landing on You in tatters, and once again, as you mentioned, there's clearly something missing because this execute was just too segmented. They did not go in together as a unit. They give those individual fights to Exploit Storm, and don't get me wrong, they do well because they have good aim and they are able to get the trades, but you cannot give those individual fights because in the long term, in the matter of consistency, you will always lose out. Now CLOY on their eco trying to get a heavy execute in. The Seeker's trying to set them up. King has left backside, but coming around the pillar, he finds a double. Sorax now coming in the backup, will find one more. And now with this 3v2, they'll just ask HSB to hold on as they're ready for the retake.
They're pretty much trying to ask HSB to do so, but look at the tags coming in through. Oh my god, Team Exploit single-handedly just demolishing CLOY. I did not expect this. I'm gonna be honest. I thought CLOY, the way they have the players kind of insane coming in through. Deadshot as well. They have a lineup that is pretty good, but they're just not able to activate themselves up till now.
Poison's off. Poison orb emitting.
Oh my god.
There. Poison's off.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Flawless.
What is going on? Crash Landing on You. This is not the Crash Landing on You we saw in the qualifiers. This is definitely not the one we saw. There's so many things kind of missing out. Deathshot pretty much calling in for a timeout from the side of CLOY. But I don't know. They're just not able to activate themselves. Like, they have the players. And this peek right here, shoulder peek coming through, you're revealing your position, even though you have an anonymous factor building inside the game, and still shoulder peeking that, revealing your position, and then peeking out the same angle. It's just so confusing. CLOY are making some mistakes that we do not expect coming in from the side of CLOY. And as I did mention, this is not the CLOY we saw in the CLOY qualifiers. They seem so nervous.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that the way they lost that first map has started to get into their heads to a certain extent where they're not really able to focus in the map right here, and it is starting to really hurt their economy, you know. So I want to see CLOY try and refocus themselves. They got this timeout now to do exactly that, and the fact is that what they've really lost control of is the pace at which the map is being played. They're continuously almost like going on the highs with Exploit and surfing the lows with Exploit, which means they're never able to actually control the waves, and Exploit is continuously able to use that to overwhelm Crash Landing on You. So now I want to see them just try and slow things down to a large extent for a couple of rounds, especially this round since it's an eco. You slow things down, you try and play a lot more for damage, you hit some clean one taps, get your confidence back, and then in the next round you can once again speed things up, maybe rely on your Viper Spit to pull off a win for your team.
We do have just be kind of sneaking it all the way deep. He's making that aggressive push happen. But then you also have Team Exploit. Take a look at this. This can be really bad for Storax. He does not expect someone to be that close. Push is coming in through. Storax, still the confidence is being shown from this lad, but isn't really able to deliver with that confidence. That's the main problem here. He does have the Blaze Storm available as well, but Insane just straight up walks in through, steals that operator away. Now the operator is in Insane's hand. Insane. Now, Neural Theft being utilized from their side. This should reveal a lot of info. Yes, it does. HSB walks out. He's missing those shots, but hey, finally connects it. Insane there as well in the back line. Soulmate being shut down from his side, but it doesn't matter. HSB with that crispy aim, taking down Thunder Flash as well. And CLOY is single-handedly getting dominated.
Yeah.
And I would say this is a massive difference. Like, this is actually, you usually expect teams to kind of improve, but over here, CLOY, it has went descending down for them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we thought that given the start of Crash Landing on You on Ascent, even though they lost the map, they would be able to try and bounce back in this map, but it's just not happening, man. Exploit Storm are smurfing on them right now. Like, even in this situation, it's 3v3 on the map, there's no reason to take fights, but they do completely split up. There's no double peeking, there's no buddy system, there's no way for them to actually rely on each other, and that trust factor that I was talking about that gives them an advantage is just completely gone. Now look at this. A very aggressive push coming in from Crash Landing on You on this A side. They get a 1-for-1 trade, but HSB holding on to these boxes on the back of side for long, able to get one. That shot does manage to trade it out, but Exploit Storm, they rely on each other. They trust each other. Whenever a player goes down, the second is there to back him up, find the trade.
One enemy remaining.
As he did mention, the second is definitely there to back him up, but hey, you also do have King. All backing his teammates up. Storax missing that crucial shot. He will be taking out Seekers out as well to find the position. Pretty much position being revealed now. He definitely knows that the last two are pretty much trying to play and try and defend that spike. But Soulmate all peeks out. The confidence right now that have built up inside Team Exploit is just absolutely insane. And I feel like at this point in time, Crash Landing on You, well, they need to make something happen. They need to get at least one round. 7-0. I mean, what? Oh my god, I actually rooted for CLOY here, and no, man, I know I'm saying it over and over again, but this is not the CLOY we saw.
Yeah, it really isn't. I think I definitely understand the shock you're feeling because we expected a lot more from Crash Landing on You, but they're just not able to deliver right now. And as we talked about too, right, we are going to be a lot more critical of these teams because they are the best of the best. And we expect them to deliver. But right now, CLOY not even able to pick up a round. A very aggressive ultimate here from the side of Exploit Storm. Doesn't get much value. They've even used the Viper Spit to shut down A. So let's see if they are able to make it count. Because a lot of utility being invested by Exploit. They still have the Seekers if they want to play for retake.
So did mention they still do have the Seekers available. They want to play the retake, but it seems like that was a fake lockdown. On the side of Killjoy, Storax again getting caught off guard with that aggressive angle. Maybe this is the time that he needs to know, okay, it's time to actually fall back and not really go that aggressive. Take a look at that dash in coming in through. King revealing his position, and that Viper's Pit being denied instantly. This is huge. Even though King got taken out, but the Viper's Pit got denied instantly. But hey, the man advantage is looking heavily in favor, and take a look at this lineup. Oh, well, it was, I would say it was completely messed up.
Yep, almost hit them though, so fair enough. But at this point, 4v2,
right.
And that early Hunter's Fury from HSB really hurting Exploit in this round because it opens the floor for an easy lockdown setup, which they then fake to go over to the other part of the map. And with that, they got a 4v2 advantage that they can easily translate into their first round. Insane will pick up one and another to mark his triple and the first round of this map for Crash Landing on You. Now, yes, this is great, but this is still a little worrisome because you you do remember that Crash Landing on You are on the attacking side. It's not gonna get easier when you go onto the defense because you have the double initiator composition, which not only like is it really good on the attacking side, but on Breeze especially where the attacking side is favored, the initiator composition strength is on that half. So right now, for the side of CLOY, they need to get every round they can get here and try to at least make it an 8-4 scoreline to end off this half. Maybe then they can pull off a comeback.
Did mention maybe then they can definitely try and pull it off, but here Exploit now. That's a fantastic flash from his side. Sky, oh my god, those Sky flashes. Oh, still, Team Exploit are pretty much taking those risky peeks. I mean, as long as it's really working out, then it's fine. But Storax with his operator was definitely not. He was not able to find a lot of kind of value through it. HSB now all the way in the backside. He does have that angle being held. And take a look at that. Storax going aggressive again, but this time he's able to find that value. That's what really matters. And Storax now pretty much going to be returning back to safety in the time as well. So hey, as long as he's able to find that value, that's all that really matters. I mentioned this, and Team Exploit is able to do so over and over again. But I had this point to make, right? Even though they got that individual round in their hands, or that initial round in their hands, that one single round, that should be stopping the momentum, but they're heavily relying on those individual plays, and this is where Insane really stepped up huge.
Look at this now, though. HSB is able to find one kill. And Crash Landing on You are stuck in this Halls area. Opening the door now, trying to make them move in. River finds one. The shots from Shooter whiffs initially, but he is still able to recalibrate and pick up the kill. Now, River will find the trade. The Seekers are ready, and he's going to try to use that to get some info. Finds out that the operator on Sorax is right in Halls. So now going to get himself onto A side, set up the plant. Will should be able to get this down very comfortably, but the snake bite should be able to take him out. Down to just very little HP, try to dodge out the second one, gets taken out. The snake bite was for the right side pyramid, but the plant was on the left side, so it did not take him out. But it did not matter, as the round picked up for Exploit Storm. 8-1 lead right now, and this is where I'm starting to see once again that a bit of overzealousness from the side of Crash Landing on You, where they get a little too excited. You know, once they've got that control, they need to slow down a little bit. I talked about this in the earlier rounds as well, where the biggest issue Crash Landing on You is facing right now is that every move they make is at the pace that Exploit Storm have already set, because Exploit Storm have so much info available. They always know what area of the map is free and what area of the map is occupied, and therefore Crash Landing on You need to find a way to deny that info, because as long as Exploit Storm know what is going on, they'll always be able to dictate how it goes on.
Did mention they will definitely always be able to dictate what's going on there. He does have the recon dart ready as well, but Storax just stepping in huge, is single-handedly destroying them, is single-handedly not letting them do anything. Already finds himself too. That's just opening so much things up. Shooter as well is not going to be falling back anytime soon, but take a look at the aggressive cam positioning coming out as well from the side of Cypher. Cam gets destroyed. Easily spotted that out as well, but King now playing his position out, I would say, really safe. Shooter as well has positioned himself for success, and he's ready for anyone to actually walk right in his crosser. Sinbad is ready right behind that little box. I do like the non-hit factor being made by both the teams.
Oh, the mid push though from Exploit. It's so huge right now because Thorax has a ton of information. Look, if you look at the minimap, his crosshair goes all the way to attacker side spawn, and this allows his teammate to stack up B side while playing the anchor on A. Thorax with the perfect timing on the switch picks out Sinbad as well, as Crash Landing on You are truly starting to crash land on us here. Just not able to perform at the level that we saw from them in the Sri Lankan qualifiers. And yes, we have to go back to saying it is jitters, which is why they can, you know, at least have the relief that this is not the end if they lose, which is likely to happen. This is still double bracket, so they will go to the lower bracket. But given the fact that all the teams are just as good here in the top 8, you don't really want to give away a chance like this for free. And by free, I mean, like, I'm not really seeing Crash Landing on You fighting back. I want to see that driving spirit from them, that spirit that really put them into our hearts. But it's not going to happen because Thorax is just being a bully right now.
Yeah, as you did mention, it's definitely not happening because Thorax is just smurfing inside the lobby, man. The amount of confidence this lad has, no matter what, he's just taking those risky peeks. even if he does know there's a massive kind of risk behind it. Storax getting spotted out by that drone, instantly flicks onto that drone as well.
Remaining.
By the recon dot, I would say. But that bang, oh my god, right through on Deadshot. Things really not looking great for him. And now, just have one last man alive. It's going to be Thunderflash. He peeks out. King is going to be on that receiving end. Thunderflash single-handedly. Now it's a 1-on-2 situation. And converting this round into their hands, I feel like it's going to be really tough. Soulmate on the flank, and yup, he should be doing it, and yes, he does.
Yeah, rest in peace. Crash landing on you.
God.
As you say, it's just a little frustrating because we were expecting a lot better. But let's talk about exploits, Tom. They've turned up in a dominant fashion, and the fact that they're playing so well right here shows a lot of promise for me, because this is the team, I have to remind you, that in the qualifier 1, we expected to be the standout favorites, where even without HSB, we expected them to be so damn good that they would win it anyways. They did not. They instead lost to Salt Esports, and HSB came back in Q2, and they were able to pick up the win. So starting off here in the Grand Finals playoffs, for them, it was always about getting the momentum on the right track. It's never about can they qualify or not. I think they naturally do expect to qualify for the Grand Finals, but it's about getting off on the right note, getting every player on their mojo, their confidence. And I think this win, especially with the last win, is going to give them a ton of that. Now, Soulmate does get caught out barely by Insane, but the trade is there, a shooter ready to back him up. Sinbad will find shooter as well, and now the site as well as the man advantage secured for Crash Landing on you. Can they find themselves a saving grace in this last round of the first half?
Oh man, only time can tell that, that's for sure. Can they find themselves a saving grace or not? But take a look at Thunderflash. Spike being planted, that's a fake plant coming in through, but hey, finally they do stick the plant. But that recon dart is huge, and HSB as well comes in huge. It's a 3-on-2 situation, man advantage without a doubt, looking good on the side of Team Exploit. On the other hand, as I did mention, 3-on-2 situation, Killjoy down low, Hunter's Fury being used to try and play for that close plant, but take a look at this aggressive step being taken from King, and it doesn't matter, Team Exploit are just, they just have a lot of confidence. They just have a lot of confidence. With this round being said, the first half has been concluded, and Team Exploit, well, pretty much on a dominating lead.
Yeah, Team Exploit definitely on a dominating lead. 11-1 on the scoreline right now, and usually at this point we talk about, you know, what the pistol means, what impact it can have, how it will relate to the economy, but it honestly really doesn't matter, because at 11-1, if CLOY pull off a comeback, I will truly bow down to them, because at this point it doesn't matter how good a team you are, you've got to be feeling too much pressure to actually pull off a come back all the way for the win. You know, I'm sure maybe they'll be able to pick up a few rounds, maybe, but actually winning from this point, that's next to impossible.
Yeah, so you did mention winning. It seems like, I mean, already a massive lead has been given away, and to pretty much steal this map back in their hands is it's going to be really tough. Honestly, it's going to be really tough, because a massive lead already been given away, and to try and get this map back in their hands is next to impossible. We all do know that. Let's get back to reality. Insane down low. Well, the guy on the B side has been caught off guard. It's going to be a Deadshot who falls apart. And the B side control easily in the hands of Team Exploit. Yeah, they do have the man advantage inside the round of pistol. But again, it just really comes down to, are they going to be choking these initial kind of pistol rounds where they really need a win? It's a 2-on-4 situation, expecting Team Exploit to pretty much strike back, and he seems like that's what is exactly happening. But Soulmate, the man who was making a lot of things happen, finally gets struck down.
Yeah, now look at this. Finally, Crash Landing on you able to double their scorecard from 1 to 2 rounds here, picking up the pistol. It's very important for them, because now they get that Spectre, and they are able to try and push using those buys. But again, the point is that Exploit have a ton of time to just win 2 rounds. That's all they need to actually secure the win. So not a single error can be made from Crash Landing on you, as they are on a journey of, you know, truly testing themselves. If you are able to pull a comeback from here, not only will you shock us, I think, or the audience, I think they will end up shocking themselves. So we'll see if it does end up happening, because right now, Exploit on their eco grouping up for a fast site execute down B.
I would say if they do manage to pull this off, shock is a less word, man. You all will be stunned. That's what would definitely happen. But that shot, the Wolves, yup, he pretty much, oh my god, he's doing a lot of damage against them. He does find himself a massive 3k, and he's doing a lot of damage as well. Insane as well, stepping in huge, and a flawless round coming in through for CLOY. I mean, but yeah, again, this also gets back to the convo now. Exploit is going to be having the full buys for themselves, and on the other hand, well, CLOY are just going to be having those Spectres. This is where advantage, of course, in the hand of Exploit.
11-3 now. And as you said, advantage is definitely in the hands of Exploit because they have the better weaponry, but the stakes are higher for them as well because if they lose this, then potential comeback definitely on the cards. I wouldn't say the comeback is on even if they lose it, but definitely possible because it would mean a bonus win for Crash Landing on You. Now, Exploit, once again, trying to take A-Shop control. Executes are what works for them, I guess, because they are trying to just stack up together, just leaving King on the halls. Look, now with the A-Shop control, using the drone to set up the site. Execute, they spot out the Viper and they instantly take him out. And now Insane, even though he doesn't get spotted, the Cloudburst more or less reveals his location. So Thorax gonna get the plant down. King can come through on the lurk, shut them down, and a flawless round picked up for Team Exploit to get map and series point on the board.
Match.
Well, see, you already know what's going to be happening inside this round. So, yeah, well, they do have the money to buy here, CLOY. But them pulling this off is really next to impossible. 12 rounds given away, as I did mention in the past as well. A lot of rounds have already been given away. And by the way I sound, I mean, you guys can already tell, I'm heavily disappointed because I did not expect this coming through. I did not expect CLOY getting destroyed this hard. And instead, I would say the way CLOY was playing in their qualifiers, I pretty much opted out for CLOY here. But now they are completely disappointing me. That's for sure. But hey, it's fine, you know. You can always go back and watch the replays, what kind of mistakes you made, and try. There's always a room for improvement. Team Exploit now slowly, steadily walking on the site. And at this point, I feel like the confidence, the amount of confidence Team Exploit has, they are straight up just going to be challenging those aim fights. But what? CLOY, okay, hold on. Insane is stepping in huge, but still, them pulling off the entire map, it seems, it does really seem tough.
Oh, Insane picking up the 4K though, pulling back around for Crash Landing on You. As you said, it's definitely very tough, but it does look like the players of Crash Landing on You are starting to, you know, get back a lot of confidence. And I will say that it doesn't matter at this point if they do lose the map. What matters truly is that they get their confidence back because they'll need it in the lower brackets because from this point, it's all about just that confidence. Maybe you can even pull off a comeback, but obviously that's way easier said than done. So even if you're not able to pull off a comeback win, you need to at least pull off enough of a comeback. So you're like, you know what? We didn't start off strong. There were a key crucial errors, but we did come back. Now, look at this. The Ares spam through the wall to deny A-Shop control, but the Trailblazer was set up a little forward, so Shooter doesn't get tagged. He knows that the Sova is there. He tries to hunt him down, but the backup from Insane will mean Shooter gets taken down instead, and a one-man advantage picked up for Crash Landing on You. Now Exploit trying to answer on the other side of the map, taking mid control as they set up for a mid to be hit.
But hey, look, that really doesn't matter because as you did mention, they do have to mid control through, and they already have a lot of map control, and that's what they're really going to be using to get themselves on the board. And look at their Storax, well, gets instantly shut down. Ripper is the man who's going to be making that happen. Another kill being followed up. You also do have Team Exploits. Another lad, that's going to be Soulmate. Insane peeks out, gets instantly shut down by King again. It's a 2-on-2 situation at this point. 12-4 is the scoreline again. As you did mention, comeback. Hey, everyone loves the comeback story, but actually CLOY making the comeback happen, the chances are pretty slim, but hey, they also do have the Viper's pit inbound, so anything might just happen. King peeks out, finds one, and, well, Team Exploit pretty much going to be sealing it.
Yeah, 13-5, 13-4. Exploit Storm will set a date with Velocity Gaming in the upper bracket finals as they comfortably cruise through this upper bracket round 1 game against Crash Landing on You. Crash Landing on You definitely living up to their name in these two maps. I hope they are able to recalibrate their sensors and get their flight back in orbit because right now it just isn't the Crash Landing on You we saw in Sri Lanka qualifiers. We saw glimpses of them. We just want a much more consistent push.
Yeah, I honestly expected a lot of improvement from their side, but instead it seems like, yeah, in the first bind map, they did look quite promising in the first 5 rounds, but then things just started slipping away from their hands, man. Like, I did not expected this CLOY to be seen. Yeah, I know I'm mentioning it over and over again, but I'm just in a massive shocker because they have a lot of potential. They have insane amount of talent as well. Like players like Deadshot, Insane, and in general, they just have a really stacked lineup. But today it just seemed like they all were diffused. They all were silent. None of them were able to wake up. But do you have anything to add on to this?
I think it was just a lot of confidence issues, the same that we saw with Exceeli, where they're not playing their own game at all. And I have to keep saying these underdog teams, you cannot play your objective game. You cannot play what the meta game is, because you will get beaten. That's why they're underdogs and the other team is more experienced and they're the favorites, right? So they need to bring something different. They need to try playing their own style. They need to play comfort, because that is what will end up helping them beat the other team. Because it's not like one team is better than the other team on aim. No, it's purely tactically where we have favorites and underdogs, because of the fact that one side generally has a lot more experience than the other. That's what it is for Crash Landing on You, because irrespective of them being the best team from Sri Lanka at this point, they are the slightly more inexperienced team that took down the favorites in the Sri Lanka qualifier itself. So they need to rely on that sort of style. They need to rely on brand new picks that surprise their opponents the way they did in the Sri Lanka qualifier.
As you did mention, they need to bring in something like astonishing factor in the game. If they don't, they need to do something pretty much outstanding, right? Out of this world. And yeah, sometimes it also might just favor you, but sometimes it might just not favor you. That's why you need to practice with all those kind of things, right? New Asian compositions coming in through. You need to definitely do those kind of things. But for now, I don't have a lot of things to say, because CLOY just single-handedly got dominated, and there's just nothing really much more to add on here, because Exploit played each and every single thing to perfection. And in the end as well, I mean, Exploit was like, all right, you guys are not really showing a lot of effort from your side, so Exploit as well just directly started rushing in, getting that map control. In the mid as well, we saw Exploit in the attacking side, pretty much getting that mid control over and over again. They realized that. They were like, all right, mid is pretty much let loose from their side, and this is where we need to strike in. And mid was the weak point. They found it. They kept on taking the mid control, and that's how they pretty much got the B side control as well in the end.
I mean, we've seen this from Exploit before. Once they realize that they don't need to really think too much and just brawl, they're happy to just brawl. They're like, okay, comfy game, let's go. Easy claps. But like that's what I really love about Exploit, is the fact that they can let loose when necessary, but also tighten up. So we'll see, because they have a big test coming up against Velocity Gaming. That should be a much more closer matchup, but that's not going to be today, because now we are done with the action in Group A for today. We're going to see the round 1 matches of Group B in the later half, and I'm excited about that as well, because I feel like given the way the fixtures are set up for us, it's only ramping up, like, you know, piece by piece. We saw relatively quick matches here in the first 2 sets, but I think as we get to Group B, it is going to start getting a lot closer, with the last matchup for the day being the closest of them all. But before we get there, before we open the Pandora's box that is Group B, let's take a look at the stats for this particular match in Breeze. I think for me, Storax, of course, as I was talking about, the Jet player, the dedicated operator Jet player, really stepping up for his team. The impact he was able to find on the operator was just phenomenal.
Yeah, exactly. The impact, as you did mention, was absolutely insane. Storax, yeah, sometimes he was getting caught off guard. He was getting easily read out with those aggressive peaks, and he was also missing those shots. I feel like that's the main thing. But in the end, I mean, hey, he did realize he's missing, and in the end, he pretty much redeemed himself back up. So that's what really matters, right? I mean, first blood, of course, without a doubt, has to be on Storax and King. King as well did quite a great job there, playing that Cypher to perfection. On the other hand, as I did mention, like players like Deadshot, Thunderflash, and Sinbad, pretty much Sinbad as well. Take a look at that. That guy, I mean, even in that previous map of Bind, if I'm not wrong, he only had 4 kills, and now he only has 3. So confidence issues, definitely, without a doubt, because Thunderflash, this is not the Thunderflash and Deadshot we saw in the previous time. This is definitely not the team that we saw.
Yeah, especially that duo of Thunderflash and Deadshot. I feel like I want to get Thunderflash back on a more aggressive Sky pick, or even if River is playing the Sky, then the duo come online, you know, where for me, Deadshot and Thunderflash were the key playmakers for their team. They were always paired up together. Thunderflash was using his resources to set up Deadshot, and Deadshot was creating the space for Thunderflash to keep moving forward, and they were able to find a lot of success on the back of that. I didn't really see that pairing at all. Like, I understand why it doesn't happen on Breeze, but it could have definitely happened on Ascent. A lot more playmaking was there for the side of Crash Landing on You.
Yeah, of course. I mean, playmaking, I was expecting that, that's for sure, but we definitely didn't really see a lot of plays coming out from the CLOY side, especially on the map of Riz. But HSB, yeah, this man has to be the experienced player, the most experienced player, I would say, yeah, next to Storax. And he definitely has the KDA. You can clearly see the econ rating as well, 85 freaking econ rating, and average combat score as well of 259, first blood of 2, and just a Soa main, you know, HSB. Only once I think so we saw him play a duelist once in the back in the qualifiers, and that was definitely quite interesting.
Yeah, and I think they explained that too in the winners interview. They're like, yeah, let's just try it. You know, why not? Because they knew they were going to win. So I don't think we're going to see HSB a lot more on duelist, but it doesn't matter because you can see even on the Sova, he picks up those MVPs easy peasy. 34, 80, and 10. That's the mark of a really strong Sova, especially because it tells me that he's not just focusing on the kills. He gets an assist or two in there once in a while, showing that he can use his utility for his team as well. But Exploit Storm just formidable as expected, starting off their Grand Finals playoffs journey on the right note as they will progress on to the next stage. I want to see if they can continue developing on this form because we are starting to see a clear distinction in Group A where two teams have risen above the other.
Yeah, two teams definitely did rise above the other. And take a look at the brackets as well. I mean, pretty much now we do know that CLOY has moved down to lower brackets. That means in lower brackets, they have set themselves a date against Exceeli. Exceeli versus CLOY is definitely going to be the match worth watching unless CLOY is, again, deactivated and we just don't really see the star players performing. That could be definitely a little bit of a problematic situation. But yeah, Team Exploit and VLT, I mean, these are two tactical teams, right? Going head-to-head against each other. Team Exploit as well, as you did mention, they do know when to kind of tune the tactical nature down and when to kind of make sure that their strategies aren't really getting revealed. And that's what is a really good thing, right? You being a team that do realize, okay, the competition in front isn't really going that great, and then you instantly lower down the tactical level and you start playing as the same thing as the other team is playing, right? Pretty much adapting to the other team and pretty much try and copy how they're really playing. So in the end, that's what Team Exploit has been doing. They do realize that, okay, if we just don't really need to use our brains, why are we wasting our brains?
Yeah, exactly. They're like, okay, we're just happy to let shooter randomly pop flash and W all the time because we know we're going to clean up even if he dies.
Oh my god.
It works out for Exploit Storm, you know, but for me, like, what I find really interesting is that they're able to do it with such finesse, you know. That's the especially interesting part, the fact that they can adapt so quickly with finesse to any team that comes through and play their style themselves. That's a very big gauntlet to be thrown. But for now, that's the end of this second series and of the Group A. We'll continue Group A action tomorrow, but we're not done for the Valorant action today. We're going to be coming on with the first round matches of Group B, so don't you go anywhere. We'll take a short break and be back in a jiff.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. Give what I got you. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. Give what I got you.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. Now, my name is Nikhil C.A. Bansali, and joining me is Neeraj Nekro Sangle as we now kick off the Group B action for you guys. The first matchup of which is going to be Damaru Gaming versus Global Esports. Definitely a David versus Goliath showdown right here.
Yeah, as you did mention again, a David versus Goliath showdown. Now, of course, Goliath being the GE, and then you have Damaru coming in as the David. And things are definitely going to be interesting to see how things are really going to be looking like against these lads, because especially considering the fact that Damaru Gaming coming in, you have a player like Finn also chiming in. But hey, we have the over here, as we all do know, you guys can send your clips to the video at nodwin.com, and maybe your clips will be featured on the future broadcasts.
Yeah, for sure. Like, show us how you're watching the VCC, or, you know, why you support a particular team. Anything that is unique to yourself, like, it would a chance for you to get featured on the broadcast doesn't hurt. But I think in general, showing your love for your team is the best part about it. But talking about DG versus GE, it's all about, is the D greater than the E for DG? Because in general, like the David in DG, I'm expecting them to really rely on the Veto to pull something through. But for now, as I said, we're kicking off Group B action, which means it's not just this first matchup. The next one we will have is Salt Esports, which is Enigma, which is one I'm really excited for because that's going to be really close. What do you think, Nick?
Exactly. Now, taking a look at the brackets as well. So, hopefully, I'm hoping for a close call against G, because G is one of those teams who has been stopping throughout, right? Just like Velocity. I mean, yeah, even though they lost against Velocity, but still, G has a massive reputation and a massive name behind them. And even the same thing as well goes down with Salt and Enigma, right? I mean, we're expecting a close call between them as well, but now, for now, the match that we are going to be witnessing here is definitely going to be that DG versus GE battle. Now, you like to see KO. We might just see KO being played from the side of DG by Gaddafi.
Yeah, I think that Bind is very likely to come up because I expect Global Esports to continue on their strength banning out Haven, and I expect Damaru Gaming to either ban out Icebox or Breeze. I hope it's Breeze because G are very, very strong on that map. So let's take a look at the Veto and find out for ourselves. Okay, hold on. Damaru Gaming actually went out and banned Haven and gave GE what they wanted. So GE like, okay, cool, we'll take off another map we don't like. Bye-bye, Ascent.
Oh my god. Okay, so I would say, yeah, this is a really comfort ban, but G is looking really comfortable here. G is definitely one of those teams who's looking really comfortable here. Haven't been banned, and Ascent being banned as well. Bind is one of those maps G is pretty good on. Split as well, they're really freaking good on. And then Damaru Gaming picks up Icebox, and we have seen just Global Esports being so good. Rossi making those solo plays happen on B side while the rest of his team all the way on the A side. That what really happens on Icebox. Taking a look at the predictions as well, and yep, audience as well heavily leaning towards GE. Same thing goes with me and all the other casters.
Yeah, Global Esports is the outstanding prediction, and as we expect, right? Because it is David versus Goliath, you expect the Goliath to carry most of the expectations and the odds with the game. But the Veto, I know everyone sees it and they look at it like, oh, okay, we see the three maps. I see it as a KO Veto. Like, this is the true essence of a KO Veto. Bind and Split being map number 1 and 2. If we don't get to see a KO in this series, then I'm not sure if we will ever get to see a KO. So, especially Bind. We know what GE is going to play. They're going to play that breach composition, look to be very aggressive. So I want to see that KO come out because he can be such a good answer to a double initiator composition. If you're able to delay their execute by even one step, if you're able to put a divide between the breach and his duelist, suddenly that entire setup will collapse like House of God. So Gaddafi could be the crucial X factor if he picks up that KO.
As you did mention, Gaddafi can definitely be that game changer player here. If he does pick that KO, even on bind and even on split, is the map for KO is really freaking good. Yeah, of course, as I did mention, close composed kind of maps where you do see that KO kind of coming in and the compact maps. KO is just absolutely good. But this also brings us to a conversation. We had this before the game started as how can you use KO right? You do have that knife that reveals a lot of info. Now, this is a main thing me and Cia had to talk about was you cannot really use KO like a SOA.
Yeah, absolutely. KO is not an initiator, guys. I'm sorry to spoil your party, but just how Sage is not a sentinel and Viper is not a controller, KO is not an initiator. Yes, he can initiate plays, but his role itself is not a dedicated initiator. He will never work as the only initiator in the composition, which means you always want to see him paired up either with a Sova or a Sky so that they can be the onus of the info gathering initiator, whereas he can be the playmaking initiator. He's really good at reacting to what opponents are trying to do, and even proactively you can use that 0-point knife to make aggressive pushes, set up the flash drive to get your duelist into key positions, or even play him as a pseudo duelist, wherein then you're using those flash drives and fragments for yourself. You're being extremely selfish and continuously getting value for your team, almost functioning as like a more util based Phoenix in the sorts of the composition.
Yeah. I mean, I do understand, KO does have himself those flashes as well. So I feel like, his composition is definitely one of those just like Skies, right? You have something revealing. At the same time, you do have those flashes coming in as well. Your ultimate completely shuts and suppresses enemy downs for a really long time, man. I would say, So as you did mention, you need to utilize KO's knife, especially when you do get the go call. All right, we're about to push Heaven on the B side of split. You instantly throw in that knife, you go back with it instantly to follow it up. You don't just let the knife go solo by just like how you use that SOA recon. You can't really do that. Yeah, there are some moments where you use that SOA recon crucially, or it's just out of panic as well. You can do that with KO, and I feel like if you do use that knife out of panic, that can actually pan out good.
It depends, of course, on the situation.
You can't literally just go in front and pan out. Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, but to say what you're saying in a different way, like more than panic, I think it's more of the instinct reaction that a player makes, especially for top caliber players like this. We expect their instinct and intuition to be picture perfect. So when they do end up using those instinctive reactions to function that KO knife as a sort of disruptor to try and stop the enemy, whatever is happening to them. May that be a random rocket coming in your face, a race randomly shouting like, here comes the party, and you say nope. Or it could just be as simple as Reina laughing, popping her Empress, and you throw the knife and you just nope, like instantly gone. The Blade Storm gets nullified by KO. There's a ton of usages from him that we've never really seen. Like even for example, going into Bind, the Killjoy is one agent that we regularly see being used in her strength. The KO ult just makes that Killjoy useless. If you're able to suppress that Killjoy again and again, she can't use any of her abilities. Her turret is going to be down. You just waltz into side for free. So it's all about preparing if you are going to pick the KO.
No, exactly. I mean, on the map of Bind as well, I mean, I'm having to look at the roster over here, but you don't really see Killjoy being pulled out from the side of Global Esports. So at least that's good. But instead, you see that SOA Sky combination coming in through, where Hellranger uses that Prima Sky, and then you see that SOA being used by Kappa. I mean, he has been a great SOA player, without a doubt. So, yeah, of course, that SOA Sky combination coming in through, this is where they do realize that, okay, you can pretty much have SOA on one side, and then you can have Sky on the other side, pretty much to try and make those aggressive plays happen as well, and also support the duelist with those flashes, because we do know it's quite important. You also do get the info that pretty much your duelist is like, all right, there is someone out there, I'm going to be flashing instantly, you flash, duelist peeks out, pretty much finds himself a decent amount of trade, and also, I mean, the main kind of thing here for the Sky Flash is that it doesn't have a fixed time, right? You can pretty much go pop it instantly as soon as it exposes, and that can, like 101%, the Sky Flashes do catch the opponent off guard, and that's what I really like.
Yeah, and that bird screaming in your ear, I'm sure that's not pleasant when you have a blight light in front of your face, you know? So yeah, definitely. I think Sky or Breach is the expected pickup for Hellranger, and I think we will find out in a second as the lobby is ready and we are ready to find out which agents are picked up from either team. The double initiator composition definitely for GE, but for the side of DG, will we see a KO? And I guess not, because they're gonna play double controller and switch things up, and GE doing the same. The double controller coming out, double controller, double initiator for the side of Global Esports, as Damaru Gaming used double controller with single initiator, allowing them to pick up a Cypher along the way. I do notice they're even in their boot camp, so lovely to see that the DG boys have all grouped up together for the grand final playoffs.
So now, this is where a massive curveball has been thrown from Hellranger, right? This is a crucial change coming in through. And this is what I really talked about yesterday as well. So basically, right, if you don't really want to have Sky, especially when you do have the SOA, the best thing or the best change you can make is probably try and implement a breach. And that's what we saw. Amaterasu now pretty much playing that breach. And we have seen Amaterasu. This is not the first time Amaterasu is playing that breach. He has been playing breach since a long time. And not Amaterasu, my bad, Hellranger. Okay, well, it seems like the first game is pretty much in my head. But yeah, Hellranger utilizing that breach. So this is absolutely great, right? You do see Hellranger on that breach. So it's looking really great. And I would say this is a good kind of switch, right? Because on the bind map, you don't really have a lot of kind of distance to cover while to make those rotations happen.
Yeah, absolutely. You certainly do not have as much unbind as compared to like a map like Ascent or Split, where we see these breach being used. But look at this, SK Rossi right now, so aggressive. Somebody didn't give him the memo that he's on the defense. He's dashing in, looking for the first blood, and he will find it. And just like that, he will find the second as well as Moonlight goes down. And SK Rossi getting himself started off in a triumphant fashion. Will we see 4K Rossi in round 1 of the Grand Finals playoffs for GE?
Oh my god, SK Rossi, I mean, what can I say? This is the Rossi that we pretty much know. Pedal to the metal, already starting the day off on an aggressive note. Damaru Gaming getting completely caught off guard. Aggression definitely not expected from his side. Just like that, walking in through the long side, and the confidence already that SK Rossi has against Damaru Gaming. It does seem like Global Esports have done their research, and they pretty much know what or how Damaru Gaming thinks. So Global Esports looking fantastic, at least in the pistol round. Still, we cannot really just come to a conclusion. But Hellranger, he might just find himself an opening, but doesn't. Gaddafi will step forward. First, pretty much shoulder peeks and then peeks out completely, but this also means he didn't really check his long angles. There is one lad in the long. Skills pretty much peeks out with Frenzy as well, and you do not want to challenge that gun in a close range, and that's what they exactly do. Lightning fast and skills pretty much take the last 2 men down.
Yeah, Global Esports pick up this first win, and I really like that Global Esports are continuing on with this composition, because when we go back to India Qualifier 2, they played against C69 on Bind and they actually lost that map, and they were playing the same composition, the Breach, Sova, Jet combination, and the only issue over there was that SK Rossi always felt like he was one step back. He was never actually getting himself forward, and you can see instantly, like I remember throughout the casting of that map was like, why aren't there any flash and dash combos? And this time you can see they've changed that. SK Rossi only W, again to that B long, gonna get a ton of info for his team, while they go over onto A shot.
Oh my god.
Mows them down using his one-way to perfection.
Well, you have the shock dart coming in through. Gaddafi down low, and SK Rossi just look at. Okay.
Okay, SK Rossi.
Oh boy, I know SK Rossi. Yeah, you're really good. He just decides to completely go full spin bot mode on and just decides to spam everywhere, you know. But in the end, yeah, that was a fantastic spray transfer coming in through from his side. Did realize that. Okay, the shock dart has connected. And lightning fast over here. Fantastic finds, a 3K already. And I'm going to say this thing for sure is that Global Esports is already feeling themselves. They have a lot of confidence.
I mean, yeah, which other team do you see picking up 3 assault rifles in their second round? It's so risky with the light shields, but Global Esports don't give a damn. And this is what I'm talking about. The flash and dash, baby. I don't care that he died. I just care that they actually tried to be proactive. But DG are able to get a couple kills. Now, Skills does trade one back, and they have like isolated the spike. They have spotted out, so they're gonna try to push through on the other side of the map. Lightning Fast picks up one, but the trade comes through for DG. Now, it is a 2v3 on the map with the advantage for DG, but the health bars are extremely low for DG, so they're gonna have to be very careful. They need to play with each other.
Yeah, as he did mention, they definitely need to play with each other. Snakebite being out, forcing Skills out of his position. Lamb's control being given away from the side of Global Esports now. But hey,
Spike down A.
that's just a good
One
Molotov.
enemy remaining.
He's not going to let them cross onto the side, and still, even though he has given them a lot of map control, or a lot of side control, I'd like to say, he's still able to kind of redeem himself back. I don't know how he's able to find those picks, and now pretty much last man is in front of him, and he will be striking down as well.
3-0 for Global Esports, and Skills positioning his Molly to perfection. I wonder if we get to see a replay of it, because we got a fleeting glimpse at the way he positioned his Molly, right? So what he did was he put his Molly more towards himself than towards the opposition, so that the front end of it wasn't shown outside the smoke. The only part of it that was shown outside the smoke was towards the side. So they could, as you can see right here, you catch a small little, okay wait, that's not his
Enemy
Molly, never mind.
remaining.
But the same way as that other Molly was set up, with like the back end of it showing towards Skills, that's how he was. So the moment DG entered the smoke, there was no Molly, they did not know. But the moment they try going past the smoke, they just get burnt down because of their low health bars. And with that, Skills is able to hold down. Now again, going for the aggressive peak, finds first blood for the side of GE, and look at this! SK Rossi, I think he might have taken my words to heart from India Qualifier 2, where I said he doesn't press W, because now he only presses W.
Yeah, this is definitely a W game that we're seeing. That was a good flash, but they didn't follow it up! And Rossi, they give a man like Rossi to step himself up, and take a look at this. He's just not serious. He's clearly not serious while he's playing. The Brimstone tried to strike back, but Lightning Fast in the back is going to be sealing the... Oh my god, what's going on, Rossi? And the funny part is he's not even pressing shift while he's making those pushes happen. He's straight up just walking out along.
What is this shift button you speak of, Necro? These are foreign things that are unknown to the being that is SK Rossi. He is our overlord, come from the heavens to rescue us all and show us the true way of playing Valorant. With the W key plastered down to the keyboard and a breach in your team to make sure that you don't get screwed, but you are just pushing forward. Global Esports right now 4-0 on the scoreboard, gonna force out a timeout from the side of Damaru Gaming. So now Damaru Gaming need to just sort of calm themselves, take a deep breath, and try to think about how they can influence the rest of this map to come back in their favor, because they are on the attacking side. It's a much more difficult side to execute on bind especially. So now they need to try and play a lot more slow. They know that GE is pushing every single time, and they actually, if they watched all of our qualifiers, they should know how to counter this, because they Velocity Gaming, all the way back in India Qualifier 1, were countering this exact playstyle that G was trying to do, where G kept trying to push, kept trying to make plays. Velocity happily played defensive defaults. They found the trades, and then they used the trades because they knew that with those trades, G was investing utility to make the push happen, and they weren't. They were always in defensive defaults. They were waiting for GE. So every single time those trades happen, the util would still be there for VLT, and then they would use it for the execute. That's what Damaru need to do. They need to hold defensive defaults. But looks like Moonlight does not want any of that. Just W all the way through himself. Does barely manage to drop out of the op shot, but Hell Ranger is there to take him out. Just cannot play this aggressive against GE. You need to play a little bit slower.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, they're definitely playing slow this round, that's for sure. But
Launching smoke.
again, now G, this is the G that we are seeing. Finally, they do realize that it's time to play a little bit more tactical, and that's why they're pretty much slowing down, letting things just, you know, happen. But at the same time, keeping their control over what is really happening here. Pop flash being used, but that Molotov is going to be huge, and he still finds a 2K. How? Skills! How was that possible? 3v2 situation. Damaru Gaming in a massive disadvantage now because they don't just have the man advantage available anymore. The main kind of advantage here is that... What? How? He missed all the shots and then... he connects the final one. And then Rossi, he's trolling. He's literally trolling. You can't tell me he's serious. Yeah, he did miss those knives, but then later on we saw him do a complete 360.
He literally shoots 5 of his knives, I think, at the player's feet, literally at his
Yeah.
feet, and then
Yeah,
randomly just insta flick head. Like what, Rossi?
Did he-
That's
I
can't
feel like
do
he did
that.
it on purpose. I feel like he did it on purpose.
I
Like,
don't think so.
I
think he just
you really think so? He just
Yeah.
freaking flicks in the last second. Yeah, but then later on, you just saw him do a complete 360. Take a look at this. Yeah,
Yeah, because
connects that shot.
he paused, he jumped, and then he readjusted himself and got the shot. That's why I don't think he did it on purpose. I think he randomly actually got scared. He's like, what the heck? Why are my knives going like this? So he paused, jumped so he could adjust himself easier, and got that flick through. And the reactions I know are too nuts for that to happen, but well, that's just SK Rossi for you, you know? He pulls
Yeah.
off nuts plays like they're a piece of cake. So now, G, once again, very aggressive, will be revealed by the Trapfire, but they don't even need to go beyond this Trapfire. The fact that they have so much control is more than enough for them, because now this tells the rest of their team that the A push is coming through. Now, what I like about Damaru Gaming's approach is they had 2 Trapfires for their flank, so even though the first went down, they're not as worried just yet. Instead, they're committing onto this site, execute now. The defensive Viper's pit has been set up, but the Viper himself has to leave the pit, so Lightning Fast needs to try and get back ASAP, or that pit will collapse, and he should be able to do exactly that. Now the TP being taken by Damaru Gaming, but G already ready. Look at Hellranger's position. He was just waiting in defender side spawn for that TP. Noise comes back instantly, now in halls with 2 other members of his team, while DG are just cornered. The recon will reveal everything. The Orbiter Strike will burn
my
them down,
God.
and GE will
One
continue the
enemy
winning.
remaining.
13-0?
What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say here?
13-0?
Like-
No. What do you think? Will DG win 1 round?
Yeah, I'm hoping that they might just win the pistol rounds. Yeah, but
So you think it's gonna be 12-0 and then DG will win 1 round? Wow.
yeah, maybe. But look, no, I actually don't want to be rude here. But yeah, Damaru Gaming, they are one of the best in the Nepal region without a doubt. So expectations were definitely high going inside the game, but it seems like up till now, Goliath is completely stomping David, and this is what as expected.
Yeah, it was as expected. I will say the win was expected, just not so dominant, man. And talking about things that are not expected, SK Rossi misses the shot. Definitely wasn't expecting that. We're now gonna go back for his second, and he will not push. This is more characteristic SK Rossi, and this certainly is the
my-
dash in with the shorty, making short work of Moonlight. Oh my god. Calm down, Rossi. Please, calm down. Like, what?
What? Dude, Rossi, I do understand, yeah, you're on next level, but stop showing off! Stop it, okay? Please. Slumber finally
enemy
stepping
remaining.
up. Oh my, okay, hold on. Okay, maybe they, okay, well, hey, yeah, continue, CA.
I mean, at this point, unfortunately, there isn't much to say, but we will try to be objective and look at Damaru Gaming's composition right now, what the options they have, and instantly what stands out to me is the Viper's Pit available. So you want to try and get a quick execute on with that Viper's Pit to get to control, and the instant area I think of that could actually help them and counter G's push at the same time is Hookah. So there's this really nifty Viper's Pit lineup from Hookah which covers most of the site and allows you to just get the plant down, come back to Hookah, play for the post plant, and this works because that's where G are pretty much always bringing their breach jet combo. So you can not just break that but get the Viper's Pit online as well. But instead, none of that can happen. DG just gonna try to go by their defaults once again. The showstopper will throw a rocket into SK Rossi's face and take him down. But the instant rolling thunder will leave Moonlight stranded. Now the Brimstone does take out Kappa, and it leaves Hellranger to try and clean up the mess that was created. Picks up 1 kill. The smoke's coming down. The second is there in quick fashion, but Moonlight with the
enemy
trade.
remaining.
Now Lightning Fast himself so quick on the rotation. We'll find 2 more.
Yeah,
And this round went by in a matter of seconds.
Well, I mean, that's what his name is, right? He is lightning fast. That's what he does. Lightning fast plays coming out from his side, but a massive rotation being made. Viper's Pit being popped as well all the way on the A side. The spike has been planted. 7-0 is the scoreline. Still things looking really slim on the side of DG. Hopefully they're able to pull it off in the last sneak of time, but up till now, gotta say that things are really looking bad, I would say. They're really looking bad at this point because Global Esport is completely stomping. They're smurfing inside this game up till now. 7-0 is a massive domination, and pretty much what we're expecting here is like maybe like 13-0. Maybe that would be happening. Yeah, as I said, maybe they do have a chance in the pistol rounds. That's a great find from Gaddafi, but Skills peeks out as well. Hey, finally, it seems like, well, they have gone one round in their hands. Maybe this is their time to kind of stop the momentum. But I feel like over there, the main reason why they actually won, or the key reason why they won, is just because of that Viper spit.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I want to see them try and use those ultimates more proactively. Even taking down SK Rossi this early, that's a worthwhile usage of the showstopper from Moonlight. So finally actually using the resources they have to their disposal to pick up a round. Gaddafi able to secure the first round on the board for Damaru Gaming. Now, I have to highlight the fact that this is actually, I believe, Damaru Gaming's map pick. So they need to really step up the pace, because we know what happens to GE when they get on split. They will... It's not even like the W key the way it is here. It's like the WW key. You know, it's like W squared on split. But talking about the W key, now I guess the Sova has taken it up upon himself to become the duelist. Kappa pushing through B long with the help of SK Rossi's operator. He picks up one. Moonlight, though, able to trade out on to Hellranger on the other side. Now Kappa taken down really low. The paint shell coming through takes out SK Rossi, leaves Kappa isolated, and it's Moonlight opening up the site for his team as he picks up a 3 kill.
I would say this is really good. The overconfidence is finally being punished from the side of GE, though, but still, they're striking back hard, and now the man advantage is looking, I would say, decent. They still do have one man advantage. Gaddafi's all the way to the flank, but Skills does expect him to be there. Peeks out, Gaddafi wasn't really able to find that frag, and this is where you can clearly see how scared DG are, right? They aren't even challenging those one-on-one fights. They're trying to use as much as tactical nature as for their advantage, and Skills with just that brilliant orbital strike, and how can you not expect someone in the back lines? He completely ignores that, and Gaddafi walks out of his smoke, finds him, and now it's a 1-on-2 situation. Lightning Fast is all the way in the lamps area. You need to watch out your backs as well, because there is someone in the bathrooms. Slowly, sadly, Lightning Fast walking on site. Confidence is looking really huge, but Thin peeks out and takes out Lightning Fast.
7-2, Damaru Gaming now pulling off back-to-back rounds, and as you rightfully mentioned, they're punishing GE's aggression, so the adaptability shown from Damaru definitely commendable. I like the fact that they're ready for this aggression, and what I like even more is they're showing something that I've asked from all other teams, which is they're countering the aggression with more of their own. That is, they're willing to play their own style, not refusing to give ground to GE, not really playing on their terms, and that's what I wanted to see from all of the underdog teams today, which is try to stick to your comfort. So I like the fact that Moonlight hasn't lost his confidence. He's still very aggressive, he's still very willing to take gunfights, and he's able to find a lot of value in certain rounds. We'll see if he's able to do it continuously though, because now GE are going to change up their defaults, playing that Viper down over on that B side with the wall to take for long control. The smoke set up for a hookah, the Viper will be able to solo anchor this B side, which allows the rest of her team now to 4-stack A. SK Rossi is the only player who's slightly moving around. Now gonna go for that slightly aggressive shower speak where the Sky is waiting. Will Thin be able to find him out? Nope. Just gets caught off guard sleeping, and SK Rossi finds first blood.
Yeah, Thin wasn't really ready for that initial peek out, and Rossi again stepping huge, finds himself a 3K. And DG, this is where things again do start crumbling down, even though they did get themselves two wins back-to-back. But Rossi, a man like Rossi, well, this is his ace, and he is pretty much going to get it. And Slumber misses those first shots, and Rossi easily getting that ace. What?
No, it's Hellranger's fault. He should have flashed Rossi, so we could have got 4K Rossi and not Ace Rossi. You know, 4K Rossi is the thing, not Ace Rossi. Come on. Hellranger, you're not supposed to give your duelist good flashes. You need to flash him and deny him his ace, you know? Like, that would be a good meme, I think. But in all seriousness, 8-2 right now for Global Esports. SK Rossi just popped off. It was literally all him, with the exception of one flash from Hellranger. And the one way from the Brimstone. I don't think there was anything else he used from his team to get that ace. So now going for more just on pure aim. They just peek and they mow them down. SK Rossi being the distraction with his updrafts even as G pick up a flawless. It just looks like Goliath is angry and they're like, you dare prick me? I will show you the might of my boot.
He's just spinning in midair, man.
Yeah. He's doing ballet in midair.
No, but I gotta say, no. But like Damaru Gaming is one of those teams who has definitely stepped out for me because they have the players. Let's be honest. Finn is the man who is kind of like the Jet main here, but this time in the map of Bind, we have even seen him in the past that they do like to play the Jet. But Finn in the map of Bind, he plays Sky, which is quite good and which is a massive change as well because switching over from Jet to Sky is a big change coming in through, and I gotta give props to this lad. He does it quite well. But on the other hand, now finally Moonlight again with the showstopper. He's trying to find himself, and he does, and he also finds the info on his second guy. He does that well. Damaru Gaming finally striking back, and I love it.
I know exactly.
Slumber picks up one as Damaru are rising from their slumber. They have come awake, and now in a 4v2, they're looking to secure this third round for themselves, the last round of the first half. Now, SK Rossi and Hellranger are alive, and Rossi's got his Blaze Sum online, but the Guiding Light will flash them out, and Hellranger gets taken down. Rossi whiffs his Blaze Sum, but is able to pull out the gun and still stick through the kill. Moonlight getting taken down. Rossi in a 1v3, which is one knife and a Vandal. He's going to land this headshot point on, but the timing is wrong. Still is able to find the kill on Slumber. Dashing into side, playing mind games with Thin, and just making him run away as the Brimstone himself just backs off. He's like, I ain't taking fights with this guy. I'm just going to play on my ultimate. And that's exactly what comes down. They're too scared of SK Rossi to actually dare peeking him, and I will give them credit for that. That's exactly how you were supposed to play it. Damaru Gaming able to pull off the win, rightfully giving Rossi the respect and not peeking him when they didn't need to.
Exactly, as you did mention, rightfully giving Rossi the respect. They do realize they have to all to play off, so I would say Damaru Gaming, they're doing quite a great job when it comes to that tactical approach against GE, but yeah, they did manage to get, so at least they have 3 rounds in their hands for now, so that should be looking really great. But Moonlight over here, he has to be the key player for that previous round because instantly he uses that showstopper, then again finds a follow-up with that. Pretty much it just cleared out the entire side. But in the end, Rossi, the amount of confidence that he has against DG is absolutely insane. This is where DG needs to realize that Rossi's confidence is skyrocketing right now, and it's their time to pretty much bring him down.
Yeah, like at this point for the side of Damaru Gaming, it's all about getting off on the right note. 9-3 is not as bad as the 10-2, but it still does put a ton of importance on the pistol because you don't really want to go into the 11th as your buy. So let's see. SK Rossi, as you said, with the shorty, knows he's gonna land the headshot. Just one shot is all it takes for him. The flash is there on Moonlight for the second, but he actually ends up taking Rossi down. Now, Hellranger was still able to pick up Slumber, so the advantage is there on the side of Global Esports. They have the site, but they kind of stuck because they don't have Lamb's control. Moonlight able to do a lot of damage, even find a dink on to the Kappa on his way out, and it's going to be trying to take advantage by Thin, but instead Lightning Fast takes him out, and now they're just going to take the TP, and a 1v3 with that Brimstone on such low health, it should be impossible for DG.
Yeah, that's what they really do realize. Brimstone down only 15 HP and that headshot coming in through. Global Esports seal the deal on the second half pistol round as well. Things really looking shaky for Damaru Gaming. And I would say, Damaru Gaming, this is one of those teams that has really stepped up for me, especially not just this team, right? Even the community that Nepal has in general for the Valorant, right? I freaking love them. They're the most wholesome community I've ever seen. So I personally love the Valorant Nepal community in general.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I think it really speaks to how much they've grown with VCC coming through. But right now, Global Esports, they don't want to let them have any more time. They're just pushing through. The fall line will make sure Slumber cannot take out Rossi, and Lightning Fast will find one on his counterpart with the lurk as well, causing this A side to just be open like a can of worms. Rossi will shut down the rotations from defender side spawn, and Kappa will watch out for the flanks. Each picking up their kills will mean that Global Esports have secured themselves a flawless round here and have got themselves a free bonus. Now, this is what I was talking about, Necro. At 93, you lose the pistol, you're facing off in with that 11th round being your buy, and that's a very precarious situation because now, not only do they have to win the round, but they have to win the round without losing too many weapons, because if they actually win the round and too much damage is done, for Global Esports, this is just a bonus. They'll happily go on to the next round with that weapons advantage and look to secure match point right then and there. So if the comeback is to happen for DG, they need to win this round and not drop more than 2 weapons.
So did mention if the comeback is to happen for DG, they need to at least like pick this round and try and make it flawless, honestly, yeah, because that's the only best way you can probably try and seal it away. But look at the tracking coming through from Lightning Fast as well, just dealt so much damage onto Moonlight, and at the same time he's getting tagged in by the recon bull, and look at this push coming in from Lightning Fast. He's not scared of anyone, walks straight in through that snake bite. He doesn't care if he's taking a lot of damage through it, and Rossi as well following it up. Well, 5-on-3 situation, and the confidence, the amount of confidence that Global Esports has at this point, they're just completely smurfing it through the game. And wow, Hellranger able to pick another one. Again, 4-on-2 situation. SK Rossi does realize there might just be someone on the heavy side. That's why he pretty much smokes it out in the back lines, though, getting a little too aggressive. Lightning Fast finally gets punished. But SK Rossi also has an off angle being created, but Thin tried his best to kind of take him down. He's down to only 6 HP. But look at that, Rossi dashes all the way in the back. He was almost able to take out the Brimstone. But at least he's alive for now. Steam Beacon being utilized from his side. Let's see what he's able to actually pull off with only 46 HP, not really much. And Outranger going to be putting the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, both of the players knew exactly where that Brimstone was, and with relative ease, they're able to pick up the round win for themselves and pick up map point. 12-3 now, Global Esports quite dominant in a map that isn't even their pick. I can only imagine what happens in the next, because right now, DG are floundering. And I will say, this makes me wonder if this was a bit of a over-thought out situation from DG, because there's no reason for them to drastically change their comp this much. I would have just liked to see that KO come in, because in general, it does feel like Thin has gone missing on that Sky. Like, yes, I like the fact that he's versatile enough to pull off the Sky, but he isn't as impactful as he used to be on that Jet, on that Sky. On the other hand, you can see the counterpart Jet. She has no limits. She will go wherever she pleases. Pick up kill after kill. Now Thin is able to pick up that 1 kill, which means the Seekers are online. And despite Global Esports having picked up the site, their positions are exposed.
That was a beautiful utilization and beautiful timing with that Seekers as well. But still, look at Kappa. Confidence, man. This is the confidence that they're really showing here. And he still comes out on top in that fight. How? Moonlight spotted Kappa first, but he still managed to come out on top. This is where clearly you can see the pressure is building up huge on the lads of Damaru Gaming. And then down low, considering the fact that, yep, I'm expecting him to get taken out. That's what exactly happens. Lightning Fast still in the game. Kappa strikes in huge, getting himself a massive 3K. Skills pretty much takes down the last man. 13-3 was the scoreline, and GE easily seal it up. And Outranger is one. You can see the smile on his face.
Yeah, absolutely. All in a day's work for Global Esports as they casually just dominate Damaru Gaming and pick up a 13-3 win on Bind. Considering that the next map is split, I am genuinely terrified for what happens to Damaru Gaming right now, because G is only gonna ramp it up and make it quicker. You know, it's almost like they're in a competition with their arch rivals in VLT, and like, we will finish our matches faster than you. It doesn't matter that we can't face you, we will still beat you.
Oh my god, yeah. It's pretty much like a time lapse kind of, I would say, battle going on here. Which team pretty much closes the deal against the enemy team as quick as possible. Up till now, it has been pretty much 2-0 throughout. But here we do have the team stats in front of us, and in that previous game, definitely, I mean, the damage you can clearly see, it's miles away. 13.2k on the other hand, 7.65k on Lee. Headshot percentage as well. I would say Damaru Gaming still a decent headshot percentage, considering the fact against Global Esports, so I have to give props for them. But yeah, again, this also leads me back, and I really feel bad for the, you know, kind of the fan falling over here for Damaru Gaming, right? I mean, of course, as I did mention, the Nepali community, I absolutely love them. They have won my heart without a doubt. One of the most wholesome and nice communities out there. And considering the fact that Damaru Gaming today isn't really able to perform against GE, it actually hurts me.
I think it's just because they overcomplicated the process by really trying to play the meta composition, that double controller initiator. It's effectively double controller, double initiator on attack, because the Cypher works as the initiator where he's continuously getting info for his team. But on defense, it gives you a key foundation to play on with the Cypher. The issue is that it's ridiculously hard to execute. Like, you need to be picture perfect in your comms. You need to be able to not just understand your defaults to perfection, your enemy's defaults to perfection. You need to be able to adapt every single rounds. You need strong reads. And there's just too many ifs and buts with that composition. Yes, it is objectively better because it has a lot more options. But for a team like Damaru Gaming, especially when you're facing off against Goliath like GE, you don't want to make it complicated. You want to keep it simple.
Yeah, I would say you definitely do want to stick to your comfort level. Consider the fact that the bans over here weren't really the cross bans. That's why I feel like at this point it's really hurting Damaru Gaming, right? They went with the comfort bans, and yeah, understandable, sticking to the comfort level. But again, if you realize you're going head to head against a team like GE, you need to take any kind of chances you can. You need to take chances even on that map, even though it's like really minimal, right? You want to make sure you're getting those chances. You want to make sure you're getting those opportunities. And that's what I feel like that's what they're trying to do here. But unfortunately, they're just not really able to kind of get themselves on the board, because you can clearly see, right? The Brimstone as well only had 4 kills, and Gaddafi as well with the Viper had only 5 kills. Slumber, a man who was doing such a great job in their initial regions qualifiers, this time he seems completely kind of sleeping. Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, I definitely agree. I think given the fact that the second highest kills for DG is 6, it's quite disappointing, because Thin, especially for me, is one of the standout players from the Nepal qualifiers in terms of that pure fragging department. You can see, despite the low amount of kills, the fact that they had the 22% headshot percentage shows how skilled they truly are as players. So I want to see them try and simplify things going into Split. Maybe it is time for that KO to come out, but you know what? I completely okay if it doesn't come out, as long as they're playing what is comfortable to them. I don't want to see Gaddafi on a Viper. Like, I know he plays the Viper really well, because he even plays it on Icebox, I believe, but in general, it's not the style that suits the team. The team wants to play a much more simpler style, the way they played in the Nepal qualifiers. And yes, while that might not be objectively the strongest, it is strongest for DG. For now, though, that's the end of map 1 of this BO3 series. We'll take a short break and be right back with map 2 of this series.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. Give what I got you. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. Give what I got you.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on. the strength of metal.
Need your mark on. Need your mark on. Go. Need your mark on. Need your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. Now, my name is CA, and joining me is Necro on the desk, along with Phoenix and Omen 2 over there. No, wait, over there. But we're here for the Group B matchup between Damaru Gaming and Global Esports. Now, map 1 was bind, and Global Esports sort of just smurfed over DG. Gave us what we wanted, with their biggest complaint on bind being please press W. They're like, okay, we only press W, and they demolished DG.
Yeah, it just not just Rossi, man. Yeah, Rossi was definitely the one who was just keeping a holding, but we saw each and every single player just like doing those W key gameplay. We saw no strategies coming out from that previous gameplay, right? Nothing being revealed, no intentions being revealed from their side, but yeah, this is kind of good for GE. Now, consider the fact that the next map is, of course, going to be split, and we're expecting that KO being pulled out from Gaddafi. And still, I mean, split is the map where I would say GE are good. GE are
That's an understatement, Necro.
Hold on, dude. Why, dude? I'm trying to keep the morale up for DG. Okay, I'm trying to keep the morale. That's why I had like a questionable face, right? I was like, DG are good. Yeah, you know, that's why I said it like that. But yeah, GE are really good. But DG, on the other hand, I want to see what they have new pulled out on the map of Split. Now, consider the fact that they have probably research. I'm assuming they have research against GE. They pretty much know what they really like to play on the map of Split. But I'm expecting that KO being pulled out. That means that should help a little counter coming out from their side. But let's just see how things are really going to be looking like, right? But what do you think? So what kind of agent composition we can expect?
So from the side of Damaru Gaming, I think you can lock in Thin as the Jet. I don't think he's going to be playing anything else after the map one.
Please.
Yeah, and Moonlight should just naturally carry on with the Raze role that he was playing in Bind itself. Split needs a Raze too. I expect the Sentinel player to carry over with that Sentinel role. What I'm interested is if Gaddafi brings out the Breach or the KO. I think the Breach is the more likely option, but hold on, it's not going to be either. Instead, Gaddafi going to play the Astra as they play a no initiator setup, which scares the heck out of me. Kappa is definitely trolling me. He is 100% going to lock in the Breach and not the KO. But a no initiator setup against GE Split is... I think like, yeah, that's what they play every single time they play Split, because Hellranger doesn't play the Astra. He prefers the Omen, the Brimstone, not as strong. I think Hellranger doesn't play that pick either as much. So every time we've seen GE on Split, it has been with the Omen. But like I was saying, like I think to describe what I would be feeling right now to be playing a no initiator comp against GE Split is like describing what I felt like as a 5-year-old kid watching Paranormal Activity. You know, it was not terrifying. It is beyond terrifying.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
It's true. SK Rossi is like that wraith that is gonna haunt your dreams. Hellranger is like he's like that devil, you know, he's just walking behind the wraith. He's like, oh, one soul here, one soul there, here a soul, there a soul, soul everywhere. Let's go.
Yeah, pretty much what CA said. Things are going to be looking tough, and it already does seem like SK Rossi has the pedal to the metal. Already looking pretty aggressive over here on the map of Split. In the confidence that he has, right? We mentioned about this. I mean, I'm pretty sure after the first map, they're already having the nightmares of SK Rossi. And well, getting rid of them is going to be really tough, considering the fact that your agent composition as well is looking really shaky. Astropole inbound in mid, and Gaddafi as well is kind of situated. But yep, this is where the problem has been created. He can't really move out of that position anymore. He's taking a lot of damage, and he will pretty much be taken down. But Thin is there to kind of back him up instantly. Hellranger as well does realize now. Pretty much falling back and letting DG have their own personal space is probably the best thing they can do, and that's what they do. Instantly falling back to the A site because there is a man waiting for them, and that's going to be him. But overall, Entry has been found from their side. Kappa is the man who's pretty much sort of going to walk in inside and pretty much walks inside the Sage's crosshair. She finds herself an opening, and that's what they were really looking for. Skills on the other hand, though, does realize there is someone in screens to try and play as much as safe as possible. That's what is really kind of they're looking for. But as long as Rossi's alive, the fear is alive. That's what they really need to watch out from. If Rossi's there, oh my God, that's a slap right there from Moonlight. He's like Rossi, stay in your limits.
Yeah, that was a huge kill by Moonlight too, because now they have screens control. But look at this, the Paranoia coming out, pushes Moonlight back. He's taken quite a bit of damage from skills. Now Moonlight still able to take out Hellranger, gets the heal coming through, and Thin will back him up to pick up the kill on skills as Damaru Gaming pick up the pistol. Already starting off this map in a much better fashion than they did the first map. And maybe it isn't paranormal activity. Maybe it's just Despicable Me, where it looks scary at first, but it's not scary at all. We'll find out in a second, because I think GE will be angry. And this is what I was going to say. I think GE will be angry, which means they're not just going to let this next round go with an eco. We've seen GE before in these situations. They love those forced buys, and that's what's going to happen in the next round. Global Esports with a forced buy. The Spectres have come online. Can they pull back the momentum, or will Damaru just solidify their lead and get a strong start to split?
Placing swarm grenade.
Exactly. Well, you also do have now SK Rossi typically dashing inside, as you did mention. A force buy coming in through, but wasn't really able to find himself an opening. Again, SK Rossi being shut down. DG just single-handedly mowing them down. That's going to be the man Slumber finally stepping up. And until now, they're looking quite great as well. And look at that judge being utilized in such a long range. Now Hellranger pretty much is just giving some fake sounds away. They try to TP, but from the back lines, or actually from the front lines, Sage is ready. It was pretty much going to be striking him down.
Yeah, Damaru playing really well. They pick up a 2-0 lead and they win that force buy, which is the especially important part, because now they have a chance to continue their lead moving forward, especially on the defensive half. This is crucial because their composition, the Sage Killjoy, I'm very scared for it when it goes into attack. But on defense, it is extremely strong because, as you can see on the map, that Sage gets to anchor down B side by herself with just one wall down in garage. The Killjoy playing anchor on A allows for a much more heavy stack by the duelist down towards his mid, which is where you really expect that breach to continuously use his utility. Now moving down into Wentz, they've fought out Slumber. A 1-for-1 trade is worth it for Global Esports, but they do give away a lot of health along the way. We'll see if the Spectre is worth it, because look at Lightning Fast. The lurk is huge. He's able to take down Thin, suddenly turn around the tables, make it an advantage for Global Esports as Hellranger finds one more. Giving away that mid is starting to get real costly for Damaru Gaming.
Yeah, as you did mention, the mid controller is really important in any map, not just in Split. In any map, the mid is kind of a place which really connects both these sides. And if you do just give that away, that is definitely going to be costly. And Polo's pretty much to perfection, but peeks out in the open. Gaddafi, I do like the confidence being shown from that man. This pretty much leaves the situation now in a one-on-one situation. Rossi has managed to retrieve the spike in his hands. He should go for the plan as well. That's what he exactly does. Last man alive is going to be Sage. Walks straight in. Rossi's position being compromised. Rossi peeks out, and well, Damaru Gaming off to a flying start. I personally love this. A curveball. None of us expected this, right? Damaru Gaming off to a flying start on the map of Split, and I am in love up till now the way Damaru Gaming is playing.
I hope he saves the operator. I really hope he gets to save the operator. But yeah, as you said, I love this too. I think it's gonna give them so much more confidence, and I love the fact that Thin is back on the jet, because in our all of our conversations off stream about which region we really expect to come out swinging, right? I think the understanding was that Pakistan is one of the major regions where we can expect teams to really give a challenge, and then the rest three in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Nepal, where these three regions are a bit more unknown. I think Nepal was the region we all agreed was really good in the way they approached the game, which is they were strikingly similar to these top tier teams. The only thing they were really missing is the experience. So I like the fact that they're already showing us they're happy to play their own style. I even mentioned this on Bind, right? Even when they were losing, they were still trying things their way. So right now this shows a lot of confidence from the side of Damaru Gaming, and it's going to be key because they need as big a lead as they can get before they go on to the attacking side, because their composition is going to rely a lot on conditioning and such. Now, Global Esports themselves, mid control taken, they have B Heaven set up. It should be a B execute on the cards.
No, I absolutely respect DG for actually making it far up till here. Even though if they lose there, it's fine. They still have the lower brackets where they can try their best against some other teams, right? Where they can pretty much have a fair and square competition. But again, DG for making it up till this far, I personally love them. I have my hearts all the way for them, and I'm pretty sure even the fans in the Nepal community, they should probably spam those hearts and help out DG pretty much make a comeback happen here. But for now, Hellranger, it seems like G are striking it hard against them. That's a fantastic dink being found from Rossi, but did not really deal enough damage because that was pretty much a wall bang coming in through. Rossi now pretty much does realize the last two lads are on Heaven. He peeks out, he finds that fantastic kill onto that stage, and now he's pretty much looking for the other one as well. He thinks that maybe the last man is in the flank, but now he finally does realize the last man as well is in Haven. But hey, it's fine. He pretty much brought him down to low HP, and then Kappa peeks out from the back and takes him out.
So let's try and understand what happened differently in this round as compared to the round right before this, where G played very similarly. They took mid control, they pressured Wentz, and then they came back towards B Heaven. What happened differently in this round is that in the round before that, the B garage control, the initial aspects, at least in the early parts of the round, was in the hands of Damaru. Because they don't have garage, they all end up getting stuck inside, and G pincer them and end up finding the trades in their favor, despite Moonlight finding the first blood. So that's what Damaru really need to change. Now, if they are giving away mid control, you need to make sure they don't give away garage for free either, because then if you are going to do that, play fully on retake and don't sit on side. Now, look at this. Moonlight is actually playing an anti-flash angle, but around him his entire team is collapsing. The flashes aren't coming through, and Thin is getting chased down. Not able to pull out his gun on time. SK Rossi will find him. Moonlight as well, finally leaving the shade of the mailroom, will get taken down by Hellranger, and suddenly everything is collapsing for Damaru.
Yeah, suddenly everything is definitely collapsing. But yeah, as you did mention, you know, we had a chatter before the games actually started, before the Grand Final playoffs started. All of us could agree, right? We did, yeah, we of course had the Pakistani region pretty much being like, okay, they have to be one of the major regions that might just be, you know, one of the best out there. But then we had Nepal lined up right next to them. Yeah, and we pretty much do know Nepal is, Damaru Gaming without a doubt is one of the best out there. Don't get me wrong, they are really good. They're really freaking good. Up till now, just players like Thin, they haven't really been able to kind of step up, because you can clearly see, right? Thin is completely sleeping. Same thing goes to Moonlight. He isn't really able to step himself up because he's getting shut down over and over again. And Damaru Gaming, as I did mention, even in the qualifiers, this team is really good. But it's just up till now that they aren't really able to find their comfort level and that confidence against a team like GE. But I'm pretty sure once they get used to it, or maybe once they, you know, face GE like once more again in the future, and when they're really well prepared, I'm pretty sure they can give GE a tough competition.
Yeah, definitely. But again, you're starting to see those a bit of that inexperience and the mental game not being as strong starting to pan out, because they're giving those free peaks now to global esports. That first pick for Moonlight should never have happened, and now 4K Rossi has got 4 for himself, looking for his second ace in as many maps. Takes out the lockdown. Kappa stealing the ace from literally right in front of Rossi. Rossi was right there. And this is what I was talking about. See, Kappa is a true breach. He understands the power of the 4K Rossi. He's like a, you know, like he's a hungry person who you need to continuously keep feeding 4Ks to. So he's always hunting for the ace, therefore continuously getting 4Ks. Hellranger, on the other hand, on Bind, he set up SK Rossi for the ace. That's not how you play Breach, man. You need to flash your own jet, not vice versa. And guys, if you actually don't get what I'm saying, for disclaimer's sake, I'm being sarcastic. Please stop roasting.
Yeah, guys, he doesn't really mean what he's saying, because Rossi pretty much is known for being that 4K Rossi. And his teammates usually tend to steal his aces away, but well, it does seem like Rossi did kind of strike him huge at the start. Resurrection inbound as well. Slumber's going to be back on his feet. Well, that's a great find from Thin, but wasn't really able to convert it into the second one. Trades are there from the side of GE. And DG again crumbling down slowly and steadily. The position that the KJ has can be huge, but gets expected easily. And Hellranger takes down Slumber as well. And also, I would say that, in general, DG, it's fine. It's fine. I feel like at this point, they should take a timeout, and, you know, and just let things slide, you know? Be like, all right, guys, it's time. It's fine. If we lose, we're probably going to be moving in the lower brackets. Take a deep breath. It's fine. The worst thing that can happen is you can lose against GE. It's fine. At this point, this is what they're doing as well. The timeout is there. and it's time for them to actually take a deep breath. But I also do like the sportsmanship being shown from the side of Damaru Gaming, right? Even though things are really not looking good for them, they're still laughing, they're still having a great time in the game. They do realize this is just an experience that they're really getting. On the other hand, GE is one of those teams who just has so much experience. In general, they have played so many big tournaments. They just have played one of the best against one of the best of the best. So it does make sense why G is really good or miles apart from DG.
Yeah, and let's get our facts straight, right? Damaru, I think, has the hardest group as compared to like the other underdog teams in Group A, because the three other teams in this group are Global Esports, Enigma Gaming, and Salt Esports. Like all three of these teams are ridiculously hard to actually beat. But I will say, for me, Damaru is the true dark horse of this tournament. Where yes, they're clearly not one of the favorites to win it all, but they definitely have the potential. I think it's too early for them to expect them to harness the entirety of the potential. But I want to see a bit of a rally back. I want to see this map going close, so they have the confidence when they face up against Salt and Enigma, and they can try to take them down. But oh my god, with moves like that, they certainly aren't going to be able to make their confidence. Skills just easy white swings in and pops one in his head.
Well, Moonlight going to be finding that opening onto Skills. This is absolutely okay. DG finally stepping themselves up. I like this. I'm getting the vibes of this game is actually going to be close. Absolutely love how DG is clearly stepping up, right? Again, the Sage also finding a crucial frag onto Rossi. Of course, a big man being shut down should give them a sigh of relief. That's for sure. DG now looking really good inside this entire round. It's a 2-on-4 situation. Hopefully, they don't just give them free picks, and I do like how safe they're playing up till now. But still, Head Ranger walks out, able to find one, but instantly gets traded out by Moonlight. Perfectly played, I would say. Finally, the communication in the team, it does seem like it's really on point.
1v2 on the map right now. Damaru Gaming do have that man advantage, and they can use that to secure the round itself. Kappa, his position given away, is going to be taken out by Moonlight, and that's the right move from Kappa. In a 1v2, you want to isolate your 1v1s and take them down, but what's even better, I don't think we actually got to saw this, but I believe Moonlight quickly dodged out the flashpoint from Kappa. So I really like how good Moonlight is with his reactions, right? I really like, even in an earlier round, we saw him holding Mailroom in an anti-flash position, so the game awareness is there in the player. The fact that he dodged out that flashpoint meant that he could pick up the kill onto Kappa and secure the round. Because right there, if you lose that 1v1 duel and Kappa gets screen control, because of the way the plant is set up, it becomes very, very difficult for the Sage to actually close out the round, and Kappa can continuously play mind games with his utility. So at this point, a very nice round for Damaru Gaming. It gets that op back on Thin as he tries to make something work. But look at SK Rossi himself. He's got that op on his hands. And it's a little weird because they're 5 stacking for an execute, but SK Rossi has an operator.
Yeah, SK Rossi, well, he has an operator, especially. I mean, you need to realize that if you just have the amount of confidence that as much as they have, but that's a great find from Thin. Instantly backs off as well. That's going to be helping them out quite a lot. So at least gain a little momentum, but still with that kill being said, the man advantage has now been evened out, and you do not want to peek in the crosshairs of Rossi. Don't do so! He does the same thing, peeks right out in his crosshair, and now the Empress being utilized as well. Damaru Gaming pretty much now heavily relying on that individual play, but that also will be shut down. Moonlight, I mean, valiant effort, but wasn't really able to convert that Empress into, like, you know, any other kills. Well, it seems like my co-caster here isn't with us for now.
I'm back.
Oh, hey, welcome back, dude. I gave you the throw, and I was like, well, it seems like our co-caster isn't really here, but hey, finally getting our heads back in the game. Already another round starting. 4-5 is the scoreline. This time it's quite close, and I do like how promising Damaru Gaming is looking on split, but I might just have Costa cursed it because SK Rossi straight up walks in all the way back in the defender spawn as well, and he's pretty much strolling on the map.
On the map, and unfortunately, I seem to be facing couple of technical issues. It seems like I'm back. A flawless round picked up for Global Esports, and I noticed Lightning Fast had an operator. Huh? Hello? Like what? G, you're on the attacking side, and you see operators all around. It's back on SK Rossi now. But yeah, this is what I mean. Lightning Fast took out Thin with the operator, while SK Rossi is just dashing it. I guess he's the operator carrier for SK Rossi. Rossi be like, hey, can you carry this really expensive thing of mine while I go pop a couple heads? Lightning Fast like, yeah, sure, I'll pop 1-2 myself.
Yeah, pretty much just the same thing. Now 4-6 is the scoreline. It's fine. Damaru Gaming, you can pretty much make it back. Believer, I'm the believer. I hope that Damaru Gaming pretty much makes it back from here, but still now. SK Rossi pretty much on his dominating start, just like always, and you do have to raise, pretty much stepping inside, skills being the man. Satchelled inside the side. DG, though, doing a great job trying to stop them, but a man like Lightning Fast is just making those solo plays happen, and to stop him, it's going to be really tough. And consider the fact that they still do have Kappa alive. This can be such a problematic factor for them, because Breach's abilities are just absolutely huge. And yes, as you did mention, this is massive. This Cosmic Divide can actually turn the game in their favor, or turn the match in their favor, if they're only able to kind of, again, get this retake happen.
Oh, Tin.
Oh my god.
Oh, let's go. Finds that first kill onto Hellranger, and the defuse is set up, but it's all a fake as Lightning Fast gets taken out. The Nanoswarms were popped, so a bit of time bought, but it won't be enough as Gaddafi takes out Kappa and picks up the round for Damaru Gaming. It was all about timing right there in that 3v3. If Hellranger peeked out, then he could have shut out Thin, and they would have won the round. Hellranger didn't. You see what happens? Thin expecting someone to be right there. The fact that he doesn't have to worry about someone peeking in from backside, that Cosmic Divide just cutting off any help that Hellranger could have got, meant that Thin able to easily, I think it was a no scope. I'm not sure. Maybe it was a quick scope. Either ways, able to pick up the kill and allow his teammates to get into the site, execute the retake, and pick up the round. Now 5-6. We'll see if Damaru Gaming are able to keep it even. And so far, like, you still have to applaud Damaru Gaming. I think matters are going to get very tough in the second half, but in this first half, they have played quite remarkably. They have kept it very close to GE, and that's a huge achievement in itself, because GE is one of our favorites to win the entire tournament. So if Damaru Gaming can be that close to them, I can only imagine how they'll face up against the other teams.
No, dude, that's what I said, right? The PAL region has, of course, been one of those regions that have been, like, catching our eyes over and over again, and I mean, just the problem here is just the experience, right? I'm pretty sure if they do get enough experience, Damaru Gaming, they can pretty much even give a really tough competition and a run for their money. And up till now in the map of Split, they're doing so. So I personally love how Damaru Gaming is playing up till now, and I pretty much respect that. But on the other hand, though, take a look at this TP coming in through from the side of Hellranger. And, well, TP's all the way in the backside. And here you do have Rossi as well, slowly, steadily making his way towards heaven. And then Rossi, I mean, he has managed to kind of sneak in quite aggressive, and he's looking to actually go even more aggressive here. He might just overstep his boundaries. That's what he does, but hey, he does realize that maybe backing off and playing it safe maybe can just be the best thing you can do.
Lightning Fast will pick up one kill here. Huge on the triple, able to shut out any possibility of the retake on his lonesome. Holding on and controlling B-Heaven to perfection. Lightning Fast finds the 4K, and Global Esports secure the lead going into their second half. Now with the no initiator composition, Damaru Gaming facing a very difficult task, an arduous climb up this mountain, but it's all eyes on Moonlight. Like, that's the biggest function of the Reyna instead of the Raze in this composition. She's the pseudo initiator. She's the player that gets things started for her team. So we'll see how Moonlight and Thin work together.
As you did mention, you just got to see how these things really do work together. And consider the fact that Moonlight has been delivering up till now. It's just that Global Esports is completely stomping on them. That is a little problematic for them. But hey, DG, still pretty close, I'm pretty sure they can pull it off. It just really comes down to if they're going to be making some mistakes happen or not. Because Thin, I gotta say, in that previous round or previous round, we did see him make those confidence pushes, I would say. So it's good to see that at least they're gaining a little bit of confidence back, because they do realize that this is either a do or die situation, right? The worst things that can happen is probably they can move down to lower brackets, which is completely fine. This is where they can probably try and face off a team they can pretty much have a great chance against, and NODWIN wasn't really able to kind of dash back to safety. Will get taken out instantly.
A bit unlucky for Thin right there, but that's okay because his team trades back in that mid area, able to take out skills now, trying to get a mid to A execute on. They are slowed by the fault line, getting tagged out by the turret, and they'll be finally able to take it down. The turret is such a menace in the pistol, so difficult to take down. But look at this now, Moonlight getting onto side. He finds one. The instant trade for Lightning Fast. Lightning Fast going for the peak, but not able to take out Gaddafi. Instead, holds on to side as he finds Slumber. The trades are all over, but it's GE coming out on top, and a lot of it due to Lightning Fast's heroics. Now, Gaddafi finds one, but instantly taken out by Cap, and the buddy system working out for Global Esports as they secure the round. Again, Lightning Fast playing this round so well with just the classic. Not only is he able to buy so much damn time for his team, his turret and him, but then picking up 2 kills on the way. Even one would have been huge for Global Esports.
I did mention even one could be really huge here. And Damaru Gaming, I mean, yeah, again, I can say valiant effort coming in through from their side. And in the end, damage has definitely been done from their side. So DG now, again, I mean, GE definitely has a decent amount of lead for them. I just really want to see, like, what can they do in the future rounds as well, because GE, you cannot let them establish a lead against you. Yeah, considering the fact that DG now are on an eco, so hoping that are probably expecting them to win, but still, I do like the confidence being shown from their side. DG might just step in huge, and they do. Kappa, though, finds himself a lucky dink as well in mid, and pretty much from the backlines. Hellranger steps in huge, collects both those frags for himself, and that's going to be it. Damaru Gaming pretty much getting wiped out in the second round.
Yeah, Hellrangers push there from B Garage, especially important because if Global Esports actually give a little bit of time there to Damaru Gaming to just sort of reset themselves, pick up maybe a weapon or two from that trade that happened in mid, then there's a chance for more damage to happen. But the fact that Hellranger comes through on the push from B Garage, the lurk coming up huge, he picks up the double, denies any weapons and further damage to GE. But still a decent eco for Damaru Gaming. They're able to do enough damage that Global Esports have to invest, and now with their buy, they have an advantage. Moonlight, so aggressive, already picked up that first blood. It's just W all the way through as he looks to cause a distraction. Now Kappa himself found one, but skills through the air. He finds Slumber and puts the Sage in the ground. Oh no, that's gonna hurt. The race coming through the air with the shots, that's gonna give them nightmares for years.
Exactly. That's definitely going to be giving them nightmares for years. And then now, you do have DG backing off, slowly, steadily. On the P side, though, Reina walking in from the garage area. Global Esports, Hellranger is waiting to welcome them inside. But again, man advantage looking in favor of GE, so of course the advantage is there for their side. Beautiful smoke from the side of Hellranger. I'm pretty sure no one's going to be expecting him. He lets them pass by and then strikes in. And oh my god, GE secure another round. 5 rounds lead against Damaru Gaming. And hopefully, again I'm saying, hopefully DG is actually able to make a comeback happen here.
Yeah, 4-on-4 on the map right now. Slumber. For me, like at this point, is all about the morale, you know, for Damaru Gaming. We've talked about this a lot, right? Like when you go up against Enigma and Salt, yes, they're brilliant teams, but they are not at the level of Global. So if you're able to walk away from this map with you know, with the feeling that you did your best and you learned, that I think is the one of the like key scenarios that Damaru could walk out with, where they're actually happy with the way it turned out. Now Global themselves, they're expecting this mid presence from Damaru to continue. So look at Hellranger. He's just uncontested pushing through B garage. He's gonna catch out DG as the rest of G also push in together. Hellranger will find a double. The Rolling Thunder now set up. Moonlight taps out Kappa, but it doesn't matter because he has to dismiss himself out of there. His position revealed. SK Rossi will take him down. And with this, the slumber last man standing. The paranoia set up as the bunny hops coming. And SK Rossi is just the bait. Hellranger will clean up slumber as Global Esports pick up yet another round. See, these are the tiny things that set GE apart. The fact that they adapt in a like it's a lick and a flick a switch and Global instantly know what you're gonna do. Like the B garage push for me, the fact that he does it in the eco, that's understandable. Like he has the weapons advantage, so he's going for it. But the fact that he does it in the like actual buy round itself shows that he's expecting in general the mid presence to continue from the side of Damaru Gaming. And with that Killjoy, you're usually playing the A default. There's no one to actually mark his aggression.
You did mention there's actually no one to actually mark his aggression, but on the other hand, again, making those aggressive plays happen, that's why they're getting caught off guard. They're Damaru Gaming doing a good job punishing their overconfidence. But now G finally does realize they have lost two of their big men, and now this is their time to actually take things a little serious. Trades happening as well. DG finally seems like they're doing a great job punishing GE outs for their mistakes. Tin is there in the mid, and I'm hoping for him to get compromised, but no. Instead, they're able to make a safe rotation happen. And also, easily seems like they have read it out as well. Take a look at GE. They're just doing such a great job reading each and every single thing that DG is trying to do here. But now instead, Hellranger goes for a complete rotation. And you can clearly see, right, the attackers, the one thing that they really have in their minds is to actually get the plant back on A. And with that resurrection, they do realize the guy was down on A. That means this has to be an A execute. But on, oh my god, well, this is a 5-hit play. This is a 5-hit play, but he gave the sound away. No!
Oh wait, is that a 5-hit play though? Because they've left Moonlight here to cut off rotation. It's all about timing here. Moonlight able to flick on time to take out Hellranger, making it a 4v1 right now. And Kappa, he'll find one, but he's in a 1v2. The buddy system there for Damaru Gaming as they pick up the round win. Really well done. A really nice rotation, especially the pace of it, right? It's really important for them that they knew that as soon as they hear the omen from the shadows being popped, that it's likely Hellranger has rotated back onto side. So they patiently wait for a few seconds. So they continue to have the mind games advantage. And then when Hellranger had started to rotate back onto the B side, since he knew his audio cue was given out and he knew that they knew, he was expecting them to go back into B, but instead, that's when they pop out the res and they get the site execute on. So the mind games for Damaru Gaming, the calls by Gaddafi on point as they try to pull back as much of the lead as they can. Now, Global Esports, very aggressive. We've seen Skills doing this one too many times. Last time he died, this time he takes out Slumber. The trade for Moonlight does come through, but the Skills has opened up the space for his co-duelist to go in. SK Rossi, he finds one, but the instant trade, it will mean that it's up to Hellranger to secure the deal, and he certainly will. The captain will not falter as Global Esports look for map point.
Expectations delivered, as you did mention. Global Esports now look for map point over here. Global Esports looking really good throughout. 11-6 is the scoreline, a massive lead being taken from their side. And now DG trying their best to make something happen in this end moment alive. And Gaddafi, that's a fantastic shot right on the cap. I'm pretty sure gets slapped out the game in lightning fast. Oh, he does have the flank, and he knows that. Gaddafi, though, is he going to be expecting him? Yes, he does, but lightning fast, just a little too quick to react in those close ranges. And he pretty much comes in huge. 12-6 is the scoreline, and they also do have the lockdown available. That means Global Esports is going to be getting a massive help in getting that retake happen. But on the other hand, you also do have the Empress lockdown and the Cosmic Divide available. So that should help them at least get the sign control.
I just noticed, like, as soon as the round ended, when the cams came up, it was actually Damaru Gaming giving each other, you know, fist bumps and the smiles on their face, even though they lost the round. And I love that. Like, the positivity in this team is absolutely beautiful to watch. And the fact that it's, despite, like, being put down by Global Esports, they are still keeping their heads held up high and they're trying their best and giving it their all. Their mentality is not broken. That's a huge deal, because that you even rarely get to see from the best of the best internationally. But back to the round. Lightning fast with the spray. He finds one. SK Rossi with another. While the trade did come through, SK Rossi is detained in the last moment. So Gaddafi fights him, saves his Sage's life. And with that, now they're in a 2v3. But they haven't got the positions because Hellranger is marking B while the rest of his team flanks around.
Gaddafi able to even the man advantage out. Now it's a 2-on-2 situation, but that's a fantastic stun from the side of Breach. They do realize we might just see a flank coming in through, but no, it's going to be the answer. Instead, can G finally not really overstepping their boundaries. I do like the mind games being played from the side of DG here. They're not giving a single sound cue away, instead making them think that maybe they have rotated all the way back to A side, but G this time is they're not really going to be falling for it.
Left.
Skills, take a look at this, man. It's just taking all the angles, making sure no one has sneaked in through. Gaddafi is on a 3K, and he's looking for a 4K. He's looking quite hungry. Give him that 4K. But again, it's going to be really hard to win a round against GE because Kappa is the last man alive, and he does have some utilities available. This is where they also need to get the spike planted. 10 seconds left. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Spike has been planted. Yep, they're going to be getting the spike plant down, and now DG... Gaddafi, of course, being the last man alive, peeks out, finds a little bit of attack.
Oh no,
Kappa
the crouch.
flicks, yep, he flicks right onto his skull, and the final round being secured by GE as well. And hey, it seems like they're not surprised.
Yeah, it definitely are. For them, it was just a walk in the park, but a really nice try from Gaddafi in that last round. The crouch completely threw off his crosshair placement though, and Kappa, clutch power, we know him, finishes off the map in a grand style for Global Esports as they become the first team in Group B to move on to the upper bracket finals, sending Damaru Gaming to the lower bracket, which is what I want to say to all of the Nepali community we have here right now. Don't you fret, your journey isn't over just yet, because Damaru Gaming have still got one more shot in the lower bracket where they will be facing the loser of our next match between Salt Esports and Enigma Gaming. I think that one is going to get really, really close as well, and then following Damaru's match too. So I'm excited to see how Group B pans out in general.
Yeah, same. I'm really excited as well how Group B really does pans out myself because look, as you did mention, hey, the Nepali community, it's fine. You know, it's fine if you guys lost. You guys still have a chance in the lower brackets, as you did mention, against Enigma, or the match that is going to be happening after this in the upper brackets. They're going to be facing the losers of this upcoming match. But hey, let's take a look at the scoreboard in front of us. DG, 8.66k damage, a decent damage being dealt from their side. On the other hand, Global Esports just dealing a little bit more damage, 14k for themselves. Headshot percentage again from the side of DG. They have pretty much it on point. I would say they, when it comes to the mechanical skills, DG are there. But just when it comes to that tactical and that team synergy and communication, these are a little lacking. This also means, this clearly tells us they're just lacking a little bit more experience. All they need is a little bit more experience and, like, you know, try and play against the best teams out there. And I'm pretty sure DG can be one of the best teams out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. And I think to add on to that, what I especially like about Damaru Gaming is the patience they have, right? Like in a lot of the rounds on Split, you could see once they've taken areas of control, their composition demands patience. Like there's no actual way to get something started without an initiator. So what that composition relies on, and this is why this composition is so popular in Europe, is because the teams have a ton of patience. They just hold on to the positions they've got already in their bag, and they hold defensive angles waiting for someone to peek out, because on a map like Split, defender has to check too many angles before he can actually figure out where you are. Like you saw in that last round, Global Esports had the flank on them coming through a big garage, but as soon as Hellranger dies, they're scared. They could go back into side, they could go back to rotate, so together they go B heaven. All this time, Damaru is just holding on to garage, waiting for them to peek out, and eventually they do get rewarded with skills going down. So the ideas from Damaru and the fundamentals are extremely strong. As you said, they just need more exposure, more experience to try and build on that. But taking a look at the scorecard, this is why I was making so many like horror references when it came to Split, because G are so damn strong. But I will say, like any horror movie, Damaru were like the hero, you know, who's like able to brave his fears and come out better than he was feeling at the start of it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, Damaru Gaming, they do deserve a really kind of round of applause, I would say, because that was a valiant effort. That was definitely a really good effort against a massive team like GE, right? And personally, I would say, yeah, I'm definitely impressed because you definitely do have those players that it takes. You guys have it, what it takes. All you guys need is a little bit more tactical approach and a little bit more team synergy and communication being built up. Once you do get there, that's definitely going to be coming in with kind of, experience. But as I did mention, the sportsmanship, man, all the players always had a smile, especially Gaddafi. He always had a smile on his face. It's fine. He's he does realize keeping his team calm, cool, collected, that's what really matters. And Gaddafi did it to perfection. I got to say, that man is just so wholesome, man. And in general, as I've mentioned as well, Nepali community is one of those communities that is really wholesome. And the sportsmanship from their side, absolutely love it. Big hearts.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And I think especially the mentality part that you mentioned, Gaddafi is such a good leader. As you said, understands that he needs to set an example. But on that note, I want to see Gaddafi on something that can actually lead from the front. I want to see him back on like maybe a KO, even a breach for this map, because I really do feel like he can cause much more of an impact there. Like, don't get me wrong, on Astra as well, he is great. But back to the man, the myth, the legend. It is 4K Rossi, or I guess as he's tried to establish himself now as 5K Rossi. It's SK Rossi who picks up the MVP of the BO3. 46 kills to his name.
It's Ace K. Rossi getting himself 46 kills and then
I like 4K.
and then 19 death. Yeah, 4K Rossi, yeah, definitely does sound cool, but hey, in the end, it's Ace K. Rossi, okay? And then getting himself 7 assists, and then you also do have econ rating of 90. With that being said, average combat score of 355. Just way too far away, man. This guy's like miles away. But yeah, from the side of Damaru Gaming, I really felt like we were missing thin there. And again, this is just a massive kind of confidence problem, right? They were just not really that confident, as we saw in the Nepal qualifier, right? In general, the Nepal-Bhutan qualifiers, we clearly saw Damaru Gaming so confident. But in this year, inside here, the confidence was completely lost from the side of thin. But hey, it's fine. I mean, Rossi pretty much was the MVP, and the top 5 players again throughout. Here we do have SK Rossi, of course, on the top. I mean, this is what you expect, but Amaterasu, though, on the second.
Yeah, and like the top SK Rossi, of course, as you said, as expected. But then the next 4 being 2 players of VLT and 2 players of Exploits got me really excited about the fact that these teams are going to play tomorrow, I believe. So I'm excited to see how that pans out, because you can see in terms of the kills, Exploits are close, but in terms of those first bloods, 7 and 9 on Amaterasu MW1, they're like those true duelists for their team. And that's funny considering that Amaterasu doesn't even play actual duelists on his team. So I'm excited to see how that pans out. But for now, it is still the raid boss of the Indian and now I guess the South Asian Valorant community, SK Rossi, leading the charts with 46 kills to his name. Just a mile apart in terms of ACS as well. 355. The next closest player is Amaterasu with 283.
Exactly. I mean, Amaterasu, pretty close there, I would say. Amaterasu, gotta give props to this man. Look at him. Has a beautiful smile at the same time, looks good in the game, pretty much feels himself as well in every game. MW1 being that recent addition inside the roster, absolutely fantastic. And a banger of a player, I would say, is doing a great job, just submerging with the team. But now, brackets of Group B, of course. I mean, GE won against DG, so they're going to be moving in the upper bracket finals. On the other hand, though, DG instead, now this time, they are going to be moving down to the lower brackets. Next upcoming match is going to be between Enigma and Salt. The loser pretty much moves down to the lower brackets.
Yeah, and Damaru Gaming need to, in fact, not just Damaru, Global Esports, both of these teams need to have like a laser eye on this next matchup coming up, because they are both going to face one of these teams. Like the winner of Salt versus Enigma will face Global Esports in the upper bracket finale, and the loser of Salt versus Enigma will face Damaru Gaming in the lower bracket semifinal. So I want to see both of these teams have their eye on this matchup, get their scouting in real early, especially Damaru, because I think now, given the way Damaru have played against GE, it's all up in the air between Damaru, Enigma, and Salt. Yes, there are like small differences, like I would say slightly one team edges over the other, but it's minute. So at any point, if a team can step up on a day, that team could just run away with it. I think maybe just maybe Damaru could do it.
Yeah, maybe, definitely. expectations are Damaru can definitely do it. I'm expecting them to actually, you know, strike back hard in the lower brackets. But in the end, just imagine, right? You have Enigma versus Salt. Imagine if Salt loses, one of the best teams in the Pakistan region.
Yeah.
Enigma loses, again, one of the best teams in the Indian region. So I would say, but still, that would be a fair matchup against DG, right? That would be pretty much a fair matchup. I feel like that would be a teams kind of at the same equal skill level going head-to-head against each other. And that would actually, you know, kind of show us the true potential of Damaru Gaming, of what they have in them.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think it'll be much closer than it was today, where I also think that Damaru will be a lot more confident because the first day jitters will definitely be there. Maybe not for a player like Gaddafi, who is a lot more, I would say, experienced, but in general for his teammates, you know, the idea, especially for a player like Thin. So maybe they'll be able to improve. But for now, I think this is the end of the first best of 3 in the Group B. We have another one coming up between Enigma Gaming and Salt Esports. So don't you go anywhere. We'll take a small break and be back in a jiffy with the last BO3 of the day.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경도 보다가 제일 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경도 보다가 제일
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on. steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. My name is CA, and joining me is Necro on the desk as we bring to you the final best of 3 in today's action in the Group B as well. It's going to be Enigma Gaming versus Salt Esports, and I think this match is one for the ages, Necro, because I honestly cannot directly tell which team will be able to come out on top. Maybe we get 3 maps. What do you think?
Maybe we will definitely get 3 maps, but I have personally went for 2-0 in my predictions because, yeah, and to find out, you guys will have to take a look at the Crowdcaster's prediction screen first, and then all you guys will find out which team I've really opted out for. But over here, yeah, I feel like both these teams are really up to the caliber of each other. Like Salt Esports, of course, in the first qualifier, they were the one who actually made their mark in the finals. So yeah, they were the team pretty much to set an example in the entire Pakistan region. On the other hand, though, Enigma pretty much won their slot in the wild card. So yeah, Enigma pretty much, they have went through a lot of highs and lows. I gotta say, their journey has been really shaky. But over here, I can say Enigma, I'm expecting them to dominate.
Oh wow, okay. I think, as you said, right, it's definitely going to be close, but Enigma, they've come off such a big high. Taking down Team EXO after losing to them in back-to-back series is definitely going to give them a ton of confidence. So we'll see if that momentum for Enigma is going to matter as much as the time Salt Esports have had to prepare for this. Now, they should have watched the India qualifier and the wildcard qualifier, so they have plenty of information on how Enigma are going to play. And given the fact that Rafuel is still like a new member of the 5-man squad, he was in the roster before as the 6th, but him picking up the Jet is a newer role. I don't expect Enigma to change much in their composition.
No, of course,
I expect them to continue on with the same. So Salt have all the information they need. Let's just see if they can use it appropriately.
Oh, map bans coming in through. You do see that Breeze being banned from the side of Salt, and then you also being banned from the side of Enigma. But instead now, of course, Salt gets to pick first, so they're going to be picking Bind for themselves. Where I feel like Enigma is quite decent on the map of Bind, and then Enigma again picks the map of Icebox. This is their pick, so domination expected on the map of Icebox. But what are your expectations?
I see Haven and I get scared straight up for Enigma Gaming. Like, they played really well in the wildcard qualifiers on Haven, don't get me wrong, in the finals especially, but Salt is so damn good on Haven. So I think if Enigma are to win this, they need to try and finish this off 2-0. Because Bind, as you said, is a comfortable map for Enigma Gaming, especially because Hika gets to play his comfort in Raze. So let's see if that pans out, because it has been, I want to see that switcheroo, because in the past we have seen Hika not play the Raze and it actually Rafuel who picks it up. So I want to see which version of Enigma we see come through, because we have seen them in the past pull out double duelist compositions with just that standard old Bind meta style where it's 2 duelists, 1 initiator, 1 controller, 1 sentinel, and still be able to play extremely tactically given their style, right? Enigma is known for their tacticality, their efficient style of gameplay. So I want to see how Salt has prepared for it, because that was one of the biggest plus points about Salt that I remember all the way back from Q1. Their preparation from something as quick as from the semifinals to the finals itself was humongous. So I can only imagine what sort of preparation they've got in the 1 month time that they had.
I mean, Enigma Gaming, they have had their past where, yeah, they do, as you did mention, yeah, of course, they are one of those teams who do like to prefer that tactical and strategical kind of approach inside the game, but you also do have that man like Rafuel coming in, which also brings in a lot of aggression in the team. But with that being said, Enigma as well, they have had a past. I mean, in the wildcard finals, don't get me wrong, they did not let any kind of breathing space for them. But yeah, it was still, if I'm not wrong, it was still a 3-2, right?
Yeah.
In the wildcard finals, it was still a 3-2. But Enigma has had their past. Kind of in the start, they like to dominate, but later on, you know, they just start a lot of rounds do start slipping away from their hands. So hopefully that doesn't really kind of come in and then haunt them back again today.
Yeah, definitely. Look at this, Necro. 89% in favor of Enigma Gaming. Fear the Enigma indeed, because the audience is backing them up, and I guess the costers are as well. For me, and I mean, Necro has already explained why he thinks Enigma is going to take the win. So for me, I think it's primarily because of the momentum factor. Like, if it was any other team that Salt was facing, I would give them a much better chance, because it just feels like it's so hard to counter or anti-strat what Enigma plays, and because it's defaults. Enigma doesn't really bring their own special style or identity or much. Their identity is that they are an efficient team. So how do you counter efficiency with less efficiency? That doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I would say, look, Salt is one of those teams, or at least we have seen them actually being really on that, pedal to the metal. They have been one of those teams who are really aggressive. But yeah, while I'm going to keep on chattering, let's just directly head into the game, because the game is definitely here on our screen. It's about to be anytime soon. And yes, taking a look at the agent selects, Vexi on that Sky. You do see Batman again on that Brimstone, Hika again on that Sage. Then you also do see that Raze being pulled out, and Easy again on that Viper.
So yeah, the same composition carried on for Enigma. I don't get my wish of seeing Hika on the Raze. A part of that was just that if Hika played the Raze, then maybe Rafiel would play the Jet, They don't really need the Sage, but I guess they are Sage lovers, and they have proven that it can be very useful. And in the final end is that it works so well against the Breach. The fact that Salt Esports have actually picked up this Breach shows me a straight up gauntlet, right? On Bind, if you've picked the map as Salt and you go for the Breach, knowing that this is Enigma's composition that they played multiple times before, this is a straight up gauntlet. Because now if you're able to use the Jet Breach combination against the heavy utility comp that Enigma have and win the map, then suddenly Enigma's confidence is sure to go down low and yours is sure to go out high, because objectively, the amount of utility that Enigma have in every single agent, even in Rafiel's Raze, there's a ton of utility that denies the executes that Salt are really good at. The Beast on that Breach setting up trick and then going for the Lurk even is what we really find from Salt. But all of this will be delayed, it will be stalled, it will be denied by Enigma's utility. Look at that, a Brimstone, the Mollies, the Sky with their flashes, the Sage with their slows, the Raze with their nades, and then the Viper. Well, I don't have to say much. We've even seen today how difficult it can be to push against that.
So did mention it can be really difficult to kind of push against such a defensive composition, but here you do have Salt Frick directly just dashing inside the side, and oh my god, Hika pretty much single-handedly stopping this entire push, and he is able to do so. Single-handedly putting, oh my god, what's going on? Single-handedly putting a full stop to this entire push that is coming in through. Vexi down to only 10 HP though. Badman pretty much all the way on the side. Just waiting for Casper to walk in this crosshair, and that's what he exactly does. Casper being shut down, and well, Enigma Gaming with that round off to a great start. I mean, even Salt wasn't even able to deal enough damage to them.
Necro, technically it isn't single-handedly, because when you grip the classic, you have to use two hands. It's not like in the movies, because there's a recoil.
You have to use a finger, dude.
No, see, look, they use two hands on the grip. With the left hand to hold it down and the right hand to finger. I'm just being lame, guys, so don't worry about it. The round picked up for Enigma Gaming. They get the Spectres online, and already you see the issue. Like, even in that round, the Jet, Flash, and Dash work perfect. He gets one kill, but instantly he gets traded out. They try it again, and they just get massacred. The Salt Esports running it back against Enigma. Enigma be like, oh, thanks, we'll take a flawless, I guess.
And, well,
never mind.
Oh, okay, well, well, Hats stepping in huge, I would say, but he only has 50 HP left in his hands, and pretty much leaving a corner and checked, and that's going to be costing them those 2 kills. On Last Man Alive, Badman pretty much strikes in. Hats falling down. Another round in the hands of Enigma as expected, but 2 kills were there. But it's fine. That also means that gives them a little bit of a grade even on the guns.
Yeah.
So that is definitely going to be helping them out a little bit, I would say. But again, they just don't really have that much of the economy.
Yeah, I think they should. Oh, they're not going to go for the bonus, actually. So Rafiel is going to pick up a weapon. The rest of them have enough money to force the buy in the next round. So it's somewhat of a bonus, but given Rafiel's investment, he has to go for the eco if they don't win this. So it's not entirely a bonus. So the advantage still to Salt Esports because those 3 Spectres have been carried over to Enigma and Assault have got the full buy for themselves. And it's very important to note the default. So last 2 rounds they went for the hooker push with that breach and jet. This time setting themselves up for A shot, trying to, if you notice, mark aggression that could have come out from B shot, expecting Enigma to answer the aggressive pushes they've made happen in the last 2 rounds. As soon as that doesn't happen, they instead group up, and you can see the Astra. I think she is in astral form. Yeah, the legs folded up, just getting the utility ready as her team goes in. The gravity well to deny one angle, and the flashpoint to clear out all of you. All the one-way will be set up, and Trix got control. Now they try to go for the execute, but this is where you'll see the molly coming in to try and deny the plant for as long as possible, because even if you have the wall set up, you can't actually go it through. The wall is so low in health. This is too risky. They go for it anyways, and they lose the spike.
As you did mention, that was too risky, but they still do go for it. It's a 3-on-3 situation. Now, Salt doing a great job evening out the man advantage here, but still, things really looking shaky because they still haven't managed to kind of get the spike planted, while the spike is clearly dobbed in the middle of the site. Getting the spike retrieved back, and Beast now slowly, steadily falling back as well. That's where Enigma must have realized that, okay, the spike is not anymore on the side, but still, Enigma, I do like the patience being shown from their side. Still holding on to the side, not really peeking out from their positions, not really revealing what they're really trying to do here. Spike plant coming in through. Raphael peeks out in the nick of time, but hey, instantly gets shuts out by Hats as well. Those 2 beautiful bursts coming in through. Hika as well in the clotheslines, but he does manage to find that massive dink. That might just help them out so much. Vexy in the flank angle. I feel like he has been expected. Just love Vexy's crosshair in general. But yeah, Hats is expecting this flank coming in through and walks straight up in his crosshair. And Hats is going to be punishing Vexy.
Maybe could have used the flash, but I think he hadn't used it. The yellow sign wasn't there, so I guess the idea just was to not reveal his position and not waste a guiding light at the same time. But right here, you can see the amount of utility to delay the plant works out so well for Enigma. Despite Salt winning the round, it's a win-win situation for the teams because Salt, as I said, they're happy to just pick up the round win, but their economy is hurting from that win. They lost a lot of weapons, so you can see Casper has to carry on with a Spectre, a light shield for Stranger, while Enigma get a full buy for themselves. It's just a question of how Raw Fuel is going to make it work. Now you see Hika setting up that B hookah wall so that he gets a vertical angle with which he can watch both B long as well as hookah, back up his teammates as necessary, and both the controllers playing anchor towards the A side, allowing the Sky to play playmaker with Raw Fuel and Hika in this B. Now, hookah control has been taken for Salt Esports. They use that jet in trick to get in aggressively. Now having broken the wall, they're ready for more. But you see the discipline for Enigma. Hika is just holding the B long angle. They know that hookah control is just a fake.
So they mentioned they pretty much do know that possibly the hookah control is pretty much fake. Easy still trying to spot someone out into that short angle. He does feel like, okay, does feel a little bit of tingling sense coming in through that he does know someone is pushing inside. Concussion inbound, making sure at least he's getting stunned. But Trick, he is landing his shots today, and he's landing those headshots. This is where it's just giving Salt so much an edge over Enigma. Casper as well follows it up. Raw Fuel being shut down. Badman walks in right in there across there. Salt's going to be punishing him again. Hika trying to fight back, and yes, he does in style. Managed to find himself a massive 2K. That's going to be helping his team out quite a lot. Enigma now, I would say, looking quite shaky up till now. Hika has been tagged by that drone. Still looking to find another tag coming in through. Casper on that aggressive angle, peeks out. Vexy does not expect that.
Last player standing.
Stranger and Hats pick up a kill each, and a bit of a weird guiding light there from Vexy. Flashed his own teammates and gave away his position, so not a check mark on the boxes that you want to be able to fill up. It means that Salt are able to pick up the round, and I do want to highlight this, Necro, is do you see that tiny adaptation in the way they build the wall? As soon as they realize that the truck default is where all of the mollies are landing from Enigma, they instead move to blocks down on that wall, and they plant around that second block from the right. So now, even if the mollies come down, even if the spam come down, they have that cover to get the plant down and then move away. Salt, this is why they are our #1 team from Pakistan. They have a beautiful capability to understand the opponents and adapt. And already, you can see this time, getting Click into the Showers angle, he picks up one. Batman does find the trade and will be rewarded with a weapon, but man advantage to Salt Esports.
Did mention man advantage clearly to Salt Esports. I mean, still, it's a 3-on-4 situation, only one man advantage, and Rawfield pretty much evening it out now. Hopefully they don't step in anymore. And what? And oh my God, this is where the showstopper is being utilized as well. He has been spotted, and what is going on? Rawfield single-handedly turning his entire round in their favor, but still overconfidence being punished instantly from Stranger. Pretty much puts him back to sleep again, but Hika has managed to retrieve that Phantom right in his hands. Stranger going to be using that recon dart. Hopefully he doesn't get stacked, and he doesn't. And Hika able to find himself that kill, and that's a thrifty coming in through from the side of Enigma.
Bro, I was just about to say, what happened to Rawfield? You know, I'm not getting to see any nutty shots, not as many nutty plays. He was playing normally, you know, before this round, and then I was literally just thinking that. I was thinking like maybe after this round I can talk about how Rawfield hasn't popped off as much. Maybe the Jet would suit him a lot. He's just like, see, I can read your thoughts, bro. Pulls off a naughty play. The first Sheriff kill, outstanding, right? But the idea that he has the awareness, notices the spike being dropped, so throws out the nade immediately and catches them in a hustle as they try to get the spike back, therefore taking out Beast as well. As soon as he does that, pulls out the showstopper, and with Hats and his teammate cornered, one of them was bound to go down. Even though Rawfield gets over aggressive and dies, it doesn't matter at that point because the spike is left in B side and his teammates are ready to clean up the round, pick up a thrifty for Enigma Gaming as they pull back the momentum in their favor. Now the setups have changed once again. Very similar, the only difference being Rawfield is moving on to the A side with his play position being revealed in that last round. The same hookah B-long wall though, and that Sky on Vexy getting continuous information down B-long. This is what I mean about Enigma. Very efficient, very tactical, willing to let the opponent team come to them.
Yes, you did mention. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we had a convo about this, right? Enigma, of course, being one of those like tactical teams without a doubt, and that's what they're really doing up till now as well. As expected, tactical nature being shown or revealed, I would say. That's a good recon to pretty much clear out a long area, but this is where the ultimate is coming in through as well. Trick does miss those initial shots, but hey, he's able to follow it up, and that's a fantastic follow-up as well. With the breach, Rolling Thunder coming in through. Oh my God, Trick! That was a disgusting shot. He was able to pretty much put Batman down back to sleep, I would say. And now, still has the Blaze Storm available. Easy's there in the front lines, does realize he's not really able to connect those knives, and hey, unfortunately falls down to the snake bite, but hey, it's fine. The way he stepped up in that previous round was absolutely great.
Please replay. That third kill. Oh my God, that was nasty, man. Right here is helped by the fact that he is directly going onto him. So if you notice, he's spamming those first 3 to 4 knives, but holds on to the last 2. Knows that he'll get into point blank range and then can. Oh, but that third shot!
Yeah.
So clean, yet so disgusting. Like, I don't understand. I know how, like, contradictory that sounds, but that's the best way to describe it. It's just so clean and at the same time so disgusting. Trick pulling off a naughty play to pick up a round for Salt Esports right after Rawfield did. Shows us exactly why we were hyping up this match to be the closest among all 4 that we had on display today. The teams are so well matched together in terms of tacticality and adaptability, and the players are so damn well matched in terms of how just cracked they are. Which means maybe we'll get our first overtime of Grand Finals playoffs. I know it's
Well, we might. But hey, I mean, I also got to point out, you know, there were some matches in the past as well, which were really close, but in the end, it just, you know, kind of closed out in a 2-0.
Yeah.
But yeah, over here, we do have Salt for now. They're doing a great job keeping Enigma on their knees. And that's why Enigma as well, for now, they're definitely playing in a little fear. We don't really see them, you know, making those overconfident plays happen, making or showing that confidence in the game. They only show the confidence when needed, which is absolutely great. Enigma again. Now, this is where they do realize it's their time to pretty much shine, and that's a fantastic Molotov to stop any push coming in through, but I would say a little late. But take a look at the aggressive push coming in through from their side. Batman peeks out in the nick of time. Stranger able to find himself one, but he's down low. That's the main problem. Stranger down to only 66 HP. They will get the spike planet. That was pretty much a great entry being made through the bathroom side. And oh no, Hats does not really check his close angles, and Rawfield was waiting for him to walk straight up in his crosshair, and he pretty much welcomes him. Vexy, on the other hand, finds himself a Beast able to trade things out. And now straight up there, just walking inside the side. Beast, last man alive. He is on breach. Slowly, steadily walks in. He might just get spammed through. and he probably does. Yep, it's just the battle of classics coming in through. Whose burst is better? And in the end, Beast was. But hey, Rafiel again, he's like, all right, I'm going to be joining the battle as well.
I think I'm not 100% sure about this, but I have a gut feeling that Beast actually got lost in the brimstone smoke in the end right there, where he was confused, you know, about his bearings. And this happens to me like so often when I enter a smoke and I'm like, I need to go north straight, just need to walk straight, and randomly I end up turning a little. I'm suddenly like, wait, where am I? And you're just lost. But irrelevant, as Enigma pick up the round win. Really clean retake as well. Vexy coming in on the flank, causing a lot of pressure on and attraction towards him, which allowed Rafiel to easily push through Lamps, back up his teammate as they went for the defuse and pick up the round win. Now 4-3 in the favor of Enigma Gaming. I think, yes, while Bind is generally defense favored, neither of these compositions exactly are better on attack/defense. But if I had to pick, I would say Enigma are stronger on defense and Salt are stronger on attack. So for both of them, this first half is very, very important. And this is because Salt don't have an out-and-out Sentinel, whereas Enigma don't really have as much firepower on the attack. They don't have that breach to entry with, they don't have the jet to dash in. They instead have to rely on Rafiel making some naughty plays while Vexy tries to set them up. So this first half is crucial for both of these teams, and it's the buy for them now. You see Vexy picks up one on Trick dashing in, Hiccup finding Beast will mean the spike carrier is dropping. Just like that, Hiccup will find another, shutting Salt down in this hookah. I think it was just that eco though, so it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. As you did mention, it does seem like that was just their eco, and that's what they're really doing good. But Casper, though, he already has a 3K for himself. Will also get the resurrection back on his teammate. But Casper, oh no, not really looking in the right angle, and just the final kill with the classic Vexy. This is the classic Vexy that we know, right? Getting himself a 4K, looking really good. And these kind of eco frags are just so good to kind of boost your confidence up.
Yeah, definitely. What I like though about what Salt did is, I think I mentioned this in the previous matchup in Damaru and GE, where there was one eco round where they could have won it if they'd used the key ultimate, but they didn't go for it. On the other hand, you see Salt Esports, Casper just goes for it. He's like, you know what, I've already picked up a 3K, I'm going to go for the resurrection, try to make the play happen. It doesn't work out, which makes it look very bad, but what I appreciate is the confidence to take a risk like that.
Exactly. I mean, I would say confidence is definitely one of those things that really stand out, right? Not just as a caster, even as a viewer. If you do see a player really confident, it just kind of brings in another vibe in the game, right? You just see a lot of domination coming in through. You just see that player pretty much fragging out quite a lot. But on the A side for now, we do see 3 players kind of stacked in from the side of Enigma. Viper being the one, Raze as well available there, and then Easy, which is a Viper. You also do see the Brimstone. On the other side, on the B side, you just see a Sky on Sage, which they're doing a great job making sure that at least the B side is not getting contested. Gotta say, up till now, they have been doing pretty good. Cosmic Divide being utilized to pretty much get this A side in their hands. Molotovs being used as well to try and delay the push as much as possible. And they're able to do it perfectly as well. The Beast this time, though, steps out perfectly. Easy is there to welcome him. And take a look at this Hunter's Fury. Gonna be finding Easy. Trades are happening back and forth. The man advantage pretty much evened out. None of the teams do have the man advantage here. Trick down to only 19 HP, and this is where a little problem. The Sage is not really alive to get Trick back on at least a decent amount of HP. Vexy strikes in, takes Stranger down. Vexy strikes in again, huge, and he takes another man down. And this is pretty much those trades happening back and forth. And I do like how these teams are really playing off of trades.
Yeah, the tactical nature especially showing, right? This round, there's so much to talk about as well. The way it ended up panning out, beautifully played by Enigma Gaming, but a really nice effort from Salt as well. The adaptation by Salt being that they notice, I think they started to notice that Enigma aren't really changing up their defaults. The only player that flexibly moves around is Rafiel. On that race, wherever he expects more aggression to come through, that's where he positions himself. But the defaults are the same. So this time, they try to punish those defaults by getting an aggressive side execute in while they still have presence left behind them. So what this allows them to do is it allows them to play off trades, as you mentioned, and this is important because very rarely do we get to see a team actually acknowledging that, hey, we are lesser in terms of utility, so let's try to play for kill trades. That way every agent they lose is more costly for them as compared to us. Now what does happen at the end of the round is those Seekers for Vexy coming up huge, that ultimate guaranteeing the round for Enigma Gaming because it gave away too much info about Trick and Hatz's positioning. I think without those seekers, maybe Salt could have pulled it off. But once again, that utility for Enigma really helping them continue to get this solid lead over Salt Esports. Now, the Trailblazer from B Long went through the teleport, did not spot out anyone, but showing that the showers is empty, and given the fact that they have B Long control, should tell them that they're likely over at A short since the wall and Hika is watching hookah.
Hika is watching hookah. That kind of right. That sounded really good. Yeah, but Hika is actually watching hookah. But here we do have now Easy, pretty much utilizing his snake bot as well in the right, or in the perfection, I would say. Vexi again striking in huge. I feel like Vexi is definitely feeling himself. He's definitely looking good. He's feeling himself. On the other hand, this also gives Enigma a little man advantage, and those are some good shock darts. Move out from that position, Batman. It doesn't matter. He just stands in tall like a mountain, and he's not going to let anyone cross through U-Haul. He's like, all right, I am the one who has the control, and I'm not going to let anyone take the control away because I am the controller.
Again, like, I feel like Enigma is starting to run away from Salt in the basic fundamental approach to how your opponent is playing, right? So if you notice, a key difference between what Enigma are doing now and what they were doing in the first half is that in the first half, they were always trying to, for example, break that stage wall. They were putting out all their mollies. The idea was to stall, delay, deny, plant. Now, there's like, you know what, fine. Take the plant, we'll only give you a tiny portion of the map though. All you can have is the U-Haul area and the A-short area, which makes retake a piece of cake for us because we know exactly where you are. Like, this adaptation from Enigma is beautiful, and the same from Salt is not happening. Like, I like the A-short execute, but what you can do once you're done is send someone to slowly wrap from showers. That way you can catch Enigma off guard. One lurker is all you need to secure the round, but Salt don't do that. Instead, they keep trying the same execute. In fact, I think they're gonna try it again, Necro.
Yeah, that's what they're doing it again. And Salt, it's like they really do have the confidence on the A side, and they're just getting caught off guard all the time. Enigma is just doing such a great job reading what they're playing. I feel like at this point, as you did mention, they need to switch up the defaults, and they're not really able to do so successfully. But that was a fantastic ultimate being used from their side. Enigma now pretty much just striking inside the side, but a little bit too aggressive, I would say. Beast gets caught off guard, instantly gets shut down. Vexi, though, not really able to strike in huge this time. Hatz is going to be the man to put a full stop on him, and Hatz keeps on walking, finds himself a kill, and now the man advantage pretty much being even now. Salt, it's a 2-on-2 situation. Hatz alive, pretty much Astra and Soa. It's going to be Stranger. Take a look at the CT side. Both the lats are coming in from the CT side, a little bit ignoring towards elbow, but hey, they do flick back on the elbow in the nick of time. And now this is where they need to play off of trades, and what's Ika? Oh my god, the amount of confidence this lad has. Oh.
That was so close. Hatz almost able to pull off the round, but instead, Hika clutches it for his team. Pulls out the Sheriff and finds the tap in the right time to win the round and secure now a 5-round lead. Again, going into that round, I love the execute from Salt Esports, right? Over here, everything is going perfectly. The Rolling Thunder, they get set up, but then they stall. That's the issue here again. Like, the adaptation they need is not in the execute, it's in the post plant. I feel like now they're starting to lose their confidence even in their executes, because the fact that they're getting the plants means that executes are fine. What is not fine is when they get retake on. So they need it, if they are going for the A execute once again, they need to just get the plant down and then change up their post plants. Try to go for a wrap around showers, or maybe take the TP and confuse the heck out of Enigma in general. Something like that, it needs to be done differently, because otherwise Enigma will just keep playing their standard set. Like, you can see again, nothing has changed. This time even the Viper wall being invested towards B, expecting a B hit, and since the Viper spit is being set up on A short, Salt just not have enough options here. Now all of them stacked up around this Viper spit. The Trailblazer from Vexi reveals no presence towards showers, so Easy has to be very careful here, because he's gonna get pushed very aggressively in about a moment.
As I did mention, he's about to get pushed really aggressively, and the Jet has managed to slide away, but with this Viper pit as well, they do have a massive advantage, and this is what exactly happens. Look at that, Stranger's down low, Easy getting spammed out. Trick doesn't really know where to expect for him to pop out, and he pops out with the right angle. And oh my god, Easy single-handedly, oh my god, this is it. That nade as well realizing that he was really down low. Raw Fuel, again, utilizing that showstopper.
Oh!
3 is a scoreline, and wow. What?
Switching sides.
Oh my god, I love you, Easy. That was just so beautifully played. You know what the biggest issue with that A-Shot Viper's ultimate is? You've only got 3 angles to hold. You can either hold Cubby, you can either hold right behind those 2 boxes on A-Shot, or you can hold A-Shot. Now, even in this, the third angle A-Shot is not like an angle because you're holding it outside the Viper's pit. So you have to keep coming back in and out and in and out. And the other 2 angles are positively crap. Like the Cubby angle, they will always pre-fire on you if they're switching it around, and the boxes angle they will always wall bang. So the fact that Easy does not play any of those angles, instead just stands out in the open using the audio cues to play around mind games with them. I love how he maneuvers around the Viper's pit, just outplaying all of Salt in that round.
That was, yeah, exactly, holding it off angle, and that's what Salt really didn't expect, right? But again, oh my god, this might just be huge. Stop. Yep, definitely bought him decent amount of time to kind of stop that plant in through, and we are already inside the second half. Beast pretty much trying to regain the control back in the U-Haul, but Enigma, I'm pretty sure, is not going to let that happen. And now Enigma on the attacking side. I do want to see what kind of switches are we going to be seeing from their side, though. Hat's already opening the fray of Vexy, pretty much evening out the man advantage, but Hika striking in huge! Stops that push coming in through, and Raw Fuel from the back lines pretty much wrapped up. And now is doing a great job as well to keeping Salt on their knees. We do have Hats kind of moving in from the flank angle, from the short side, and whoa, what was that dink? The classic the right click is just so detrimental.
Yeah, and again, some questionable moves by Salt. Hats invest, no, not Hats, my bad. Beast invest 2 flashpoints and a fault line just to try and force the player from Enigma, which is Raw Fuel, I believe, out from that Lamps angle. But he does it without any player near him, which means nobody can actually capitalize on his utility. Instead, Raw Fuel just throws out 1 boom bot, and all of that utility from the breach gone because of 1 boom bot, and Raw Fuel gets to hold on to his position. So when they're actually going for the retake, they have no flashes, they have no fault line, they have nothing to get their retake initiated, and Enigma just like holding on to their post plants, waiting for them to peek 1 by 1 and taking them down. Salt need to be very careful about how they invest their utility, because Enigma will always have more of it. But look at this, holding on. The boom bot though does so much damage, and Easy mows them down. We're not expecting him to be right there. Stranger just walks into Easy's crosshair. Hika will get the like planted, and this is over.
Yeah.
It's just about damage for Salt now.
Yeah, exactly. As you did mention, it's all about just damage, you know. Try and get those exit frags through. Try and kind of try their best at least to try and deal as much as damage as possible. This is what they're really opting out for, and they just don't have any other choice, right? That's what they can really do here. That's what the most they can really opt out for. Take a look at this. Crick as well, trying to tease Easy out, but he's not really going to be able to make a lot of things happen.
Yes.
And with that being said, Hats finally does manage to find himself what, but he gets instantly shut down.
I said yes because I was happy and the Enigma player died because it was Easy's ace. But then Hika stole it anyway, so the death was in vain. RIP. Why you steal Easy's ace, Hika? Do you know how rare it is for a Viper to get an ace? Come on.
I'm pretty sure he definitely does know that, but
I think that's why he stole it, actually. He's like, you never get an ace? Well, I will keep that consistent. Never is never.
Well, now, oh my god, 11-3, the scoreline. Enigma pretty much dominating it through in the second half as well. Winning those back-to-back rounds, they're just looking really consistent over here. Raw Fuel as well, starting the day off on a good note. And, well, Enigma looking really strong, and stopping Raw Fuel at this point is going to be really tough. Another round being won, that means Enigma will pretty much find themselves a lot much more confident against Salt. Stranger walks right past Raw Fuel, did not really expect this aggression coming in through, and take a look at the satchel. Oh my god, catching each and every single Salt player off guard, and some unexpected moves being made from his side.
Raw Fuel looking for his own ace this time. Knows that he gets ton of it, dodges out the flash, but he still gets enough of it to take him down. Hika will come through and be like, I am the denier of aces. I will steal it all. It wasn't a steal this time though. Raw Fuel was already dead. But still, Hika finding the last kill after a 4K from his teammate 2 rounds in a row is too much of a coincidence, no?
Oh my god, Raw Fuel. Well, I mean, keeping the fact aside, but Raw Fuel just played that out beautifully, right?
Oh, yeah.
He was catching each and every single player off guard. Unfortunately, as well as you did mention, wasn't really able to kind of get the ace in his hands. But hey, it's fine. You know, Raw Fuel doing a great job. As long as his team's winning, I'm pretty sure that's what really Enigma wants here. And as soon as they win, pretty much we do know they're going to be moving into the finals of the upper brackets.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the win is all that matters at the end of the day, and that's what they're going for right here. The showstopper to start us off. Rafio will throw a rocket in Beast's face, find that first kill, and now looking for more. Hika will take down his counterpart, and just like that, the site is opened up for Enigma to push in. But look at Trick on the flank, he's huge. If Easy can shut him down, maybe there's hope, but instead Trick shuts him down. Stranger with 2 more, and it's a 1v2 now. Trick's position really great here, but Vexy knows exactly where he is. Pulls out the Bulldog and pops one in his head to secure map 1 win. The map 1 picked by Salt Esports, 13-3 in the favor of Enigma. This is a dominant showing from Enigma Gaming.
Yeah.
They just came out all guns ready to go
Blazing.
in this. Yeah, all guns blazing in the Grand Finals playoff. They're trying to prove a point, and they've certainly done so.
As you did mention, they're here to prove a point, and they are doing so. Enigma, I mean, I would say the last time they faced EXO, we're seeing a lot of improvement from their side. Let's be honest, like so much improvement. I would say drastic improvement since the wildcard finals did come in through. And Enigma, they're not letting any breathing space aside. Like they're just not letting other teams compromise on them or capitalize on them. And this is what I really like about Enigma, right? Pretty much realizing the wildcard is where they actually stepped up. And none of it expected, you know, pretty much Enigma winning against EXO, but that's what they did in the wildcard. And now as well, I mean, Enigma with a banger win against Salt, this is a statement being made from Enigma.
Yeah, definitely a statement. Let's have a look at the stats. 11.6k damage. You can see very well spread in the frag and objective wins department as well. I think most of those objective wins are actually just retakes that were executed flawlessly from Enigma Gaming, where once a spike had been planted, they got those diffuse wins. But Salt actually remarkably close despite how dominant it was. 21.52 headshot percentage. That's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, 21.52, I would say, as it's really not that bad and not a lot of difference, I would say, from their side. But frag wins definitely quite a lot. 9-3, that's a big difference. Also, objective wins as well. Enigma just has those really well kind of secured in on their name. Bind map pretty much being sealed by Enigma, and considering the fact that that was the pick of Salt coming in through, the next map is going to be the pick of Enigma, and that's going to be Icebox. And against EXO, did quite well on Icebox. They have kind of showed themselves really well. They have been one of those teams that is that is really good on Icebox. So I want to see what Salt has against Enigma, and I want to see like what are they really like. What are their game plans going to be? What do you think, so?
I hope they play mirror compositions, because otherwise I do think Salt is going to have too much of a difficult time, because if you notice, like even that objective in stats, right, what that screams to me is as Salt failed to adapt in the one place they got hard countered by Enigma, the one place where Enigma hard adapted, which was the post plants. So in the first stages of the map, right, where Salt kept going for the A-shot execute, Enigma's first answer to that was mollies, but Salt answered that really well by just dodging out the mollies and holding on to their position, winning the gunfights, and then securing the round. So Enigma are like, you know what, we don't need to deny the plant, we'll just play purely on retake. Just make sure you make them invest a ton of utility trying to get it onto site, and they do exactly that. Whenever Salt was trying to push it onto site, they invested at least 2 Astra Stars, 2 of the breaches utility, that is 1 fault line and 1 flashpoint minimum, and then the dash coming in from Trick, the cloud burst, all of this, and the wall finally from Casper just to get the plant down. All this time, all Enigma would really use is at max 1 paint shell maybe, and 1 like snake bite. They have everything else ready. They have Vexy's flashes, they have Badman's molly and his Densaf smokes, and all of these enabling them to easily execute on the retakes. Now, over here, what Salt needed to do as soon as they realized that Enigma was playing retake was send someone on the lurk. You can have someone on a late B-long lurk coming in from the start of the round, then wrapping all the way, or you can just go for the A-shot execute and send 1 player on the late push from showers, but neither happened. Instead, Enigma adapted really well. You can see Salt actually, like, Hats played really well, right? Astra 16 kills for himself. They didn't adapt. I didn't feel like they were off. It just felt like tactically they were outplayed.
As you did mention, it just really, yeah. I mean, Enigma is one of those teams, right, that are really tactically right. The only man I feel like does bring in a lot of aggression, I would say, that's definitely going to be Rafael. We did see him, aggressing in some rounds, and actually, it's like Rafael, when he does aggress, he actually delivers. And as long as your player's delivering, that's what really matters. It's fine, he can make those aggressive plays, but there are also some of the times, when the aggression gets countered and you keep on dying, and then in the end, I mean, this happens with me, right? My aggression usually, like, I'm a Jet main myself, so my aggression usually does get countered sometimes, and then it just really comes down to my ego, So I keep on doing the same thing, I keep on aggressing, I keep on dying, but in the end, as long as the player is able to deliver with that aggression, and as long as he's able to make things happen, as long as he's able to find that opening frag, I feel like he should keep on doing until he gets countered.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. And I love that point because Rafael has also shown a lot of restraint in this map. We'll see if it continues on to map 2 because for now, we're going to take a small break, get set for map 2, see if Salt can make a comeback. Don't you go anywhere.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경도 보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경도 보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경도 보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경도 보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship brought to you by NODWIN Gaming with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esport as our digital publication partner. Now, my name is CA and I'm joined by Necro as we bring to you Map 2 of the series between Enigma Gaming and Salt Esports. Map 1 was dominated by EG and it wasn't even their pick, Necro. Now Enigma go on to their own pick and I'm a bit scared, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I'm scared as well. We had a convo, right, in this break, right? A little 2-minute break. We had a convo as well because, I mean, considering the fact now Badman, we're going to be seeing that lad on Viper and pretty much the change over here. And we haven't really seen, you know, Salt being playing Icebox that much. As you did mention, they only play like once. Yeah. And that's when we have really seen their strategies being revealed. This can also play in their favor. This can also play in their downfall as well because how it will play in their favor, because pretty much, I mean, I'm expecting even Enigma doesn't really know how they're going to be playing on the map of Icebox, right? They don't really know what to expect coming in forward. But on the other hand, Salt pretty much knows how Enigma is going to be playing. They expect how Enigma is going to be playing. So I'm expecting a little bit of changes coming in from the side of Salt. But what do you personally think?
Definitely. I hope those changes will come through. And I think their fans will also want to see those changes come through, so we can see 3. But talking about fans, make sure you show your support. You know, send in any clips you have to video at NODWINGame.com. Because we want to see your reactions. We want to see the true nature of your feelings. But for now, I don't think we're going to waste any more time. The match is ready, so let's go directly into it. We see the picks coming through. Beast on the KJ. Now, Hats has picked up the Jet for himself, which is a little weird because the last time Salt Esports played Icebox, as you mentioned, they've only played once in VCC, which was in the quarterfinals of Q1. They played Jet Race. So now Trick shifting on to the Sage, allowing Hats to pick up the Jet, does show that small amount of changes, and it does mean we're going to see a mirror matchup between both of these teams.
As it does, as you did mention, we might just see a mirror matchup kind of coming in through from their side. And we have seen kind of Enigma pretty much, you know, I mean, in the past as well, playing like Jet, Viper, Soa, pretty much that you see that Viper Sage combination coming in, and then you also do have Easy on that Killjoy, which is quite great. I would say this is pretty much a classic setup coming in through from the side of Enigma. Nothing really complicating coming in from their side, but this also is how you really play this composition, right? On the other hand, Enigma is, of course, one of those teams who do bring in a lot of tactical nature in the game. So, of course, Enigma, they play this composition out really well. I don't really know what to expect from the side of Salt, though.
Yeah, Enigma are just going to be able to flawlessly execute. It's one of their strongest maps in general. And for Salt, it's a brand new thing. But as you mentioned earlier, like Salt do have a lot of information, but they didn't have that information on Bind as well. So we didn't see much there. Maybe they had it all ready for Icebox. We'll find out, because now we're ready to get in. Enigma on the attacking side and Salt on the defense. Enigma will waste no time. Already in for this heavy A side. Execute the wall set up. Rafuel back on the Jet. That's a beauty. I like to watch.
As you did mention, Rafuel pretty much back on that Jet. And as you did mention, that's what you really like to see as well. And here you do have kind of players just chilling out over here in Soa as well, utilizing his shock darts. On the other hand, Rafuel already opening up the fray. You do have some lads trying to play things out a little bit more safe, and well, Enigma, they're doing quite a great job finding the opening picks, and Salt are just walking straight in, and they're going to be continuing doing so. And pretty much Strick falling down as well. That's going to be opening so many opportunities. It's a 1-on-3 situation. Enigma pretty much do have a massive advantage. Hika is there available on the site, and Hika will pretty much connect that final bullet right on the Hats, and he will be shut down.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. At this point, Enigma Gaming able to pick up the pistol will be rewarded with the Spectres. And what I'm especially like astonished by is Rafuel right here at 36 HP. I think it's really insane that he keeps going for the peaks and he keeps picking up kill after kill. Let's see if Enigma are able to continue the momentum that they've taken from map 1, or if Salt are actually able to show that they have reset their mentality and are continuing to pull back. Now, what I like from Salt is this a wall. It's a really nice retake wall, as well as a really good wall to stall across and play around. And that's exactly what Casper is trying to do right now. Try to dodge the drone, but it didn't happen. Instead, Rafuel will take him down, and now Stranger being hunted by Rafuel, revealed by the drone. The double kill picked up by the Jet, and the A side opened up for Enigma Gaming. Now, Beast did find one, but Easy coming through on the wrap from mid. He avenges his teammates, finds a triple, and secures the round for Enigma Gaming. 2-0 now in the lead, and with only one weapon lost, it does mean that they are able to continue on to the next round with the bonus, and that means that Salt Esports, yes, they will have a weapons advantage, but as we have talked about in every other map, it will mean that Enigma can just try to do damage. For them, it's no longer about winning this next round, it's just about putting down the guns that Salt have.
As I did mention, for them, it's no longer about just winning. It's about, you know, try and dealing as much damage as possible on Enigma, because already off to a great start. As expected, Enigma winning the first pistol round. That means we do expect to line it up as well, and pretty much getting that back-to-back round. On the other hand, Rafuel pretty much just pressuring on mid. He has found himself that tube control, and he's looking forward to get the kitchen control as well. But take a look at this aggressive approach right inside the game. Enigma, oh no, Oh, he's still mad. What? That's making a massive play happen. He's getting tacked up back to back, but still take a look at the confidence that he's shown inside the game. It is absolutely remarkable. Vexy, though, trying his best to strike back, and he's able to do so successfully. Hats, though, as I did mention, that aggression being shown from his side, even though he was getting tagged, we didn't really see him getting scared. Rawfuel, on the other hand, trying his best to kind of even the man advantage out, and he has able to do so. Rawfuel evening out the man advantage, and Hats again getting the man advantage in their favor. 4K.
Ooh, 1v2 right now. Rawfuel slowly progressing on forward. Remember what I said, it's all about the damage for Enigma Gaming. So now Rawfuel gonna reposition himself as he looks to pick up the spike and try to find the plant. And given Salt's position, they're actually isolated perfectly for Rawfuel to find 2 1v1s. Now Hats is relatively
30
low,
seconds left.
so Rawfuel should be able to pick this one up, but he's running out of time. He needs to progress slightly faster, but is making to check all angles at the same time. Backup has come through from the Viper. Rawfuel will still find 1 kill. The dash is available, but he doesn't dash in, and that allows Casper to pick up the kill and the round win. So close, yet so far for Rawfuel as Salt secure the round. But nevertheless, again, a bit of a win-win for both of the teams, because Salt will definitely be happy that they're able to pick up the round, but Enigma on the bonus able to take out 4 weapons. That's pretty humongous for them. And I just have to wonder, what do you like? What goes wrong for Salt after Hats finds those initial 3 kills? Brings me back to what I kept talking about throughout Bind, where I feel like once Salt have something, they stick to what they know rather than trying to understand what the opposition team is trying to do. And Enigma keep punishing them for that, because Enigma is the sort of team that is always adapting to what the other team is going to do.
Exactly. Adaptation really comes into play here. Salt, I mean, at least able to kind of win that round, which... I mean, they really needed to, crucially, to stop the momentum, at least in forward. Beast as well, in this round, he's able to open things up quite well, and that's really good to see. Rawfuel, on the other hand, almost got spotted out by the recon bolt. If he did, that could have revealed his position, and there's a massive chance he might just be spammed through as well. And oh my god, that's a disgusting find from his side. Takes one out, and Vexy just follows it up. Vexy is strolling today. He's definitely strolling. He's single-handedly making some crucial plays happen, and he's feeling himself, that's for sure. We do see the counter Blade Storm being utilized as well inside the game. Hats is the man who has it used, and, well, not really able to connect that one crucial dagger, and he will be instantly shut down by Badman.
Yeah, 3-1 right now for Enigma Gaming as they pick up another round, and this is where you could see the last round's economy trouble really carry through for the side of Salt Esports. But what I especially noticed is Rawfuel back at the jet. He's so aggressive, man. Like, don't get me wrong, he wasn't the star of that round. It was Vexy really picking up that triple, but 8 and 2 on the board. You can see like the day and night difference between Rawfuel on Raze and Rawfuel on Jet. He's just completely a different animal, a different beast. And oh no, I just noticed the map. Salt going. This is their eco, so I love the fact that they took the gamble on the A side. And I love it even more that they instantly realized that the gamble went wrong, so they'll actually be back to contest this B side on time. Nice moves by Salt Esports.
So at least, yeah, the rotations are back in time. That's what really is mattering. But hey, because of that, they also do have the side control in the hands. They should get the spike planted anytime soon. But with that being said, Rawfuel down to only 9 HP. That's a massive kind of casualty on their side. But hey, he does get the heal back up. And what turret as well, joining the fray, getting some kills onto Casper. Casper definitely going to be not really going to be happy after that one. Burst not really connecting from that classic. And this is why sometimes I do get annoyed as well, right? The classic burst is just so unpredictable. You never know. Like, sometimes it just can be so unlucky, and sometimes it can just be one of the best things out there.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is a free weapon, you know, so you're not really paying anything for it.
Yeah,
so.
but it's like, sometimes imagine, right? In pistol round, you're heavily relying, and the burst just doesn't connect.
This is like, you know, in a bank robbery where the robbers forgot their weapons and they randomly pick out a toy gun and everyone believes it's a gun. So they actually succeed in the robbery, and the robbers later get irritated. We only had a toy gun, how did we succeed? Like, no, come on, bro. Well, look at this. Oh, well, Hats has got the operator. He's picked up a kill, but his teammates get instantly shot down. Easy will find the double through belt, and Hats be like, oh my god, I did such a good thing, but It doesn't pan out for his team because his team also trying to get aggressive just got shut down. The revive as well coming through for Enigma, and suddenly Hatch is stuck. He spots out Bagman, will be able to go for the second pick, get the kill and dash out. So one more kill picked up for Hatch will maintain just a one-man difference in the squad.
Toxin screen down.
I did mention one more pick for Hats will be able to kind of maintain a lead here. 4v3 situation going on. Raw Fuel, of course, rotating, or his team, entire team rotating all the way back on B side. You don't see anyone on B side here. Yeah, the retake wall is there from Viper, but again, it just really comes down if they're just going to be giving that free side away, and that's what they do. Free side in the hands of Enigma. I'm expecting this aggression, but well, and he definitely does, and the spike has been denied for now. Lockdowns being initiated as well. And take a look at that instant shutdown coming in from the side of Vexy. He does realize he needs to destroy it as quick as possible, but Hat steps in huge and finds himself that crucial operator kill. But on the other hand, attackers as well, they do realize maybe falling back. Enigma realize falling back and maybe taking a different approach inside the game and just saving, or maybe that could be the best thing they can do. And that's what they're pretty much doing, because they do realize they don't even have time. At the same time, things are really looking not that great. But as you did mention, I know what you wanted to say. Rotate it all the way in the nick of time, all the way back in the A side. This is absolutely huge. And Raw as well on the flank. That means he's probably going to be catching these kills.
The patience from Raw Fuel too. He doesn't peek out. Now he's going to go for the peek and easily pick up the double. Beautifully done by Raw Fuel and Easy. Controlling that position for Raw Fuel was so important because it's not about the visual cues on Icebox as much as it is about the audio cues. The amount of information you can get from angles like those with just pure audio is insane. So Raw Fuel actually able to do exactly that. When the defenders went for the rotations, they ran. And Raw Fuel's like, oh, okay, now I know you're gone. I'm just going to go for the peaks and kill you. And because of this, Easy able to get a secure plant, even set up his nano swarms for the post plant. So beautifully done by Enigma Gaming to now secure a 4-round lead in this half. And I think in general, the fact that they win that round also now deny the operator for Hats, who you can see is performing remarkably on that jet, continuing his momentum as the top fragger for his team even in the last map. Rafuel, he found one, but instantly beast with a clean headshot.
Oh my god!
But bad, what the?
One enemy remaining.
That's like finding a needle in a haystack, man. How does he find that kill? What?
Oh my god, that flick though, that dot crosser, you know, sometimes it's just so precise and actually feels good as well, especially if you do have that dot crosser and you manage to kind of line heads up. It just feels so good to use that dot crosser, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, it does really feel so good. Look at that. That shot was just so perfect and precise. Again, following it up with second one. I mean, I would say Batman is definitely feeling himself today, and including Vexy. Vexy as well has been one of those kind of main keys who has been stepping up when his team is really, it feels like they're lying down. Vexy just steps in with those individual plays and pretty much gets his team morals back up.
I still can't get over that shot. I barely even saw the guy and Batman just flicked on him. Like, what are these reactions from these players? Oh my god. But yeah, as you said, Vexy and Batman have really, even on Bind, I would say Vexy really stepped up on his Sky pick, played beautifully. So you can see the entire team of Enigma just on the same page here now. Casper's position is revealed. He's stuck in a lockdown. The only position he can go to has mollies on it. He gets burnt and taken down as the site is secured for Enigma Gaming. An open plant will go down and they have the Viper near that build area for the post plants. Retake possible for Salt, but I would say not exactly probable.
Retake, as you did mention. I mean, yeah, definitely possible, but the post-plant positioning are definitely looking really strong. But hey, Drake managed to find the opening up, but not really able to follow it up and take a look at the spam coming in through. Drake able to find the second one. But again, trades are happening back and forth. This is where Hats is the only man alive inside the game, and he goes down to only 11 HP. Vexy has a key positioning on what? I feel like Hats knew that Vexy's up there, and still he low.
Yeah, I think he was expecting him to drop because since you're definitely right, like Hats had to have known, unless it was just missed comms. It's either just completely missed comms or it's mind games, because in that situation Vexy should drop. He shouldn't play the vertical angle since his position is known. He needs to play for time. So yeah, right here Hatch does know and he spots him out. I think he's expecting him to drop, but Vexy never drops, and It's a bit of a question mark for Hats at the end because there's no audio cue. If Exceeli had dropped, there would be an audio cue. I understand though, in the moment when you're just making the play, you're not going to think as into it. You know, you have a matter of maybe 1 second, I think, at max. So in that 1 second, you have to decide where to, you know, go for the peak immediately. And fair enough. I think that's the call where he's like, Vexy should drop down because that way he gets to buy more time as compared to vice versa, since Hats knows already where he is. But Vexy just like, I'm going to hold strong. I don't care where you peek from. I will kill you. And he does exactly that. 7-1 now for Enigma Gaming. The timeout for Salt was activated. But at this point, I think it's not to do with actual tacticality in this matchup. It's just the fact that besides Hats, I don't really see confidence in any player of Salt Esports.
Yeah, I mean, after that first loss, right, on the map of Bind, it does seem like the confidence level has dropped down drastically. And it does make sense as well. I mean, you got destroyed like 13-3. That's a massive scoreline difference, you know. It does make sense if the confidence boost has been dropped down. This is where I feel like someone in the team needs to start making those individual plays, just like how Vexy does, right? When it really seems like Enigma, some rounds are slipping away, Vexy just steps in huge and makes those individual plays happen. If there's someone in the side of Salt Esports as well to kind of make those individual plays happen, then things will really be looking good. But yeah, props should be given to Salt as well, because the way they're making those kind of trades happen, you know, like they are playing on that trade game. Gotta say, they are trying their best to keep up with Enigma. Technical timeout being there, it seems like someone is definitely having issues. We're not really seeing the cams of Hats and Strangers.
Yeah, we are noticing a bit of a technical issue here. I hope it'll get sorted ASAP because it does look like all of Enigma are ready. So let's just have a look at the weather announcements in Icebox. As you can see, it is continuously just
very cold,
negative temperature. What I find really interesting though, and this could potentially signal hi Paul, employee of the month Paul, as you can not see. No, you can't see his face, but as I was saying, like what I find really interesting is it was -24, -25, -26, -27, -28 every day, decreasing by 1 degree. Which tells me maybe, just maybe, this weather
is going?
No, this is perfect. So I was gonna say maybe the weather is controlled, you know, by some supreme being, or maybe by the Kingdom Corporation. I think that's exactly what Enigma was doing there. They were praying to the spike gods to give them the spike luck on the plant and the postmark. The rituals being done by Enigma Gaming.
Yep, they do understand how to pray to the gods, right? How to pray to the Valorant gods. They do know what to do. And, well, maybe that's what they're really doing here. Pretty much circling around the spike. They didn't know Spike is kind of in the front and started circling around it. But yeah, getting our heads back in the game here. Salt up till now, I mean, 7-1 is the scoreline. Salt single-handedly are getting completely dominated inside the game. And it's not even like Enigma completely showing like an aim game, right? It's like Enigma actually outplaying them. And Salt, I mean, it's like Enigma is actually giving the respect that Salt really deserves.
Yeah, exactly. Enigma are giving them the room where they should, and they're making the moves when they should. It's not even like they're giving too much respect, you know? They are continuously valuing their own play over Salt's reaction to it, and because of that, they're able to continuously get value. Like, for me, the biggest thing that Enigma is doing right so far is, as you said, they're not relying on aim. We saw that a lot, actually, in their earlier series, where Raw Fuel just pulled off rounds that were not supposed to happen, and those rounds mattered a lot. Those rounds were, in some cases, the reasons they won the map, you know? So I don't see any of those rounds here. Like, yes, Raw Fuel has still made nutty plays, but there's never been a case where Raw Fuel has had to make a nutty play for them to win. No, today it's the entire team rallying together. It's the entire team stepping forward, and it's honestly utterly magnificent to witness.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Enigma, as you did mention, each and every single player is actually stepping up. But today I feel like Vexy is just like over the edge, man. This man is just feeling himself, including Badman as well. I mean, each and every single lad in this squad or in this team is just looking absolutely stepped up. On the other hand, though, Trick is trying his really best, but we're really not seeing that Casper we saw in the qualifiers, right? Casper, I mean, of course, a man who is absolutely insane in the squad of Salt or in the team of Salt. But this time, Casper really does seem he's kind of missing. He's definitely missing.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Like, Casper might not have got the stats in the bag to show the level of his performance from Q1, but the impact frags. He was always in the right place in the right time. It just looks like he's off today. He's not having the greatest of days. His positioning is a bit off, his awareness a little bit off, and inherently, I think because of that, his aim also a little bit off. See, on the other side, though, Enigma Gaming, clearly jokes going on as Hiccup picks up a giggle at his opponent's expense, and Salt just hoping that teammates will log back in real soon. Like, generally, in these cases, I say that for me, like, a big timeout like this favors the side that is losing, because like they get to just sort of calm themselves, resettle themselves, and make a game plan. But I think over here it actually doesn't favor Salt at all, because I feel like they're getting more and more nervous the more and more time passes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can clearly see on their faces as well, right? Beast as well, he has his game face on. You can clearly see the sign of worries coming in through from their side. On the other hand, you can see the same thing going in through Casper as well. Trick as well, pretty much. I mean, we don't really see his face. Instead, we see his screen. But I'm pretty sure even he isn't really happy the way games are going, which is understandable, of course. No one wants to be on that losing end. And I do understand why Salt is feeling the way they are feeling right now. But again, we need to talk about this, is that they have been one of the best teams out there in the entire Pakistan region. And there's a reason why they've made here. It's fine even if they lose this. That means they're going to be moving down to lower brackets and fighting Damaru Gaming. Which I feel like this matchup can be really insane. And tomorrow's, like, without a doubt, the lower brackets, I am really going to be eyeing out for those, because I feel like that can be one of the most, like, insane battles out there. But considering the fact that you also have now talking about this, we also get like a little bit of more time to talk about why Enigma Gaming is so dominant against Salt. You guys expected a 2-1 coming in through. You guys expected all 3 maps being played, but this also tells us just because Enigma actually won that first map, now it is looking really good on the side of Enigma, because on the map of Icebox, if you remember, against EXO, they were able to, like, pretty much see it. Like, EXO was only able to get 4 rounds in their hands. On the other hand, Enigma had 13 rounds. That was a dominating win against a team like EXO. They have been losing to EXO over and over again, but in the wildcard finals, they strike back, and pretty much in the nick of time, they were able to pull it off in their hands. So Enigma, of course, Icebox is the map where they're really freaking comfortable, and especially being their comfort pick from their side. This is their pick, and they pretty much are really confident on the map of Icebox, and even we do know Enigma, there's a massive chance that they might just pull off. The only expectations why you guys, I'm pretty sure, opted out for actually a 2-1, I would say, you guys were hoping for that bind map, the first map, being sealed by Salt.
Yeah, 100%. For me, it's not even bind being sealed by Salt. I was expecting Haven to be the first pick by Salt. I'm very surprised they picked bind, because I think if you look at Enigma's history, they are way stronger on bind than they are on Haven. So I don't see why Salt don't pick up Haven at first, because I do think that map is just really good for them, because they play it very beautifully tactically, So I'm just very surprised that they went for the bind. I thought it would be Haven, bind, and then Icebox. I didn't expect Breeze to come in or split. It was either Haven bind Icebox or Haven Ascent Icebox, depending on what team actually prefers what. But I was never expecting bind to be the first map, which threw me off guard, because given the way Enigma are postured on bind and Icebox, I feel like if I knew that was a Veto, I would have said a 2-0. But hey, Necro is the soothsayer today. He's got his predictions all right. So far, maybe we'll get still this one wrong, because hope is still there for Salt Esports, as I believe all the players are back. Yes, this is wonderful, and they're going for a gamble once again. Necro, all 5 players on the ace stack, and this is where Enigma are poised to push in. They have the Viper Spit. I think Enigma are trying to set up the Viper Spit and go in, but Beast has already picked up 1 kill, and Enigma will realize that there is something sus going on here. They realize there is an imposter among them, so they will just go for the quick road.
They have the Sasana activated, and yes, well, Rafu pretty much predicting out Hatz's position. He was spotted, a little glimpse was spotted before, and take a look at that as well. Up till now, Salt is able to connect those crispy shots, and yes, they connected again. As we were talking about, Casper not really stepping up. It seems like this time he's definitely stepping himself up, and now he can pretty much try to even out the man advantage. Yes, he does, and with that being said, Easy as well with a perfect flank in the kitchen. Finds himself 1 more, and that's going to be Stranger falling down. 8-1 is the scoreline. The domination continues.
Yeah, absolutely. 8-1 right now for the side of Enigma Gaming, as they're continuously able to push the lead they have. And I think a lot of it down to simple things like this. Okay, so when they take control, they leave someone behind. They leave someone behind so they can leverage his position. But while they're doing that, if you notice on the minimap, they also leverage his position passively. So because they have control there, Easy is able to get his lurk in aggressively. He doesn't have to shift walk, he can keep pushing because Rafuel is giving him audio cues of what is happening near him. And this is the beautiful level of communication that Enigma is able to leverage to now find themselves at an 8-1 lead. Talking about Easy though, look at his lurk right now, moving in through kitchen, takes out the turret, will likely go down to Stranger here, but no, he actually takes out Stranger, and because of that, the initial kill that Salt found is in vain, because now Casper will go down as well. Enigma have a huge lead, they're going to set up the wall and try to get the spike point.
As you did mention, they do have massive lead here, and that's what they do. This is a good wall coming in through, Beast spotted, and one tap. Pretty much a one tap machine, striking in, and Hats as well blasts Badman's skull out. That means the wall will be deactivated, not really able to connect the crucial shot. Easy will shut Hats down. One last man alive, he does have the resurrection available as well, but it just really comes down to how are you really going to be able to utilize it. Easy holding down mid. Now, the last stage is pretty much all the way back on the B side. Trick is the man who's playing Sage here. Now, this is a massive kind of change in itself, right? Because Trick does like to play Jet, but now he's playing Sage.
Yeah, I really like this change for Salt Esports. Hasn't worked out, but you can see, like, I feel like Hats is always more comfortable on a duelist, so putting him on the Jet makes a lot more sense because it seems like he is much more of the operative as compared to Trick. So Trick a lot more aggressive, can see the battle stage, but just not being given an opportunity right now by the side of Enigma Gaming, because continuously they're just being able to outplay them tactically. Again, here, the Salt get the first blood, but Easy, with his mid push, he's just not scared at all. Able to get that kill and cause so much pressure onto Salt that they have to try and answer Easy's position in the kitchen area that they give up A side for free. And on the basis of that, the post plunge is too strong. They once again pick up the round. Now, we do notice another technical timeout coming over here. I guess Casper is the player. No, never mind. All players are on the map, so I'm not really sure why we have a technical timeout.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, technical timeout is here for now. It seems like, yeah, Stranger was the man who was having little issues, in the past as well. We did see a little glimpse in the chat box that Stranger has been disconnected before. So, Stranger's definitely the man who's having a little trouble. But this also gives us a little bit more time to talk about why
but he's moving around.
Is he moving around?
Yeah, look, Salt are the defenders, and Stranger is moving his crosshair around, like right there. It's over.
Okay, well,
Sus.
I mean, why don't we see... Oh, we don't see his webcam, though. Salt, what's going on there?
This is sus. We must call an emergency meeting. Sorry, wrong game.
Imposter detected. Well, emergency meeting has been cancelled now.
Game is an imposter.
Emergency meeting being cancelled, and we're... Well, straight up going to be heading inside. That was a great recon dart, but it doesn't matter. Easy again, starting the day off on a good note. Beast being taken down. Killjoy versus Killjoy action. And this time, one Killjoy. Stranger, what are you in your own world? Stranger peeks out of his corner. Wasn't really aware. And, well, will be pretty much taken out. Rafuel there as well. And from, well, Easy striking in. Casper on that flank angle. I'm pretty sure he's going to be expected to be here. We do have a man looking in the back, and that's going to be Vexy. Casper slowly, steadily walking inside the site. 1-on-4 situation, pretty much trying to clutch this out. It's going to be really tough. That's a great find on the Vexy, but is he going to be able to find second? No, it's going to be the answer. Take a look at those aggressive peaks being taken as well, right? Confidence. You talk about confidence. This is at its prime.
I just genuinely feel like Salt have given up. I don't see any reason to maintain their KJ mid defaults. How many times have Enigma made this A execute happen? Like, I think every round in this first half, Enigma have started out at A. They start out at A, and sometimes they look for rotations, but they almost always plant at A. I think out of the 11 rounds, 9 rounds minimum they planted at A, which makes me beg, like, why isn't the KJ being allowed to play A? Why aren't we seeing a lot more, like, crossfire setups on A? You've seen BLT pull off some beautiful crossfire, but instead, they peak, they die, and they lose. And that's why, again, I feel like Salt has sort of given up. I don't think they like playing on Icebox whatsoever, so I guess they just want to be done with it ASAP.
as you did mention, he's probably want to be done with it, but he can't now able to find that opening. Casper being shot down, and that's a great shot from Beast.
Player standing.
Well, at least to kind of,
Down A.
you know, make some individual plays happen. That's what they're really trying. He also does have the Hunter's Fury available, but it just really comes down to is he able to kind of use it in Prime. This is where the Viper Spit is available as well. Badman slowly, steadily walking in. Easy is going to be the man who pretty much takes Stranger out the game. And well, again, Enigma, the domination continues. 11-1 is the scoreline, and Enigma just seems unstoppable. Like, Salt is not even able to kind of sneak one round away, but maybe, hopefully, in the second half, they're able to do so.
It's just a little disappointing to watch the crumble from Salt, because I expected it's not about the gameplay or the scoreline at all. It's all about the mentality. I think, like, we noticed this in the Damaru Gaming GE match, right, where one team was clearly obliterating the other team, but we praised Damaru because they were still positive. They still looked like they were trying their very best. Salt, I'm not sure if this is just because they're having an off day. I will still give them the benefit of the doubt. They're still the #1 team from Pakistan, the first team to qualify, you know. But what I'm seeing right now is the team just giving up and being like, everyone just try getting kills. And that's not something I want to see in the top 8 of such a premier tournament. Even if you're down and out, you need to have the mentality to just keep getting back up and keep fighting. You have to keep fighting, because without that motivation, you're just not a top tier team.
Oh my god.
Look at this Salt trying to reset through. Hiccup in a bit of a weird spot. Just taken out. A couple of kills picked up for them, and they can go for the execute, but notice the Nanoswarm ready to delay the plant if it comes out.
As you did mention, they do notice the Nanoswarm is ready, but hey, I mean, at least that's going to be buying them a decent amount of time to, you know, kind of stop the plant coming in through. Shock Dart's inbound, and well, the Sage is pretty much down low, and yes, the second Shock Dart is pretty much going to be striking her down. That's a fantastic Recon Dart coming in through, pretty much revealing their positions behind Yellow. The main problem here is that the KJ is down really low, and that's a little problem, because Easy, he might just face a lot of trouble, because when he's trying to make the retake happen, Vexy is the man who's pretty much tanking it like it's nothing, and what?
God.
Oh my god, he's just able to tap heads like it's nothing. What is going on? He tapped those heads as if he's like playing some aimbot.
Is
he in the practice range?
Maybe, man, because I honestly thought that round was done and dusted for Salt Esports, but nope. Vexy pulls out 4K out of nowhere. So right here, Rawview just caught out weirdly. They get both him and Hika, and they easily get the plant, but again, here, why are we peeking? Why are we not playing with the Viper and the Killjoy on post plants? These are the small things that I simply cannot fathom a reason for from Salt Esports. It's almost ego peeking, right? Like, they're annoyed that they keep losing aim duels, and they keep going back and keep losing aim duels. And talking about losing aim duels, well, Hat's just updrafted into Rawview.
Oh my god, what?
Spraying them down. Hiccup will find 2 more, and Enigma Gaming will set a date with GE. It's GE versus EG in the upper bracket finals. As Enigma Gaming's momentum is nuts. It's unstoppable. This team is on a tear. Wow, that interaction between Rawview and Easy. I'm curious to know what just went on there.
Oh my god, I mean, it does seem like Rawview was quite angry though, like honestly. The face that he had, it was definitely like an anger face without a doubt. But hey, Enigma Gaming pretty much winning that previous one, and it seems like, well, winning that with a banger as well. Yeah. And Salt, hey, it's fine. Better luck next time. That's all I can say, because you are going to be moving down to the lower brackets, and in lower brackets as well, you have a team like Damaru Gaming stepping in. And talking about Damaru Gaming, I feel like, they are one of those teams who pretty much like to reply back in the same way, right? They pretty much like to reply back in the same way. If you're going to be playing tactical against them, that's what they're really going to be doing. If you're going to be playing aggressive against them, that's what Damaru Gaming is going to be doing. They like to adapt around the enemy teams. But yeah, and with that being said, a complete one-on-one domination coming through as I expected and as I predicted as well, a 2-0, and this is what exactly happened. Because considering the fact that how much Enigma has improved in the wildcards, it was clearly seen that Enigma, there was a massive chance that they might just dominate Salt. But again, for Salt, there's always a room for improvement. Taking a look at the scorecards as well, and Enigma, how they looked. Oh, the headshot percentage is pretty much the same. Pretty much equal.
I think Hats is a big portion of that, but yeah, like, it's only about 0.55%, 0.55% apart, so very well done by Salt in that regard, but in no other regard very well done, because it was 13-1 on the scoreline. There's a big difference in damage. The only round they won was where they managed to get the frags, and if I remember that round correctly, that was actually Enigma just going into brawl mode for one round, you know, and giving up those aim duels for free to Salt. So really poor map of Icebox from Salt Esports, and it makes me wonder what was the thought process for the Veto. Like, if you're not banning out, if you, I understand the Breeze ban, okay, because they're not really strong on Breeze. It makes perfect sense, and it's easier to prepare for Icebox than for Breeze. Fair enough, but if you're preparing for Enigma, then surely Bind Icebox Haven is not a good Veto. Like, Haven Icebox Bind, that I can imagine to be a good Veto, because going into Bind as a third map, if you've already picked up one for yourself, you have a lot more confidence. I think that could work out. But going into Bind as the first map where they repeatedly have to try the same thing, and Enigma are just out adapting them because their composition is better, it just doesn't suit them. So I do feel like Salt were outplayed from the very Veto then into the maps. But props to be given to Hats. He had a really good map one on Bind, on the Astra, and on the Jet, just as good, just his team not able to step up around him.
Exactly. I mean, Hats, gotta say, I mean, one thing also we did kind of notice there is that economy management, if you talk about that inside this game, is that Enigma just didn't really need it to compromise, right? They were only able to kind of Salt was only able to steal one round away. On the other hand, Enigma just had their economy pretty much being favored. So that plays a crucial role in pretty much Enigma just securing all those rounds back to back. On the other hand, no Salt. I mean, all we can really say here is that a valiant effort coming through from their side. But again, I feel like this is where Salt has been really kind of moved down to lower brackets. And as I did mention as well, against Damaru Gaming, this can be a really equal fight coming through. I want to see how things are going to be really looking like in the future, because look, Salt, we all do know, I've been mentioning this over and over again, of course, the best team out there in the Pakistan region, and Damaru Gaming, one of the best in the Nepal region now, and they are going to be facing it off against, but another match that is definitely going to be worth watching, it's going to be Enigma versus GE.
Yeah, absolutely. I still have faith in Salt to bounce back after this, and I'm really glad it is double elimination, because I will remind the audience once again, right? Like, this team is the #1 team from Pakistan. I think they just had an off day today, and we're not able to turn up. I don't think this is something that we can count as a standard for Salt Esports, so I hope that tomorrow against Damaru, they'll be able to show up with their very best, because Damaru will certainly do exactly that. But as we expect, the MVP of the BO3 will go over to Raw Fuel, 38 kills to his name, 10 first bloods as well, and an ACS of 364. Raw Fuel performed phenomenally.
Yep. Raw Fuel definitely performed phenomenally in that previous game. KD, of course, I mean, phenomenal. Gotta say that. I mean, 38 kills, 24 deaths, and 10 assists in itself. Then you also have the econ rating of 70, average combat score of 364, and first blood of 10. I mean, Raw Fuel in general, we have known this man is, of course, really great. And tomorrow, I'd really want to see how they actually do perform against GE, right? Because it's going to be really interesting to see, like, what they have in their backs.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially considering the fact that historically, Enigma has been somewhat of a kryptonite to global esports. Outside of the VLTG rivalry, of course, like, those are standout, the top two teams in general. But hey, let's get back to this conversation in a second. Let's look at the top 5 players of the day. Raw Fuel actually able to unseat SK Rossi from the top, get himself there, primarily because of the ACS, doesn't have as many kills, and Easy managing to sneak himself in there as well, pushing out MW1. Hats, despite quite a poor performance of his team, gets into the top 5 as well. So quite diverse right now, but kind of dominated by players from the Group B. Only one player from Group A.
And exactly, and just because the average combat score right now, Raw Fuel has moved up all the way back up, and also he has one more first blood than Rossi, having himself 10 for his first blood. But hey, Hats as well, as you did mention, he has gotten himself a position in the top 5 players of this previous kind of series coming in through. But Enigma, I would say a fantastic day from their side, a fantastic game in general from their side. Improvement, I would say. A lot of improvement. I personally do love how they nowadays just research on those teams, right? And again, 2-0. I mean, I personally was expecting this coming in through, but again, the other casters were clearly not, because their predictions were 2-1, and which is understandable, which is really understandable, because considering the fact that Salt was one of the best out there, and even I would say, even I had a little bit of shaky feeling about my decision coming in through, but I was like, you know what, I'm going to be sticking with it, because I really feel like Enigma has improved quite a lot. Take a look at the brackets as well, and well, we're pretty much going to be seeing like how things are really going to be looking like in the upcoming days.
Definitely. I think what's especially exciting is that the match is now ramping up as teams get closer to the grand final qualifications. As you can see in the bracket, Enigma will set up a match with Global Esports, both of the teams winning 2-0 in their respective matches today, as the losers, Damaru Gaming and Salt, go on to the lower bracket semi-finals, where they will be looking to get themselves another shot at qualification for the grand finals. Now, losing today does mean you have to play 3 BO3s, and similarly, if Enigma lose tomorrow, then they'll have to play another BO3 before they can actually get qualification. So that's also a bit of a tiny edge, where the winning team has to play one less matchup, therefore reveal a little lesser before the grand finals.
Exactly, as you did mention, reveal a little less before the grand finals. And, well, I mean, Enigma, of course, they didn't really need to reveal, as you did mention, they didn't need it to reveal anything. And that means, again, Enigma, we have had, even in the interview, right, Badman said that, oh, we do have some secret strategies upcoming, and cooking, we're not really going to be exposing that. We're not really going to be exposing that. We're saving that for the upcoming days, and maybe just because they didn't really get a competition against Salt, they still haven't really revealed those. They still haven't exposed their strategies, and maybe against GE is where they actually are going to be utilizing that cooked up strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe against GE is where they bring it up, because that matchup is just as important. Like, to clear up for the viewers, seeding will happen. So if you qualify for the upper bracket, then you're the first seed from the group, and you will face off against the second seed from the other group. So the seeding is very important, and therefore winning the upper bracket very, very crucial. But for today, that's the end of all of the semi-finals upper bracket matchups. We had 4 matchups today, and therefore had set ourselves up for the next 2 days. The weekend is just getting started, folks. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, get the notification bell on, because we're going to have this bonanza all day throughout the weekend, and you don't want to miss a single second of it. Before now, we're going to wrap up the show, and in general, just say bye-bye to the audience. But before that, I just want to say bye, Phoenix, and bye, Omen. Thank you for joining us today. It was a pleasure having you on the desk. Necro, you too. You were good too. But hey, I'll see you guys tomorrow with the Valorant Conquerors Championship. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on. Go. Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.